with the whisper or whatever. But why is there a whole town? Like, but why? It's like a very cool set piece, but it doesn't. It'd be nice if it had things instead of just being the place where you fight the whisperer. It's just a big ass loading zone that you can teleport from one end to the other.
Now you're a
and that's literally it, right? So that would be the pushback that I would offer with regards to like new content. Like, is it bad that they did that? No, not necessarily, but it would be better if they either did less or used it more. One or the other, I would say. Because like it might as well have been in like an instance instead. I don't know what the difference of development time is, to be fair, if it's an instance area versus an area that you can come back to whenever you want to, but it just seems wasteful to me. Ale brewing, I guess. I want to say trouble brewing every time, but it's technically separate from that. They made ale brewing better quality of life wise, and it's just not part of the patch notes apparently. Let's see. See what he meant. Now we should check the basement of every tavern too. Make sure that there isn't another one of these spots around. Yeah. Wow. That is definitely better. Notably better. Wow. Wow. It's massive. It's so much faster now. What the? No one cares about this but Savage and I. But, oh wait, this is faster too. Holy shit. It used to be that you had to wait for the beer glass to fill, but now, damn, Jagex, I see you. This update's great. I don't know what Savage is talking about. This update's fantastic. Ow. All right. I have to move. There's no fucking way it's possible to
we got it.
What's going on over there?
Trying to trade him, but
I don't know.
You know what? I'll drop it here and you can just wait. Yeah, hold on. There you go. See you in a bit, dude.
All right, great. Thanks, man.
We need a range spray.
I got you. I think. Yeah.
Actual clown fiesta. Actual clown fiesta.
I thought it would work.
Yeah, well. You can think in one hand.
This is definitely the run the panda gets to pit. It's gotta be.
I gotta say, doing the whole prayer thing actually is much easier if you don't have anything else going on. Got a lot of time to switch. I'm gonna need so many goddamn points. I'm literally 3 or 4 orders of magnitude short of how many points I need. It's not gonna matter for the most. No, it's, to me, it seems so obvious that it should be when you do the 3, you get, even if it's not a huge bonus, just you can give me 50% bonus when I do all 3 of them, right? All 3 of the potions, I get 50% extra credit, and that would be huge for how big this fucking grind is. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this?
It's an insane grind, bro. And I play Runescape where I don't mind an insane grind, but this, for what it is, it's pointless. You're never gonna get your time back with a pre-put device. Never.
No, yeah, no shot. Well, maybe if you do cock
30
on repeat for the rest of your life, it's possible.
For the rest of fucking maybe, dude.
Because some people do like literally raid nonstop, but the thing is the people that raid nonstop, they're not doing this. Do you see this guy with a massive dong, by the way?
Oh yeah.
He's like holding himself up with it.
Pretty cool.
He's like fully presenting and like tripoding. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Can't believe this shit.
There's a crying clown in here.
Yeah. No one with gray hair though.
Upstairs in the prison.
I didn't even know there was an upstairs. Yeah, no, it doesn't look like it. Did you just kill that man? Jesus!
What? Shut up, dude. He's a fucking convict, dude. I can kill him if I want. All right, come on.
I think that was a guard. Longbow Ben? Yo ho! Oh! So you're a pirate? Aye, laddie, that we are. Aye, that we be. Nay, always ye say it wrong. 'Tis we are, not we be. I be a pirate, not a scurvy schoolmaster. Ye be a fool, and a disgrace to piracy. Now ye be saying be too. Are this thy fault? can only leave you two to show this. That was not helpful in any way, but it did fulfill me emotionally. Murder! What a ridiculous assertion! I may be a thief, but I've never killed someone.
Starts to kill you.
I mean,
fuck her up, dude.
Adala, this is really unnecessary. I mean, like, Adala, you're really embarrassing yourself at this point.
You haven't even hit one yet, Adala.
Adala, do you... Seriously, I think we can talk about this. I don't think we... All right, bitch.
Yeah, fuck her up, dude. Full fucking offensive prayers, dude.
Yeah.
Switch to kick. Switch to kick.
Yeah,
disrespect for disrespect. There you go.
It's like, whoa, wait a minute. You did 3 damage to me. Nah, get the fuck out of here.
You're kind of down to earth. I mean, you're pretty small.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
And you didn't have a bed for so long that you're basically sleeping on the ground too. So pretty down to earth.
My mattress is still on the floor, actually.
Of course. Yeah. Sorry. At least you got a mattress.
Yeah.
Now.
There was a few days when I didn't have anything approaching a mattress, and then I had an air mattress for 2 years.
He slept on a mushroom like a smurf. It's fucking weird.
Actually, my laundry is what I slept on.
Jesus Christ, Panda. Yeah, okay, he's down to...
It wasn't like... Well, it was clean laundry, to be fair. It was like my spare clothes. Like, think of it as like winter clothes or whatever. I slept on a pile of winter clothes. I actually do have to catch... Yo, Shuro, I appreciate the redeem, the do a flip. While I'm doing this flip, I'm going to be shouting out Saku Konpaku, friend of the channel, longtime friend of the channel at this point. Very knowledgeable iron. Wait, can I do this while doing... You guys should follow Saku Konpaku because he's so great and he does wonderful things. And that's weird. It's a weird shout out.
He does have mechanics and stuff, but is it just a ruse?
Yo. He fucking protected my Void Waker spec. Huh?
Holy shit. Oh my god.
How did he know? Varlin War Part 2? I've been hearing so much about this in the Discord because of you, Savage, and also others.
Yep.
So my expectations are on the fucking ground right now. Let's go.
No. Everyone was saying the new shit's good because Steel Dragons. What? Okay.
Hey, look, man, I did like every one of my Steel Dragon tasks. I'll have you know.
Remember when we had the argument about the Kodai wand?
Yeah.
It's like the Kodai wand, but even worse.
It's even worse than the Kodai wand.
Yeah, instead of doing all bursting tasks with it, fucking Steel Dragons. Cool, dude. Our family teleports like 100k right now. What's going on?
You want me to do Corp for 3 minutes?
Alright,
what does that even mean?
Do
I even get the Dragon Warhammer?
No, hang on. I can lower the stats for you. Oh, the cat tech, I see. Don't start the timer. I'll lower the stats for you, then you can come kill it, yeah?
Oh my fucking god.
New tech was worth it, by the way. So.
The new he found a way to deliver cats wherever he wants.
That's pretty good. I want a fucking 50-50 split if you get the drop though.
Sure.
I swear to god, if I spec this, I want the collection. Like,
what if I get the pet? Is there a corp pet?
Just fucking cut it in half.
Cut it in half, I deserve.
Yeah.
You want the top half or the bottom half? All right. Oh my god, he became cats. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. I actually, now that I think about it, I think I knew that the cat thing was a thing, but I've certainly never seen.
Do I sound like horrible, by the way?
No, you sound fine now.
You keep telling me I sound like shit when I join. You really hurt my self-confidence, bro.
I only tell you you sound like shit when you sound like shit.
Well, you sound mean when I join.
Only when you sound like shit.
Oh man. bring me back to high school.
Look, man, I mean absolutely no harm at all. Sometimes your voice just sounds really, really bad. Yo, what up? It's your boy, that Daft Punk Panda. We're playing some more old school RuneScape. Running out, you know, got construction going on, etc. What's going on, everybody? Hello, unknown queen. Hey, Snake. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, right. Yeah, right. I remember now. We had enough time to die in DOA. I was like, what the fuck am I doing here? I forgot about that. The shenanigans we get up to. All right. So we need a rake. Hey, look. Anything else? That seems fine, right? Yeah, sure. Oh, it's the emote. It's a little harder to tell what's going on. And just because the format is different. I kind of like it though. It might be worth redrawing it though, just to make it a little more clear what's happening. I'm like really fucking particular about emotes though. Like that's just one of my like pet peeves, I guess. It's like I want an emote that I see to be like immediately obvious what it is that I'm looking at upon first impression. Hey Beatrice. That's just like one of my things. If you want like emote criticism, then I'm gonna give it to you like so fucking raw. Logan says, I didn't know I'd make it this far. I just have energy. Oh God, look at what he's done. But yeah, no, I'm actually, if I've normally I'm fine when it comes to like commissions or whatever. Normally I feel like I'm a pretty like fine client to have when I'm like asking an artist to make me something or whatever, but with emotes in particular, I might be genuinely a nightmare. It's not that I'm like too particular about like it needs to be exactly this way or I don't like it. It's all about how well it communicates the thing that it's being presented, and it's all about the form factor specifically, because I'll get art that's like fantastic, but when it's made into like a tiny thumbnail, suddenly I don't know what it is. Like I can't see it anymore. It's not obvious to even to me, who's the person who's like asking for it to exist, right? So I definitely am more particular maybe than I even should be when it comes to that kind of stuff. That is a lot of fucking games necklaces. Maybe just one of them would be fine, actually. I didn't know that there was. What is this guy? Is this like a crystal tree? Because that's the farming pet, but he's got a fucking diamond in his shit. What's up with that? Okay. We're gonna start with construction, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Do we have planks? We do, right? Yeah, we bought them all. Fantastic. What level are we? Do we have to like worry about? Oh, because my construction cape gives me +1 to crafting, or my crafting cape gives me +1. That's crazy. I didn't even realize that it was like active all the time. Okay, so we're not gonna get 3 million experience today, so we literally don't even have to think about it. We can just get in there and start doing it. Oh, hey, look, it's the what was the name of that pet? It's like it's the scorpion one. I forget what its name is. It's not a very good boss, or very good pet for that matter. Scorpia? I have absolutely no idea what her name is. I feel like she's a lady though. Is that weird? Snake says the crystal seed variation. Yeah, I got you. That makes sense. Beatrice is torture Panda by making him emotes. What? That doesn't make any sense, Beatrice. I would just not use them. What do you mean? How exactly is that torturous? Thank you for the hydrate, Beatrice. I don't know. I'm a little torn on like feedback for a lot of things, particularly like feedback on artists or whatever. I feel like I can. I feel like if I were to, how do I wanted to say this? So my natural predisposition is just to give you the like unfiltered like reaction to something, which I think for a lot of artists is way too blunt and like way too, you know what I mean? Like they definitely could use with a little more delicacy than that, I think. Especially like, you know, perspective artists or whatever, people that are like, you know, finding their place or whatever. But even like seasoned artists are like a little, they can be a little sensitive sometimes, you know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, I feel like when it comes to criticism of other people's arts, I usually shut the fuck up entirely. And if I have something that I want to say, I'm definitely going to ask, hey, are you open to criticism first? Generally, I'm much better about it most of the time. Obviously, I saw the emote just now and I didn't even know what I was looking at, and that's why I said what I said, because I was like, I don't even know what this is. But when it comes to like my emotes in particular, and it's only my emotes, everything else that I've ever had made, I've never really had any problems with at all. Sometimes there's like little minor things. I've had people write my name as Daft Punk Panda instead of that Daft Punk Panda, which is like silly, but like it is technically not correct. And all the art that I get on like the macro level, it's like fine. There's like nothing wrong with it. It's perfectly fine. Just what I was looking for and all that. It's just when you make something that's like extremely small. And I was also talking to somebody about like a mascot character at one point. And I don't know. I don't mind what we came up with. And by we, I mean he did it mostly. I just asked him for stuff. I didn't really come up with anything that I feel like I want to use. But it did definitely stir in me some ideas. So if I were to like go forward with the design, I think it would be upon me to like really land what it is that I'm looking for, and then have an artist like bring that to life, as opposed to like or have somebody do some like concept, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't really have like a strong enough design to like ask somebody to make something, unless it would just be like, you know, hey, can you make me a mascot or whatever? Which is, I think, a fine way of doing it, especially for like, I don't want to say like art raffles, but like art contests, I guess. Makes a lot of sense, but I don't really like, how do I want to describe this? I don't really like the idea of like an art contest where only the winner gets like paid or whatever, because to me that just means that you get like a bunch of free art or whatever. It seems like kind of scummy, to be honest. Which is like maybe the wrong way of looking at it, because you could also look at it from the perspective of like, you know, somebody's, you know, asking for fan art and somebody is getting paid, as opposed to, you know, asking for commissioned art and then only one of the people that actually do the work gets paid or whatever, you know what I mean? I guess you can look at it either way, but for me it feels a lot more scummy than it does like a community driven thing. Beatrice says pay the artist with feed pics, easy. You're a fucking degenerate. Like fully a degenerate. Good lord. Like fully. That's crazy. Like fully crazy. And also a weird way of cultivating like an artist audience as well. It's like you're just gonna get specifically feet people that are artists for some reason. Beatrice says, why? Why are you a degenerate? I don't know. Why are you a degenerate? Probably something went wrong early on in your life or something. I don't know. Some formative experience, I would guess. That's why so many people are furries, right? The Lion King and Space Jam. Maybe Star Fox 64. Something like that. Oh, I should have changed the music up. There we go. Oh, I didn't change the thing at all either.
Hello.
Hey, Zaku. What's up, dude? Beatrice says, no, you shut up. Yeah, okay. So she definitely has some kind of weird formative, like some kind of Tarantino movie she watched way too early or something, maybe. I mean, it would be any Tarantino movie, probably. I don't know if literally all of them have feet scenes, but certainly a lot of them do. I keep wanting to ask you, Saku, about like movies and stuff, and I'm like, you don't watch movies. Like, have you seen a Tarantino movie, Saku?
What would those be?
So Quentin Tarantino is a director. He's done like Reservoir Dogs, Kill Bill, a lot of different things.
I don't think so.
He's pretty famous in the scene, but he's also got like a very artistic vision type thing going on. I think he also did Django Unchained or whatever. Yeah, I think he was actually in that movie. He's often like, I don't know, like goon number 4 or whatever in his movies now and then. Oh, and The Wolf of Wall Street, I think too. Is that real? He's got a lot of movies. Is the point? Like a lot of movies. He's definitely in there. I think I'm just gonna refund this flip actually. Yeah. All right. I was saying something. Artists, right? Have you commissioned a lot of artists, Saku, in the past?
Nope.
Hmm.
Well, I've commissioned a fair bit, but not that much.
Do you usually commission the same people?
No, I tried to find the art styles that I want. Although for the emotes, I went for the same people.
That makes sense. Hey, Zero. I just didn't feel like it, Beatrice, and I also felt like it was weird, so I didn't do it. So. Zero says, I've been up since 2 a.m. today. We're fixing the sleep schedule. That doesn't sound like it's exactly fixed. I mean, you can be upset about it, Beatrice, but like, whatever, dude. My number one priority as the streamer is to fucking curb anything that's gonna fuck with my mental. So, suck eggs, idiot. There you go. Zero says, nah, I'm staying up till 8 or 9 and then passing out. Okay. Certainly a way. I don't know if it's... I've never really done the, like, stay up all night to fix my sleep schedule thing and it actually, like, pan out well. Zero says, trust the process. It's exactly the opposite process that you were working with before, when you said exactly the same thing. Zero says, that's the only way that's ever worked for me. Well, that's not what you were trying to do before.
What happens to me when I do that is I stay up and like I just can't continue staying up and I sleep at the wrong time. That fucks it up more.
I usually fix it slowly. Like, even if I stay up a long time and wake up at a normal time, it only lasts for that day. Then it, like, doesn't... There is no fixing it overnight. That's just literally never worked for me. Zero says, the last thread I accidentally kept going back to sleep and didn't eat for 2 days. You don't seem like you should be trusted for strategy, Zero. Like, you seem like you're really bad at coming up with ways to fix your sleep schedule. I'm gonna be honest. Zero says, before today, my last meal was Saturday night. So yeah, no, you don't have your shit together at all. Like, just not at all. All right, man. Well, I hope you figure it out, because that is not a sustainable way to live your life. Coming from someone who's also a fucking degenerate who stays up way too late or whatever, like, your shit is fucked up. You got to get that sorted, dude. That's not okay. I've only ever really worked with like the same few artists for the most part. I did a little bit of branching out right at the start, but I knew about some artists. I almost want to say that they're friends, but I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit of an overstatement. We don't hang out very much or anything like that. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's an overstatement. I like them though, and I'm fond of their work, so. Lokrin says high five degen hours. Oh my god, you guys all need to get your shit together. Just uniting on the fact that you're all degenerates. Lokrin says my keyboard is breaking. Damn, your keyboard's breaking and you're looking to upgrade your computer? Well, I guess, to be fair, if all you really need is your graphics card to be upgraded in your keyboard, that's not that nearly as bad as fixing the entire computer. Hey, Maddie. You are back. I see that.
Like, I was worried for a little bit earlier, like maybe 30 minutes ago. I was making the preps for the Oblivion that I'm gonna play today.
Mm-hmm.
And I was stuck in compiling shaders at 23% for a minute. And then it was raising by 1% a minute.
Mm-hmm.
But it finally continued all loading up. Like, now they're compiled.
Hmm. I'm not sure. I noticed that compiling shaders does seem like it's a pretty slow thing. But it used to be that like everything that you would do, like every like download you would do or every installation or whatever would like get hung up at like 99% or what have you. Now it seems like that doesn't happen as much anymore. Now it seems like it's much better to me generally. Like progress bars are just better than they used to be in some ways. Except maybe with regards to shaders, but even shaders are better at like distributing the progress bar instead of getting to like 99% or whatever and getting held up. I haven't really had a problem from that either, or like it died like halfway through or whatever. She had a reason, Maddie. Just read the reason. But yeah, you don't really have to act as a vehicle for someone else's ban. There's an unban request. And it's not something that we need to talk about while I'm live as well. Yep, that seems like her. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah, so I have this mascot character that I have like a design for. I kind of like him. I've shown him off before as well, but I don't think it's what I want to go with, and it's a little hard to put into like words why exactly. Might be a little big. There we go. This guy, kind of like him. There's a few things that I like. He looks a little too much like Big Hero 6 to me. I forget what the guy's name is. Baymax? That's what his name is. Looks a little too much like Baymax to me. But there's a few things that I like. I like the cloak. He's also got like an asymmetrical design with one arm. And he's like very clearly like space age or whatever, but has like the panda ears anyway. Right? I like all of it, but I don't know. Something about it just didn't feel quite right. Maybe I should give you the background. It's a little easier to see. I don't know. Later, Maddie. But yeah, he's obviously somewhat invoking like Iron Giant vibes with the flower and stuff. I think it's a good design. I just don't know if it's what I'm looking for. And obviously, you don't need like a mascot character or whatever. It's just one of the things that I was like planning on having like very, very early on. And then I didn't really do anything about it until more recently. That was like, I don't know, 8 months ago or something like that. It's been a long time, I guess. I kind of like it still, but it still doesn't feel right, and not in a way that I can like convey. It's a good like version. I think it makes a lot of sense as like a concept, but I think it is one of the ones that it's like, yeah, no, but not for me in some way. I like it though. They did a great job. That was Owl. They have a name, like a screen name, but I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's like Dream Owl 13 or something like that. If that makes sense. They're like on Twitter or what have you, but it's not a very good. I don't have it like locked in. Maybe they're in my credits page though. Maybe they're actually already there. Have I had anything else from them? This might be the only thing that I've actually had them make that I like actually use. Or I'm sorry. No. I don't. They might not have made anything that I actually use, so I don't have them on my credits. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, no. They're really talented artists, just not someone that I've been able to find something that like I specifically needed their touch on. I tried to work with them on the mascot because I thought that would be something that would like particularly suit them, and they did come out with a great design. I just can't, you know what I mean? Like I can't figure out what it is that I want out of it. Beatrice says, why'd you confiscate the arm? That actually was just like their design. That doesn't have anything to do with me. I don't even know if I presented them with like an outline or whatever. Or the original design didn't have the panda ears, and some of the colors were slightly different. But other than that, it was like fully whatever they came up with. And having worked with them the way that I have, I feel like ultimately I would approach it differently going forward. Where like if I wanted to do something like this, I would have somebody like do just like a thumbnail sketch instead of like fully rendering something. I mean, that's kind of what I intended originally. I just didn't do a very good job communicating what I was looking for. But I also have like a better design concept in my mind as well nowadays, from something that I made like years and years and years ago, probably 20 years ago. It's like, oh yeah, I can reuse that design that I never used for anything, obviously.
I'm not sure what I would do for a mascot.
It's gonna be a frog.
Yes, and?
No, that's mostly it. I mean, I kind of figured your hat was your mascot, to be honest.
I guess. Kind of.
But yeah, it's not like it's something that's like important, right? Like you don't need it. I just think that in order to have a mascot that's like good, it needs to be like several different things all at once. It should be iconic, but it should also be like easy to draw, and it should be like directly related to you in a way that's obvious. So I think your hat works like perfect. It's a very iconic design. It's definitely a strong part of your character. It's a unique identifying part of your character as well. It's easy to draw. Well, not like easy to draw, but you get what I'm saying. It's a hat. A child attempting to draw you would be able to you would be able to identify you as you by the hat that they draw, right? If they draw a wide brim hat with eyeballs on it, that can only be Saku. It's clearly not anyone else, right? Zero says, I love the non-US KFC Twitter. That's a random thing to love. It's also a strange thing to exist. Not like in love with the idea of like randomly checking my DMs, I'm gonna be honest. I am like kind of doing stuff, Zero, like not just like actively minding my text messages. You know what I mean? Like can't just like, oh, you know, like let me send you a DM so that you can stop and see it. Like, bro, this is like kind of not the place, bro. Like seriously. Also, I don't know what this is, and I don't know why you wanted me to see this. It's a meme with Balatro while someone is driving. So it's certainly unsafe is what I'll say. Zero says it was the official KFC Espanol, I suppose, that posted that. Yeah, but why am I looking at it?
$96 con.
Yeah, we're still a long way away. We might be able to get half of it done today. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely going to be an uphill battle. I'm like of half a mind to just like go hard and get it done. That's mostly what I would rather do. I've been trying to be really patient. Just like work at it a little bit at a time so that I don't ruin my hand. But my patience is definitely wearing thin. It's like I'd rather be done. And I don't really care as time goes on. But you know, for now, well, actually, for now we're doing this. I wouldn't say that for now we're going to be responsible. That's not even true. For now, I'm just doing this and seeing where I end up. It's right at the beginning of the week, huh? So we've got Tuesday and Wednesday. And there's a world, might not be this world, but there is a world where we get construction done end of day tomorrow. That'd be pretty cool. I guess it doesn't matter a lot though. It's just one skill in the sea of skills that we want to get done. But if we do get construction done tomorrow, we probably stop doing Wintertod, to be honest. Just because Wintertod would also be a good break for Hunter. And I don't think that we start Hunter as soon as we finish construction. I think we'll do Slayer first, because the Slayer grind is supposed to be so much longer. Is almost certainly going to be so much longer. And I really do want to get that done. I've been talking about doing a Slayer grind for so long at this point, but I do really want to get it done sooner rather than later so I can actually see what the rest of maxing looks like at scale. Because it's really, really hard to guess how much time Slayer specifically is going to take. Whereas every other skill is like basically, you know, the nominal rate minus, 20% because I'm inefficient or whatever. There just isn't a nominal rate for Slayer. Not in the same way, at least.
Do you have an unusual method for each of the combat skills?
Oh, no, I do not. That's not that important either, but it will become relevant as soon as we start doing Slayer, because it's going to happen before long. But you're right. I didn't come up with anything like that. No. I know that there's a bunch of them though. There's like the, what is it? The Warriors Guild or whatever in Berthup. There's a bunch of silly things in there. There's a door. Gives you like 1 strength experience when you open it, for example.
That's true.
There's definitely things, but I don't have anything off the top of my head. And time will come for that though. Which might mean that it is prudent to start thinking about those, especially like hit points in particular. That one's gonna be done maybe the first day of Slayer, potentially. It's not like close, but 1.3 mil. It's possible. It's pretty unlikely though, I think, to get that much hit point experience. If I get 1.3 million hit point experience, I think I would end up at like, I think it's like 300,000, something like that. It's like a third, a little less. What you get from Slayer. Slayer's like literally determined by, the Slayer experience you get is determined by the health of the mobs that you kill, and the health of the mobs that you kill is like directly proportional to the amount of hit point experience you get as well. Like they're all related to one another. Depending on how you kill them, obviously. You can kill Slayer enemies with the cannon, the dwarf multi-cannon, which would not give you any hit point experience. But generally, you're going to be using a combat method that will give you some amount of combat experience. Other than, well, specifically hit points, I guess, is really what I'm saying. Definitely something worth thinking about. I don't know if I can really think about it now though. Well, I can think about it now, but I can't really research it now is the problem. My hands are kind of full. It's the one downside about this method. And I think the same applies to Chinchampos. It's like I really can't do anything other than this. Just because my hands are literally occupied. I say hands. Really, my right hand's the only one doing anything, but I don't have the divided mind. I can't multitask with my left hand while doing this. I mean, I guess I could in theory, but it would be like typing a few characters at a time in order to like look up something. It's easy enough to look at a wiki page when I have it open though, I guess. I say that, but it definitely would fuck with my rate. Even more than I've already done. Because my rate is absolutely miserable at the moment. So I guess the goal today is 1.5 million construction experience. And then whatever we end up otherwise. If we did construction literally all day long, that would be 7 times 4? 7 hours times 400k, right? Which would be 2.8. So even if we did construction all day long, we still would not have enough construction experience. So there's obviously no reason to do that. There's also no reason to do it all, you know, right now. So I guess if our goal is 1.5 mil, we should stop at 500,000 and just do it in 3 batches of 500k. I think that's similar to what we did last time as well. I'm mostly done to be done, or glad to be done, excuse me. I'm glad to be done with this like fletching thing that I'm doing. Because there's gonna be a new fletching method very, very soon. Well, maybe not a new fletching method. Well, there's the mini game, right? That is a new method, but you're probably not gonna do that more than you need to in order to get the, what is it, the knife? Maybe the bowstring? Maybe both. I don't know. But yeah, in theory, if both of those things are still in there because they passed the poll, which I imagine they did, I'll do the mini game just enough to get either or both of those, and then do that until we finish fletching, I imagine. And while it's fine to do this like profitable diamond bolt situation or whatever, it's extremely slow. It's extremely slow, but perfect for what I'm actually dealing with, right? Like in between rounds of Wintertod, it's like maybe the perfect option. And it's also at least break even. Whereas when we go to like fletching proper, I think it's going to be noticeably faster. I'm not 100% sure that's going to be faster, but I think it is. And then it's going to be way more, well, in theory, profit. But I imagine that the price is going to be like, it's going to be a little wackadoo. They make it easier to produce magic longbows or whatever. I understand that those are like high alch targets, so the price is somewhat fixed. But like, I don't know. Might be a little weird. I certainly haven't been collecting my flax to turn into bowstring. So if I'm stringing bows, it's gonna, the price of bowstring's probably gonna go, I presume, up. But maybe there's bowstrings in the reward pool for the fletching minigame, in which case it would then go down. Hard to say.
I don't think bowstring would go up. For the simple and good reason that each time you do a temple trek, you can get 100 bowstring.
Oh, it's just a fixed reward?
Yeah, you get one every trek if you want to pick that reward.
Hmm. It is interesting then. I'm just imagining the demand for bowstring is going to go up as people are doing fletching things. And if the demand goes up and the supply is the same, then the price goes up, right?
That's true.
Presumably there are bots or whatever, though. Just all over that temple trekking minigame. I imagine. They're certainly more than capable. Bots in this game are... I don't know if there's anything that bots can't do, to be honest.
Probably why Nail Beast nails aren't 25k anymore.
True. Shout out to Nail Beasts and their sound especially. Taking IRL sonic damage. Nail Beasts are such a strange thing. Another like RuneScape exclusive monster, right? Surely. They don't come from D&D. At least I don't think they do. Nail Beasts? I mean, does anything really come from D&D? Owlbears? Displacer Beasts?
The Beholder?
True.
Mind Flayers? Is that from D&D?
I think so. I know that Final Fantasy copied Mind Flayers from D&D in their first game. That seems, yeah, so yeah. Lots of tentacle things, weirdly enough. Owlbear and things with tentacles.
Been a while since I checked my pure essence.
Are you using it on something?
The main.
Oh, I see.
No, the buy one silver two.
Yeah, of course. Free money making method just dropped.
Wow, I have 3 entries on the loot tracker.
3 ever?
Yeah, on this account. I have 1 round of Barrows for a Barrows icon. I have Duke Suck for the quest when I was doing it back then. And I have 1 Vorkath with the shittiest loot I could find from him. I got a Wrath Talisman and a Teak Seed.
That's probably about as bad as it can get, yeah. I was thinking scaly blue dragon hide. But that's a rare drop table.
Extra loot.
Yeah. I think that the teak seed would be even worse than just blue dragon hide, huh? You got like 6 of that or something.
I was about to search Vorkath for pure essence and be like, oh, well, it's even worse than pure essence drop. But he doesn't drop any of that. We're safe for now.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna be safe for a long time. I don't think I'm going back to Vorkath, brother. I might try out his cousin Hydra. I don't think I'm going back to Vorkath. I kind of just got this Dragon Hunter Lance waiting for me to try Hydra. That's like for no other reason than that as well. I did a little bit of a workout yesterday, just push-ups, so definitely not a full workout, but it did remind me my ambition. I kind of failed to switch to a breakfast diet, but it's really the thing on my mind now. A breakfast diet and also exercise. Probably starting with the exercise and then the diet, because I imagine you don't want to work out as soon as you finish eating. That seems like you might get sick. So yeah, I think might be as soon as tomorrow. We try to figure something out. It's pretty unfortunate. I feel like I really should have like written down the meal planner thing that I had. I put a lot of time and effort into like figuring it out, and I do feel like it would help a lot, because right now what I'm dealing with is like the most first world problem of all. Like, I've got groceries, I just don't know what to use. I don't know what order I'm supposed to be eating the foods, and I just feel like there's so many things there. I just take the easiest option instead of, I don't know, thinking about it anymore. It's just a pain in the ass to think about. So it'd be pretty nice if I just offloaded the decision making to a meal planner. So I think that's what I'm probably gonna do. Just figure out. I mean, I started making like, these are the things that I consider like independent like recipes. Like, these are the things that I know that I can make just generally, and also like the ingredients used for everything. And now it's just a matter of assembling those things so that hopefully when I run out of food is when I run out of meal plan or whatever. Just map it out for like 2 months or something like that. Because also my time isn't equal. Obviously, I have a lot more time to make something on Mondays and Thursdays than any other time. Even if I just like restrict it to like these 3 options, do these 3 on this day or these 3 on this day, I think that would help tremendously. So that's the direction that I'm going. And it's actually funny. I would so much rather have like a physical meal planner than like a digital one, just so I can look at it like on my refrigerator. Like, that's really where I want it to be. Because while I could be on my phone, obviously, most things are, I feel like it's a bad way of storing that information. Because I want to be able to see like a bunch of different things at the same time. Like a big graphical format would be much better, I think. Hard to say though, if it actually makes a difference. Because as soon as I make it and it doesn't help, it's like, oh, okay, well, that was copium. I don't actually need this. It's hard to say sometimes. You think you need something and then you get it and you're like, oh, well, that wasn't the problem. As much as I try to escape Temporos. Been trying to use my rice cooker to make oatmeal. I think I need to dial it in a little more. Before I did, like, I guess it's a dry cup. I think there's fluid cups and like solid matter cups. I think they're different. But anyways, my rice cooker came with like a little cup, which I believe has 1 cup of rice in it. Houses 1 cup of rice in it. And the idea is you put the 1 cup of rice into the rice cooker, and the like bowl that the rice cooker is, the vessel, if you will, has like little lines on it that says, you know, if you put 1 cup of rice in it, you fill the water up to here. And I tried that originally with the oatmeal and I just did 1 cup of oatmeal to like, and then to the first line of water or whatever. And it didn't seem like it was enough water. And when I had it cooking or whatever, it definitely did not seem like it was. It seemed like it boiled out the water way too fast. So I added more while it was cooking to try and like fix that. And it did, sort of. It was just a little weird. And this time I used it again, just like months later now. But I did it to the 2 cup line. 1 cup of oatmeal, but to the 2 cup line. And it definitely had too much water in it. It definitely had too much water in it. It also boiled over a little bit, but that was mostly because I was not paying attention at some point. That's the biggest problem actually I've noticed with the oatmeal or whatever. It seems like it boils over really, really easily, but that might be just because it has too much water in it. I wonder if that's how it works. I wonder how it knows when it's done cooking. When it's done cooking. Is it just like timer based? It's just got a little plunger. That's all it does. You just like plunge it on and then it's on. And then when it's done when it decides that it's done, it unplunges off. But it can't be that smart. It has to be like a timer thing, to be honest. But I really don't know. It's a nice little device, though. It seems like it works quite well for, you know, cooking rice, which is the only thing I really needed to do. Actually, I've used it for a few things. I've used it for ramen. I've used it for rice. And oatmeal, obviously. It seems like it works better for rice than the other two things, which isn't terribly surprising. Ramen is like fine. Weirdly enough, the only issue I've had with ramen is that you want to stir the ramen at some point. Like, it'll cook the ramen just fine, perfect even. But if you put the, like, ramen flavor in there or whatever, like, it will not be, like, pre-stirred in any way. What's up, Cam? How's it going, man? So, like, it's a little weird to figure out when I'm supposed to stir it. Because you can't stir it immediately. That doesn't really work. Because there's fucking dry-ass noodles in there, bro. I guess it's like as soon as the noodles become soft enough to stir is kind of when you want to do it. Probably correct. But it is kind of nice to have like a one-stop shop for the like ramen. Which obviously it isn't because you have to stir it. But if not for the stirring, it would be very, very easy to make ramen noodles with a rice cooker. That's why you need a stirring rice cooker. There's probably something like that. All it does is do the rice cooker thing, but it will like rotate or something like a microwave does. A turnstile or whatever. It's a little too fancy for my blood, I think. But I think I'll be okay just stirring it, but oh, that's another thing. The oatmeal really likes to stick to the container as well, as oatmeal does. Which I think also would be solved by stirring, to be honest. So the rice cooker definitely does work, but it like requires stirring for things that are not rice. Even for rice, it would be good to stir it because sometimes the rice gets, well, no, not sometimes. Every time I've cooked rice with the rice cooker, the bottom layer is like kind of congealed, kind of solidified on the like vessel or whatever. Doesn't really want to be like normal rice. Not a huge problem or anything. And easily preventable. You just need like, what? If I had like a 5-minute warning, 3-minute warning before my rice thing was done, if I just stirred it, no matter what it was working on, I think it would be perfect. And you have to switch to OBS. Good luck. I don't know a lot about OBS. Just know enough to like squeak by. But Loke seems to know a lot about that shit. But I can certainly help you with whatever I happen to know. And I hope it serves you better. Obviously, Streamlabs was almost fine. It just didn't stopped working as well as it should have. I've never really had problems with OBS specifically though, to be honest. Cam says, I like it better. That was after several technical difficulties. Lokrin came to my rescue. Yeah, that's Lokrin for you. He's our resident tech expert. He knows stuff. He knows how to fix the things when they break. And there's so much that you can do. I'm just like so stupid. And I just don't want to have to do the research as well. One day though, one day we're going to get there. We're going to be like, today's the day that we learn how to use this tool that we've been using all along. And become a true OBS wizard. Maybe. Maybe not. I kind of do want to learn more about it though. It's just a matter of designating time to do it, I guess. It's kind of what it is. It all comes down to a schedule for me, I guess. Like, unless I put it in a schedule, it's not going to happen. Like, I have no problem following a schedule, but I do have a big problem with, like, doing anything that isn't inside of a schedule. Not a big problem. I do some stuff, like, not as per schedule, right? But not a lot. I'll take out the trash when it's full. The schedule for taking out the trash is when it's full. There's a lot of stuff like that, right? Like, when it runs out is when I do something about it. Neuroptis, I don't know. Sometimes I get to feeling creative and I have a lot of fun making stuff with it. Other days I barely feel like even opening the program up. That's interesting. Beatrice says, do you have a planner notebook? I certainly do not. I don't have any like physical, tangible media like at all. And for a long time, I didn't like having anything like that. But I think it was because I was required to use a lot of this stuff. And I don't like being required to use fucking anything, to be honest. But I really did fall into like the scheduled life. It really does help tremendously. Mostly because of like making decisions requires like energy and thought. And if there's a right decision, or at least if I can make the choice a lot easier, like there's no reason not to do that. And I just need to have like, I just need to like set myself up for the success, if that makes sense. It's not like it's complicated, right? Listen, you have an hour where you want to make food and eat it. There's only so many things that you can make in an hour and eat it. Of the things you know how to make, what are the things that you can make that fast, right? It's not complicated. It's not crazy, but having that level of organization would definitely make a substantial difference for me. Because what ends up happening is I'll go downstairs, I'll look at the refrigerator, and I'll be like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with any of this shit. And then I just throw like a pizza in the oven. And I'm like, there, it's done. Like, if ever the easy solution is the like most obvious one, or if there are no like competing solutions, then just the one that is like the most easy, then that's what I'm gonna go with. One time I went grocery shopping, I got like 6 frozen pizzas and a bunch of other groceries, like probably $200-300 worth of things, right? And in the first like 5 days or whatever, I had eaten every frozen pizza and nothing else. Just because the frozen pizza was easier. It's like, okay, we gotta make it easier to use these other options, or I need to get a bigger freezer for pizza. Those are the two options, right? Like, we need more frozen pizza, or we need to make it easier to make anything else. Because this is clearly not gonna work. This is clearly not the way that this should be. Like, why am I buying all these fucking groceries? If I'm like, fuck it, we'll just throw a pizza in the oven. Fuck it, we'll just throw a pizza in the oven. Look, I get it. It's nice when it's easy, but like, that's maybe a little too easy. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine, but like, it's probably not the most healthy lifestyle I could live either. How much frozen pizza do you eat, Saku?
Like 1 a week.
I'm probably, I would guess about 3 a week, something like that. Every other day or so. No, that can't be right, because I usually buy frozen pizza in groups of 6, and it'll be at least 2 months between grocery trips. And that's like 8 weeks, right? So that is less than 1 a week, actually. I could have as many as like 3 in 1 week, but I, on average, have less than 1, actually. Did a little bit of an audit there, actually. Surprise, I know roughly how many. I guess I could say the same about most things that I eat, actually, weirdly enough, but it's weird because, like, I'll buy bananas, like, just about every time I go to the grocery store. And I'll get, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 or something, right? And I'll usually eat 1 banana a day until they're gone. So for the first week after I go grocery shopping, I'm having a banana a day. And then for the next 7 weeks, I'm having 0 bananas because there are no bananas. It's kind of a weird way of having food, I think, but whatever, it's fine. I'll usually get something else with the bananas. This time I got strawberries. I ate all the strawberries the day that I got them, though. So the first day after grocery shopping, I ate 1 banana, an entire thing of strawberries, and then whatever the meal that I had that day was. Might have been a pizza or something, I don't know. And normally it'll be like more spread out. I'll do like oranges and bananas. Lots of clementines or oranges or whatever. Lots of them. And it'll be like 1 banana and like 2 clementines, maybe 3. Until the clementines are gone. Usually they're in like a pack of like, I don't know, 20 or something. So they'll last a little longer than the bananas, but not a lot. And then I just run out of like fresh fruit or whatever. Got a lot of fruit and vegetables though. That's another thing. It occurred to me, it's like, why do I keep buying frozen vegetables instead of canned vegetables? And I don't really have like a good reason. Canned vegetables are probably like canned in like a salty brine or whatever. So they might be a little saltier, which is probably not as good for you. Whereas frozen is obviously like basically like nutritionally intact. There's nothing really different about it. It's just frozen. But also it takes longer to cook a frozen thing than it does a canned thing. You just open the can and it's good. You don't even really need to cook it. You can cook it if you want to, but you don't need to. So I got some canned vegetables this time as well. Because I think I'm going to phase out the frozen vegetables that I've been buying. Here says I get frozen for the veggie mixes. They have like canned, they have like seasoned greens, mixed greens, which are both like spinachy kind of things. But they also have like peas and carrots in a can. But you're right, there aren't as many variety packs for frozen or for canned as there is for frozen. But it seems to me that the canned stuff is actually like, if not the same price, a little cheaper as well. Versus, but I like the stir fry mix. That's fine. I usually get like the approaching the cheapest stuff possible. Also, hey girl, what's up, man? And the like pre-made meal guys where you like will have it frozen and you just throw it into a pan and then like stir fry it. Though that tends to be not like expensive, but you know what I'm saying? It's like $1 or $2 more, right? It's not like I could get those instead. I just don't get them instead. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saving $1 every time I can, basically. But yeah, I also like Brussels sprouts, which obviously don't really come in cans. Can't really get canned Brussels sprouts. But I'm not trying to replace the whole deal, right? I'm not trying to replace all of my vegetables with canned vegetables, but I think I'm going to replace a lot of them with that. So like your green beans, your corn, your peas, that kind of stuff, those can all be canned. It's fine. The Interactive doesn't like Brussels sprouts? I don't know.
I cannot handle them.
Not alone?
I cannot eat Brussels sprouts.
They just like don't agree with you, like emotionally?
Yeah.
I see. Interesting. To me, they're just like tiny cabbages. And genetically, they're also kind of like tiny cabbages, actually. They're very similar, very closely related. But yeah, I don't know. I like them. I like them fine. You can make them that they're better, but honestly, for me, I don't need to do anything to them at all. They're fully palatable, fully edible, literally just by unfreezing them and eating them. Like, it's perfectly fine. But I particularly like them nowadays. There's this meatball thing. It's like a banquet meatball thing that I get pretty regularly. And the meatballs are, meatballs, and the Brussels sprouts are kind of balls too. So it ends up being like a vegetable and meatball thing. Like I don't mind that at all. I actually quite like it as like a little meal. It's like it's a weirdo kind of thing, It's weird to have like a red sauce on your cabbage or whatever, but or your Brussels sprouts, but I like it. Your draft just says gross, yucky. I mean, that's fair. If you don't like them, you don't need to eat them. But I like just about every vegetable nowadays. Asparagus is a little too expensive, but I like asparagus a good amount too. And asparagus apparently comes in cans too. I was very surprised to see that. There's even tall cans for the entire like asparagus sphere or whatever. And it's like, what the? Well, there's double tall can, fucking weirdo, but it's got asparagus in it, I guess. Beatrice's Brussels sprouts are so good. So the room is fully split on Brussels sprouts. I don't know if they're so good. I like them a decent amount though. Oh, we're supposed to stop. Should we stop? Should we just keep going? I don't know. I don't know. It's not possible to do all of it today, right? We've established. If it was 500K and there's 7 hours in the stream, that would be 3.5 mil, right? 7 times 5 is 35. That is more than enough then, technically. So if we just like do this and nothing else today, we could be done. We'll see. We'll go until we feel like we should stop. Just like before, basically. Beatrice says cut them in half and pan fry them. The Brussels sprouts? Probably the asparagus. Cutting every Brussels sprout in half sounds like hell. Fuck, man. They're all balls, man. You gotta lock them in there. You need like the deviled egg container or something to like lock them down to cut them in half with. I've definitely pan fried asparagus though. That's my preferred way of cooking asparagus as well. I like it. That's about the only way I've ever cooked it. Beatrice says, yeah, the Brussels sprouts? Cutting Brussels sprouts in half is a nightmare scenario. Like, I don't know how I would even do that. I mean, one at a time, I guess. Like, I fully don't know how I would do that otherwise. Ideally, I would like fucking mandolin them down or something. Beatrice says, try the asparagus in the air fryer. That probably would be fine. I feel like I would rather try the Brussels sprouts in the air fryer, to be honest with you. But, in fact, I might have done that before. I don't remember. Raw onions in the air fryer went really well. They weren't quite fried onions. They were like weird. They were weird. They were like kind of like rubbery in a way. You can drop this as I can do asparagus. I haven't gotten asparagus in a long time just because it's a little expensive, but maybe the canned stuff is cheaper. I don't know. I wasn't really looking at it. Mostly because I got like, I don't know, 8 cans of vegetables or whatever, which is 8 more cans of vegetables than I usually get. So I was like, let me try this stuff out before I like fully commit to this. I've also got some canned food that I like need to like phase out. I got it with like my original grocery trip. My original trip to the grocery store where I like filled my cabinets with stuff. Some of that food is still here. Because I got like some of the bigger things. I was like, oh yeah, I can just use this like maybe over the course of like a couple days or something. And that was like kind of a bad call. Really, you want to, if you're living alone, actually, no matter how many people you live with, really, if you open a canned thing, you kind of want to eat all of the canned thing then. You don't really want to spread it across a couple days. Your average says, I don't have it often. Cheyenne likes to cook it sometimes. Asparagus? I think it's good. I think it's one of the more healthy options generally as well, but obviously not when you fucking drown it in oil or whatever. So the air fryer would probably be better for it. I mean, generally the air fryer is probably better than putting anything in oil, to be honest. I don't know. They're kind of competing interests, right? You can save money, but if you're doing like your best to absolutely save as much money as possible, you're probably not eating very well and might not be eating very healthily either. You know what I'm saying? But if you like optimize for like life satisfaction or whatever, you're definitely not eating well and you're probably spending a lot of money. And if you're optimizing for health, you're probably not, you know, saving a lot of money, and you're also probably not very happy about your diet. So you kind of have to like balance the three things. Draft says, I like broccoli because I can pretend I'm a giant who is munching down on some trees. I mean, that's real. It never goes away. You know what I mean? Like, I never don't not think that when I'm eating broccoli, right? Like, I'm gonna think that I am a giant and it is a tiny tree that I am consuming. I don't know. I don't mind broccoli. I have a couple bags of broccoli right now. I tried to do chicken daivan with broccoli, but I don't have any chicken at the moment. So I don't know what I'm going to use this broccoli with. It's a pretty versatile vegetable though. So you could basically pair it with any protein and it'll be fine. So I think I'll be okay with it, but that's kind of the problem. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what I'm saying. Or I'm like, fuck, man, I have so many things that all can combine in so many different ways. I just need to like narrow it down to like do this, do this, do this. Another thing, I'm like missing some stuff. Like I said, I don't have any chicken, right? I have a little bit of beef. But otherwise I have like not like unconventional picks or whatever, but like a bunch of different like protein options or whatever. So it's more like pick a protein, pick a vegetable, and add rice, I guess, is what I've like got sorted, which is a fine thing to eat. But the thing that I come back to more than anything else is like, oh man, I've got milk right now, and I've got potatoes, and I've got eggs. I should be using something that uses all of these things, which is like true and fine. I just like need to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like really stupid, and I forgot about a shepherd's pie until just now, which uses all of those things. Does it use milk? Maybe it doesn't use milk. I think it does. But also I can't do it now. Now today's Tuesday, which means that I don't have enough time to make a shepherd's pie, I don't think. Same for tomorrow, probably. But Thursday I could probably do that. That's the thing, is like I want to try and use these eggs sooner rather than later, and I want to try and use the onions and the potatoes and the milk. All of those things I'm going to use like as soon as possible, kind of. Oh, I had mac and cheese. That was one of the first things that I ate. Yeah. I got mac and cheese when I went grocery shopping, and I think I ate it like that day or the following day. I guess it would have been the following day. And I made an omelet. The omelet actually came out fantastic. It was a little weird looking, but it came out great. But my pan is not seasoned. My cast iron pan is not seasoned enough. It was like all stuck up in there. So I'm like trying to clean my pan. Not like now, but like generally it's like the thing that I'm trying to do. And generally I just need to like season it better, because right now it shouldn't be this hard to clean, is kind of what it comes down to. And I'm like mostly out of oil, which I didn't realize that I was running low on. And I completely ran out of paper towels, which is partly why I'm still trying to clean it. I mean, you could always just start over, right? Like when you're dealing with a pan like this, especially a cast iron pan, it's like, all right, well, I need to get this thing clean because I can't get the fucking food gunk off of it. Soap and water, just start the whole seasoning process over again. It's not a good look, but it's fine. You can do it. You can season a pan as many times as you need to season it, but fucking don't. It's so wasteful. It's one of those things where I've also like not been very good about using it. Mostly because it's a pain in the ass to clean. So every time I use it and it's not seasoned, which it isn't still, obviously. As soon as you season it, it's like kind of good. It kind of becomes like a non-stick pan, sort of. You just need to like be diligent about it. Like, you know. What is it that they were saying? It was like, coat it with oil, right, on the stovetop. Apply heat, but don't let it fucking combust, right? Like it should be like, I don't know, medium heat or something. You can kind of tell, it's got like a little wispy smoke or whatever. That means that it's warm enough and shouldn't be too much hotter than that. And then I think it's like let it cool down and then do that again. Just like keep doing that until it gets a nice layer of like, I don't know what exactly is happening chemically, but some kind of like congealed oil or whatever that'll protect your pan from the food such that it's got a nice smooth surface where the oil will act as a buffer. And you just need to retreat it now and then the same way. Again, like medium heat with oil or whatever. Because eventually you will like eat away at those layers too. So it's about like you have to build it up and then like maintain it after the fact. It's like a preventative thing as well. And I don't know a ton, you know? I don't know a lot about that kind of stuff. In retrospect, a cast iron pan was like way more than was like due for someone like me. I probably could have done something gone with something maybe cheaper as well as more usable for myself, but you know, whatever. I use like plastic spatulas too, so like something like Teflon or whatever would have been fine. But I don't know, Teflon's like kind of not in vogue anymore. Those non-stick pans or what have you, because you not only can you scratch them up very easily, especially with like metal spatulas or whatever, they're also like really bad for the environment and also for you. I don't think most of that like bad shit comes from like using it specifically, but mostly like when you like get rid of it, whatever. So if you like use it for your entire life, which you can do with a cast iron pan very easily too, right? Like just keep it forever. It'll never be bad. Just don't fuck it up. That's another thing though, is the cast iron pan, obviously you don't want it to be, you don't want to give it like acidic stuff. You don't want to like cook tomatoes in it or whatever. Which is not something that I realized at the time. I was like, oh yeah, no, I'm sure it's fine. It's like, oh yeah, it does want to react with like literally acidic things in it. So, I mean, it's probably less of a problem when you season it, but you probably don't want to cook any of that stuff in there regardless. Kind of sad. I was gonna make a cake. It would have been my first cake that I baked. But I was in the cake aisle looking at all the cakes, the boxed cakes, and I was like, I don't want to do this. Like, I don't want to mess with the cake, man. It's gonna be like a fine cake, probably. I don't know. I guess I just like thought my way out of it. I was like, look, man, you don't really want a cake, do you? And I don't, I guess. Maybe that's just the problem. So I shouldn't have been like so hung up on doing a cake specifically. Here says, I also want to eat cake and not make cake. No, that's not the problem, because if I wanted to eat cake and not make it, I would have just purchased a cake. That's fine. The point of like me making the cake was to have made a cake. In the same way that like a few weeks ago, or months ago, I guess, I made brownies because I wanted to make brownies. I wanted to be, you know, the one who made the brownies and also had them, right? The interrupt says, what about having your cake and eating it too? And it's like a classic, almost like logical fallacy in a way. It's just like the way that the statement is said is like so, like almost, I almost want to say it's ambiguous, but like ambiguous is being too generous. Like it's said in such a way that it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, oh wow, this guy wanted to have his cake and eat it too. It's like, well, yeah, but who in the world can eat a cake that they don't fucking have? It's more like this guy wanted to eat his cake and still have it after. Like, I guess it's like a much less ambiguous, a more clear way of saying it. That's still not quite right, because like when you eat something, you still have it in a way. It's like, so the least ambiguous way of saying it would be like, this guy wanted to eat his cake and still have it later to be eaten. To eat his cake and then to eat it again later. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And that's what the actual, like, I guess idiom is trying to express, but it's like truly terribly written. Seldom do I complain about how an idiom or an idiomatic phrase is written, but that is one where it's like deliberately confusing, I would say. Maybe not deliberate, but it's at least complicit in its confusion. But yeah, in the reality of the world that we live in, which is to say the one where I was at the cake aisle and choosing a cake to buy, I did not settle on one because, first of all, there was a lot of them, which is part of the problem as well. It's like, man, I just don't want to have to look through all this shit or think about all the different options or whatever. Just wanted to make a cake. So part of the problem is like, I wanted to accomplish something, right? I wanted to bake a cake, which is something that I don't think that I've ever done, but it was a little too ambiguous what I was trying to accomplish. And when I was confronted with all the different options, I felt like I would rather literally do anything other than be here. So I just left. I think I got something else instead, but oh yeah, I got like the mac and cheese or whatever. But the brownies actually came out extremely nice. I had no problem with them, and it was a fun little project. So like, that's exactly what I wanted to recreate with the cake. It's just that it felt like there were way too many different cakes. Whereas like the brownies, it felt like there were only like maybe 5 or 8 different kinds of brownies or whatever. Cakes, it was like fucking 40 or 50 different options. It was like, Jesus Christ, I don't know, man. So it probably would have been easier if I had just like committed to like this particular one. Obviously I could have chosen at any time. Like all of them were fine options, I'm sure. But I don't know. I guess I just felt overwhelmed at the time. And I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like it's affecting my mental negatively. So I don't want to be here. And so I left. And that's kind of how it goes, to be honest. It's like, oh, well, I didn't do enough prep, so now I can't deal with the situation that I'm in, so I'm leaving. Let's see. Gersa's red velvet cake and carrot cake. I almost did, there was, like a lemon bread. That's not quite right. It wasn't like a lemon turnover either, but it was a very plain looking lemony one. I was thinking that might be fine because I wanted to do something that was like, I don't know, that didn't have like too strong of a flavor. That would be able to tell that I like did it right. Because I don't know really what red velvet is like. I'm familiar with carrot cake. Carrot cake's a little bit weird too. But also didn't have like frosting or whatever, and I didn't it was kind of unclear to me. It looked like a lot of the boxes of cake did not come with like a frosting sort of a thing. Some of them were like, oh yeah, this has like everything that you need. It's got the frosting, it's got the toppings, it's got all the shit. And then other ones were just like ambiguously the cake, which to me means they probably didn't have the extra fixings and stuff, which isn't like necessary. But I think if I made a red velvet cake that had absolutely zero frosting on it, it would be a noticeably worse experience. Even a carrot cake without any frosting. Carrot cake doesn't need a lot of frosting, I don't think, but I think it would be significantly worse, which is another thing that I just wasn't really prepared for. Versus that would be a sad cake. Yeah, exactly. Which is part of the reason why I was like, I just need to get the fuck out of here. Like,
not a cake W moment.
Yeah, when it comes to like the brownies or whatever, to me they don't need anything. They're brownies, it's fine. And same with like cookies. I almost last second audible to cookies just because I knew that those would be like simpler as well. But there's a lot of fucking cookie options too. And I like looked in their direction and I was like, we gotta get out of here, dude. There's just too much shit going on here. Reminds me of like every time I've been to like the hygiene aisle with like all the different fucking toothpastes and all the different fucking shampoos and conditioners and soaps, where it's like, oh my fucking god, the one that makes me clean, please. Any of these are fine, just pick one. Though to be fair, when it comes to like food, you know, the cake or whatever, it does matter, I think, in a more tangible way after the fact. But I don't know, I'm kind of glad that I didn't get anything, because I'm sure I would be disappointed with the choice that I made, no matter what choice it was. It's kind of where I'm at. Whereas the mac and cheese came out fine. It's just regular like Kraft mac and cheese or whatever, no problem. The omelet also came out fantastic, actually. I was quite surprised how well that omelet came out. Because I really didn't know what I was doing. I mean, it's eggs, milk, and then I like seasoned it and added some salsa on top. Like that was the whole omelet process. So I was like, it's hard to fuck that up, I think, but I was surprised by how well it turned out. I was like, that was an omelet. I wasn't able to like, it wasn't like one contiguous thing. It ended up very fluffy too. Maybe I added too much milk, which isn't a problem. Like, I'm okay with it being fluffy, but I had a little bit of trouble getting it out of the pan, so it was a little bit of a scrambled egg omelet or whatever. That's fine though. It tasted just fine. Didn't bother me at all. But yeah, no, I was surprised. I didn't think that I could make an omelet that would taste as pleasant as it was. It didn't have any extra fixings though, no vegetables or anything like that, which obviously would make an omelet better in my opinion. Probably like an order of magnitude better, to be honest. I really, really like vegetables, just about everything. That's fine. It was a nice little experiment. I feel like that's how I look at food, especially food that I'm cooking just about all the time now, is like, it's just an experiment. And I'm either trying to replicate results that I got in the past, or I'm trying to do something slightly different. Versus onions and peppers make most things better. Like green peppers? Or do you mean like spicy peppers? Because I do think that the texture adds a lot, but the flavor is muted enough that it isn't a problem. Like, it doesn't interfere with whatever you're cooking or whatever, so generally it is a boon if you're talking about like green peppers or whatever. The onions though, I actually intended to use onions on the omelet. I just forgot, to be honest, because I had onions. I had just gone grocery shopping or whatever. I just fully forgot about them. and I wasn't sure after I like had already made like the omelet mix or whatever. I wasn't sure where to incorporate onions, because I think what you would want to do, I'm not positive, but I think what you would want to do is cook the onions first and then add them to the uncooked egg mix, and then cook the egg mix so that it has cooked onions throughout it, rather than having like raw onions inside the omelet. I imagine that's like a matter of taste though, because you can have raw onions. It's just that they're a lot stronger tasting. Jura says I meant green. Yeah, I kind of figured. Makes sense to me. Because adding spicy peppers, like fucking jalapenos or whatever, to just anything is like fucking crazy. It's like, oh yeah, man, let's throw some jalapenos on that peanut butter and jelly. Why not? Jura says I like it both ways. That's fair. I think I would prefer it without them being raw. I feel like it would be a little overpowering. Jura says like garlic both ways. I've never had raw garlic before, I don't think. I mean, unless you count garlic powder? I guess garlic powder is probably raw garlic. I don't actually know. Could be minced cooked garlic or whatever, but yeah, adding garlic powder to anything definitely makes it better for sure. In the same way with onion powder, actually. I quite like onion powder. Sometimes I catch myself putting onion powder on stuff that I intend to add onions to as well. I'm just like, it's probably not necessary. The onions will probably amount for the onion flavor that I'm looking to add. Just put some onion powder on top of my fucking onions, bro. You know what I mean? So my onions are more onion-y. Jesus Christ. Rosemary is something that I've like only just recently started to use. It's big. It's a big part of the shepherd's pie, and it adds a lot to it, honestly. I'm pretty sure the way that I got the shepherd's pie before is probably what I'm going to do again now, which involved a 3-pound, I don't know, tube, I guess, for lack of a better word, of beef, ground beef, that I made into a 2-pound tube, again, of ground beef, by virtue of a big old cleaver, which is like the one sharp knife that I actually own, in conjunction with my fucking hammer. Like, just drive that knife through the frozen ass beef by way of hammer. There probably is a better way to do it than that. I fully don't know what it is. It's like 3 pounds is too much. I would like 1 less pound, and the only way that I had to get rid of that joker, or to get some of it off, was to drive a knife through it with a hammer. Obviously I could cook some of it, right? You can like heat it up in like water or something, you know, and then it'll be a lot easier to like cut or what have you. But that seems to me like you're diminishing the food safety of the frozen food, the frozen meat. Like, the frozen meat was perfectly safe when it was frozen, but like you go through the cycle of, you know, unfreezing it and freezing it again, it definitely becomes less safe over time. Speaking of, though, I probably should eat that ground beef sooner rather than later. So I think I'm going to figure that out come this Thursday in a shepherd's pie situation, and save the last pound for something else. I don't know what, but something. Till then, though, eggs, potatoes, onions. I think we made egg salad before. It was either egg salad or potato salad. Either way, it was like terribly generic. Like, not even generic. Generic is too like kind. It's like white label egg salad. You know what I mean? Where it's like not, it's the egg salad you use or potato salad that you use as a start to make your like family recipe of potato salad, because clearly the people who made this didn't have any like sensibilities when it comes to like seasoning things or whatever. Like the potato salad that I made felt like it could have been like a sterile potato salad that was served in like some kind of isolated laboratory where they're trying to make sure a contagion doesn't break out. That's what it tasted like. Or it was like trying to be as truly bland and inoffensive as possible, which deeply offended me in that I made this thing that was like, as I don't know how to describe it, bland as possible, I guess. What else? Yellow says cooking stream when? Never. People keep asking that. It's truly fascinating. I think it's just because I talk about food a lot, but the answer is definitely never. If I buy a new house, there you go. Or if I redo my kitchen. What's up, Elo? How's it going, man? Yours says, I'm also looking at buying a house. Oh, I am not. I don't know what to do about houses in America right now. Shit is crazy. Because, like, it's not exactly affordable. Yours has got a real decent job offer in Kansas, but unsure if I want to move. Your shit's gonna get blown away, man. That's Kansas. That's where tornadoes come from. Haven't you seen The Wizard of Oz? You do move around a lot, though. Or you have hitherto. So it might be nice to, like, settle down. I wouldn't mind being in Kansas, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind being anywhere in particular. I like not having to move around a lot, though. That shit would probably stress me out a decent amount. I mean, it would be a different lifestyle than what I've got going on. I would be eating a lot more takeout if I lived the way that you do. Which honestly, in some ways sounds nicer, but in a lot of ways feels like nothing. Like, I ate so much takeout in like the 8 months I was living with my roommate that like it felt like nothing to me. Like I completely removed the like prestige associated that I had with like restaurant food or whatever. Like all that food literally just means nothing to me anymore. Here says I'm scared to stagnate. I don't know what you mean by that. You're scared of stagnation? Like complacency, like in your life? Or to just like be in the same place? Because you could be somewhere without stagnating, right? So like, I don't really know what the fear is exactly. But if you have like career ambitions or whatever, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, sure, definitely. But if you're like worried about like you becoming the same person because you stop moving around or whatever, like you like become a more boring person, like I don't think that's reasonable. I think it's like really, really natural for people to like settle in and move in with that place, but it's like very much an individual's thing. I don't think that anybody can really help you with that, to be honest. It's kind of something you got to do the soul searching for yourself. For me though, obviously I live in routine very well. I find it very amenable to me, my life satisfaction, to have a routine. And the fact that I have a house now, that I live in the same place, that I sleep in the same bed, that it's mine. I don't have to worry about anything going wrong or weird or anything like that, any kind of tension or animosity, all that kind of stuff. It really lends itself to me to like being in a pretty successful, stable environment, which is now the platform for me to have something like a stream that I can actually do, right? I wouldn't be able to do this nearly in the same way if I lived anywhere other than alone. And even if I was living alone, in theory, if I was living alone in a place that I didn't have like some kind of like full agency of or whatever, it would definitely change things in a way. So yeah, no, it depends, right? It depends on what you're looking for. There's this streamer, his name's well, his name's not Peachal, but that's what his tag is. Formerly Pokemon Challenges. Most people just call him Peachal now, it seems like, or Jan, his name. But nonetheless, he was saying that as he became a successful streamer, which is to say a professional streamer who's able to pay his bills just by streaming, whatever, right? The worst decision that he could have made was buying a house or something like that. And the reason why is because he's making so much money that he doesn't need to invest into like his like long-term future in that way. And as a streamer, one of the things that he is presented with, one of the lifestyles that he can have that potentially works better for the stream, but also is just an option for him at all times, is to like move anywhere. As a streamer, you need an internet connection. Your computer you can take with you. The internet's basically everywhere in the world, right? As long as the internet's strong enough, you can have a stream, right? So you can go anywhere. You can go anywhere and continue to do exactly the thing that you're doing with as much time as you have to do that. You can see literally all there is to see in the world very easily as a streamer, if you are a full-time streamer who's able to pay all your bills and all that stuff, right? Because all you need is the connection, right? Everything else you can figure out. And living in a hotel, like long-term, is like more than viable, because a lot of hotels have decent internet connections or better, and like the whole like room service, all that kind of stuff, like it all lends itself to like a very comfortable lifestyle that's like pretty expensive, but like also like, I don't know, it can fulfill a lot of the needs, right? But the things that it won't do for you is like the planning your roots, the establishing a family, the like developing a rapport with your like your community, and you know, a place of belonging and all of that kind of stuff, right? All of those things won't happen if you're constantly moving around. But some people just don't care about that stuff. Like some people just live the nomadic lifestyle. That's the thing that they want. In fact, they don't like being, you know, feeling like they're tied down to a particular place or whatever. Not that I have like strong community ties. I stay in the fucking dark bedroom that I live in almost all the time, right? Like people don't like know me here or anything like that. I keep to my fucking self in my own goddamn business. You know what I mean? Like it's a very different like way to live than a lot of people would do. But you know, if you had a family or you were trying to start a family or whatever, you can't have the same kind of isolationist perspective, because I mean, in theory, right? Depending on what you're doing, right? Like, let's say you have a partner and let's say you have a kid, right? You could, in theory, if you're making enough money, you or your partner can be the like homeschooling force, right? But realistically, any kid that comes into the world, and I'm not saying that you have to have kids, but like just for the purpose of the argument, right? Any kid should be like pretty socialized. Like it's really not healthy for them to only engage with you. They really should be like hanging out with other people that are their age, probably a lot, to be honest. And in order for that to like really happen, at the very least you should be using like a public school, right? Or you know, at most they're doing a bunch of like after school kind of clubs and things like that, right? And that's just to end up like not a weirdo homeschooled kids. No offense to the homeschool kids among us, but you know, you guys are a little weird. It's like, it definitely does come across like, oh, there's something different about. You're not like quite a normal person. No offense. But it, you know, it is what it is. It's not like it's the end of the world, but like that's even after having tried to socialize, you know. Even like private school kids are different than public school kids, like, and it like comes across in a like pretty noticeable way in a lot of cases. Not all, right? Speaking in general terms. But yeah, no, if you're not interested in kids or establishing your roots, then there's really no benefit to locking down to a particular place. Especially not now. The way that the housing market is the number just keeps going up, bar goes up. So I imagine that there's going to be some inevitable like crash. But I don't know that that's going to be the case. And if there is such a crash, right, what you would want to do as a person who's looking to buy a house potentially is wait until after the crash, right? And if there was a world where you're going to like lock in for, you know, I don't know, not a long time, let's say 5 years, now might be okay. And then by the time that you actually get rid of the house, and that's 5 years or whatever, because, you know, you didn't like Kansas, for example, right? You want to be somewhere else, or you want to go back to the lifestyle you're living before, you can probably get rid of the house for profit then, right? But you're saying I expected one too, which is to say a crash. You and everyone else, I would say, but I thought as much in like 2016-ish, somewhere in there, like a long time ago, like 9 years ago now, right? I thought, and it was like pretty well known, like, hey, this like housing situation seems like it's going to become something that's going to have some kind of a crash associated with it. And it's now been 9 years and there is no sign of crash at the moment, right? So I don't know that it is going to happen, right? I don't have, like, as far as financial advice goes, like, I definitely don't have anything like that for you. I know that the best time to buy in recent times, like post 2008, was in 2020, right? In COVID. Like, if you could have purchased a house then, that was the time. But that time is very fucking past. So it kind of just sucks now. Like it just kind of sucks to suck, you know? And it's becoming more and more suck as time goes on as well. So there's a certain amount of me that's like, if you can, maybe it does make sense to you, just because things suck now, and if you wanted to later, you might not be able to. But it really depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I don't think the house by itself is worth anything. Yeah, I don't think the house by itself is worth anything. As far as like career ambitions go, you're better off chasing that dragon now rather than later, which is to say, you know, reaching whatever lofty height you can get to sooner rather than later. Because, you know, the way that it works, or at least that it used to work, I'm pretty sure this is still true. Like, you end up getting more pay, like your income increases as you go from job to job, which is to say those of us who are like actively switching jobs or just keeping the same job but different employers or whatever, they have like, it's like a good like 20 or 30%, I think, something like improvement to their like actual yearly income. The people that are like you want to call it stagnant, sure, you know, that stay in the same station working for the same boss or whatever, they almost never make anywhere near as much money as those of us who are switching employers often. All right, later, Saku.
Later.
But yeah, I don't know. I definitely, in some ways, think that the house has done a lot for me, but it's also done a lot against me. I'm a lot more withdrawn than I have been, despite the stream. And I don't like doing stuff. My tolerance for bullshit has gone down tremendously. I used to be a lot more tolerant when it comes to like having to go out and do errands and shit like that. Now I'm like, unless I need it, I'm not doing it. I do need a lot of things, so I do a lot of things. But I was a lot more of a mind, like, if someone, I mean, nobody asks me for anything because I'm like way off in the sticks or whatever. But if I was surrounded by people that like knew me and they wanted to ask me for favors, I would very often be like, oh yeah, sure. But in in line with them, no one being around to ask me for things, I'm also a lot less tolerant of things, and impugning on my time in a way. Gur says, I appreciate the insight. I'm mostly just like talking. I'm spitballing, brother. I don't know if I got anything for you. I'm gonna be honest. I do wish you the best though. That I can give you, but I'm just like ruminating on it, thinking out loud the best I can. I don't think I've got anything truly helpful, unfortunately. It is an interesting conundrum, and the timing as well. Because housing right now is just not, it's just not good. Here it's like really bad in China too, actually. There's like entire towns that have like no one living in them because the town, like the houses in the town are too expensive to buy. And the people that built it aren't interested in like reducing the price so that people can actually live in it. So there's just like, there's a housing crisis that has like people that want to live in those houses but can't afford to live in those houses, and the landlords or whatever, the property owners, are just not interested in taking less. They would rather not have anyone living in them. It's very weird. You'd think that like demand would dictate the price in some capacity, but like the demand is there, but the like economy isn't there. You know what I mean? Like literally the finances aren't there. So it's very strange. It doesn't seem like it could possibly be, but I don't know. I think that was like a real life lore video I was watching or whatever. It seems crazy to me. Because like if I'm a property owner, right? I'm trying to sell my house. Why would I just keep it forever? Like it's just, well, I guess it does accrue value is the thing. Property almost always accrues value over time. But like, bro, I guess if you just have like literally millions and millions of dollars and you're just not hurting for money right now, it's fine to just like wait until somebody actually wants to buy it. Maybe that's what it comes down to. It's not like a person owning the property in so much as it's like some kind of corporation that's like, oh, well, I'll just fucking wait until I'll just continually recycle the fact that there's no one in these properties as like a tax write-off in some way and just not be asked to like actually fill the houses because like it works out fine for me that I'm not getting paid for owning these things. It's crazy. Guess you got to be careful with tax codes and stuff, huh? Kind of what it boils down to. I'm glad that I'm not a person in fucking power. That sounds dreadful. Figuring out how all those things work together. Especially when people are like deliberately lying to you. Oh god. Lobbying. Trying to manipulate numbers. Or making up numbers. Even worse. Alright. Also, Memorial Day, right? That means that the next holiday, I believe, is 4th of July. I mean, there's like the start of summer. Is there anything in June? Oh, like maybe Father's Day or something? I don't think I'm going to do anything with fireworks. Might surprise you to know that I don't like bright lights or loud noises or being surrounded by people. All of which is like part and parcel with 4th of July. That being said, the cookout part of 4th of July, I don't mind. Nice barbecue, I'm okay with that. But that's like only as like a family setting or whatever. I would not want to be surrounded by like a few hundred people at like a football stadium or something trying to have a cookout. That's fucking terrible. I have seen that though. It seems like people are like quite friendly in those environments, but I'm good. I haven't ever been to one. I have heard of those kinds of environments where it's like actually quite amicable. It's the second friendliest place after anywhere Christmas. I wonder if they do cookouts at Christmas for football stadiums. They probably do, right? It's cold though. It's like way cold, but it doesn't have to be. You could have one in like, I don't know. Nevada. Does it get cold in Nevada? It probably does. I know that it does. It can in Florida. I was at Disney World once, and there was a extreme cold chill, like a cold snap or something. It was probably like maybe as low as like 40 degrees Fahrenheit or something, just above freezing. Isn't it negative 40 Celsius is the same as negative 40 Fahrenheit? Pretty sure. Which is a weird place for them to overlap. I mean, I guess it was just inevitable that they're going to overlap because they have different scaling or whatever. It's like 9/5 of a degree Celsius is 1 degree Fahrenheit or something. Almost 2, but not quite. So necessarily they're going to intersect at some point. Crazy that Kelvin ended up being the one that wasn't degrees. It's just Kelvin. Seems like, I don't know, awfully presumptuous for the one that no one actually uses. There's like a system that they have for standardizing. How do I want to say it? So like the metric system, right? It has like meters and Celsius and all that. The way that they define what a meter is though, is like nowadays it's like empirically done with like, it's like the distance light travels in one whatever of a second. Like some incredibly small fraction of a second. I guess it would be something like 3 times 10 to the 8. But it would be negative 10 to the 8, I guess, or 10 to the negative 8, excuse me. Like that extremely small fraction of a second. 'Cause that's like the speed of light, right? 3 times 10 to the 8. Am I tripping? Whatever. I used to know things, not anymore. I mean, it helps if you practice. I used to solve problems, you know what I mean? Answer physics questions or whatever. Not so much nowadays. But nonetheless. I wonder what the, so I know what Celsius is based off of, right? It's boiling at 100 and freezing at 0. Which I guess, that's for water at atmospheric pressure, I believe. 1 atm or whatever. But I wonder, and Kelvin uses the same scale. Is scale the right word? Like unit? The difference that 1 is, if that makes sense. So the difference in temperature between something that's 10 Kelvin and 20 Kelvin is the same as something that's negative 273 and negative 276 or whatever. Well, I think I did 2 different numbers, but it's 10 either way. The value of 10 units for heat is effectively the same. And I wonder how that is defined in like contemporary science. Because negative 273 point something is absolute 0 for Kelvin, right? No, I'm sorry. 0 is absolute 0 for Kelvin. Negative 273 point something is absolute 0 in Celsius. That's what I meant to say. So like where they start is the same. And well, not the same obviously, but like that's what the like minimum temperature is in both of those scales. I have no idea what it is in Fahrenheit because who cares? Fahrenheit gets too fucking cold is what it is. But the thing that's funny to me is like Kelvin, I guess by design, decided to use the same like linear scale that Celsius uses, which is very convenient for, you know, converting from one to the other, but it's a very odd choice as well. I guess there's just no reason to have it be any other way. I don't know what value there is in having like a difference in degrees be not 1-to-1, I guess. I guess that's just as simple as, they're just like, oh yeah, we just want to have this scale start from absolute 0. And that's like the only difference that they felt like was needed for the metric. Actually, is Celsius metric? Surely it is. I think that scientists use Kelvin, but I don't know what the metric system has for its like official temperature scale. I imagine it must be Celsius. It's much more useful for like humans, because like 0 means something to a human on the Celsius scale, and 100 means something as well. Which, by the way, is very silly that Fahrenheit 0 and 100 don't really mean anything. Like temperatures in Fahrenheit are just like fully arbitrary. 100 is like too hot, but not like extremely hot. It's just like too hot. And there isn't like a notable other, like freezing water's 32, right? And boiling water's 212. 451 is when the ignition point of paper or what have you, you know what I mean? Like there's like arbitrary numbers that I know in Fahrenheit, but like none of them are like innately tied to like the scale in some way. Like I see why Celsius is the way that it is. I don't understand why Fahrenheit is the way that it is. I feel like I remember looking this up several times, and it has something to do with like a weird brine, like salty water or something like that. But it never resonated with me. It never had an explanation that felt like, this is why Fahrenheit is the way that it is. And now I understand why we have this weirdo funny thing. I mean, it's nice for like weather. That's the main thing that I think Fahrenheit does better than Celsius does, because there's so much. The fact that the Celsius scale is like faster, right? It's like every point of temperature in Celsius is almost 2 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Means that the like livable temperature range, especially for like a house or whatever, makes a lot more, I don't want to say makes a lot more sense. It's because you can adjust to it, right? Like 27 or whatever is supposed to be like livable in some way in Celsius or whatever. But like to me, it's intuitive, not exactly intuitive. I've learned what it means to be like 60 versus 80 versus 90 or whatever, right? In Fahrenheit. And all of those, like 60 and 80, anywhere between 60 and 80 could be like comfortable for someone in a house. 80 could definitely be too hot and 60 could definitely be too cold, but I could perceive of someone like living in that temperature ranges. It also depends, I guess, on like what the weather outside is like, weirdly enough, but and that temperature range obviously is going to be, you know, 9/5 what it is in Celsius. So I imagine it's going to be, what, if it's 20 points there, it's going to be about 10, a little less, which has a lot less thus nuance, right? Where the difference between the numbers is smaller, which to me makes it a little more, I don't want to say contentious, but you know, a little harder to express the difference in how they feel, because I think that 60 is significantly different than 80, and the numbers attributed to them express that difference more clearly than 60 would be to 70, for example, or more likely 22 to 28 or whatever it is. I guess it would be 10 still, right? So it would be 22 to 32. 32 sounds like a lot. Sounds like it would be way too hot. So maybe maybe not. Maybe that's a bad example. I don't do Celsius. I'm an American. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Oh, we already made it past 1 million. I don't know. I guess we'll just keep going for now. Stop at 1.5. That'll be what we wanted to accomplish today. Done. And we'll do a little bit of Wintertod, and then if we're feeling it, we can come back and do more construction. Makes sense to me. I really should have checked the mic levels and stuff before just now. I definitely did not. But it looks like it's fine. It only just now occurred to me to actually look at the waves. Yo, can I... There's a door there. I was like, can I talk to this dude? Like, why am I not able to talk to him? Because there's a door in the way. He's not supposed to be out there. He's supposed to be in here with me. All right. Did occur to me, I do want to make this go away. And this go away. There we go. I have too many things showing up for my audio things. I had Baldur's Gate 3 and Stardew still here, which only need to be here when I'm playing those games. It's silly that they have to show up in their own thing as well, but I think I like fucked that up somehow. It's a weird thing. Sometimes it works fine, sometimes it works weirdly. I don't know why. I don't know why it is that way. It's one of those things that I definitely could look into and like probably fix. But it's not a big enough problem for me to be worried about it. Oh, it's probably the difference between like window capture and game capture. Somehow. Not a big deal. We never really did shoutouts today. I guess we should do them. I'm just not very good at doing it. I don't know. This is like the worst skill to do with regards to shoutouts. I don't want to stop because I want my rate to be good. And that's kind of it. It fucks with me, I guess. It's not like important. But I don't know. I feel like it messes with my flow. I guess we'll do it when we do Wintertod. That'll be easier. I wonder if I should have taken out my charges for my crystal halberd. What is this? Crystal felling axe? Can you use a halberd to cut down a tree? I imagine you can. But I wonder if I could have taken those out. And I wonder if I should have. I guess it doesn't matter because like in the grand scheme of things, we're gonna get enough woodcutting experience just from doing Wintertod, so it kind of doesn't matter if it has charges or not, because we're not going to use the charges anywhere else. But it definitely is wasted, right? Clearly did not need to use those. But at the same time, like, it's better to use them when I'm doing the woodcutting than not, right? Like, if I'm going to waste them, the time to waste them is when I'm, like, leveling woodcutting, not just saving them for some theoretical time in the future after that. So I guess in a way I didn't waste them. I don't know. It's a little weird. I definitely forgot about the Celestial Signet Ring. Well, forgot and also didn't know it was using charges. I thought it might be using charges, but like kind of didn't think it mattered because I thought I would get through it before I ran out of charges anyway. I certainly did not though. I guess that makes sense because in theory I got probably enough charges to like finish Solo Steps, which would give me like 3 times as much or whatever experience per tick. So I guess it makes a lot of sense that I didn't have enough charges actually to get woodcutting done through Wintertodt, because it's going to be, it better be way slower. Can you imagine if the best woodcutting experience that you could get, like better than Solo Steps, was literally just by chopping the Bruma route at Wintertodt? That'd be fucking crazy. People just chopping trees at Wintertodt over and over again, constantly losing or whatever. Just trying to get 99 woodcutting in the same time that they would otherwise be getting 99 wood fire making. Very weird. Definitely not a very good design, I would think, for the game. So no new content today, but very soon, very, very soon, with our Lamore stuff. Actually, should I even say that? Is it out today? I don't think so. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, no, it would have said something. Right now, Yama's the new shit. The launcher or whatever would have been like, hey man, you got Varlamore Part 3, good luck. And often there'll be like a new NPC temporarily that's like, hey man, check out the new shit. It's crazy. New Grandmaster or whatever. I don't even know if it's going to be a Grandmaster. I am looking forward to it though. The next Grandmaster quest. Doesn't matter what it is, really. Oh, speaking of like new shit, this isn't for RuneScape, but Marvel Rivals Ultron seems like he's like kind of sick. He's a support, but he like flies, and also seems like he's got like pretty intense like laser beam shenanigans or whatever, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. I don't know how good his healing is. That's the one thing that I'm like not convinced about. I think he's got like a heal and a shield. So I'd really have to see what like his end of game stats look like when he's like doing well or whatever to like really know, like, is he like nutso butso healing? Like, is his healing like off the fucking charts, or is it just like fine? Because definitely not all healers are the same in that game at all. Like when I started playing that game, Mantis was like really, really, really good at healing, but she's like hardcore limited by, you know, her headshots and etc. So I feel like a lot of other healers outshine her in a big way, especially like Cloak and Dagger, who can just like, just absolutely spit healing all over the goddamn place. Like it's ridiculous. Like as long as people aren't out of her range, she can just like spit healing out all over the place. And she's got 2 forms of healing and a healing amp, right? So like, she's definitely like the healingest healer of all the healers in that way. But like Rocket, if you're in an area that's like, you know, even remotely boxed in or whatever, the entire team could be constantly healing. Just a wave of orbs just washing over everyone. And it seems like Ultron likes that as well. Not necessarily like people being in a boxed in area, but being near him for it. So I'm kind of curious. I don't know if I'm going to play Marvel Rivals again, though, to be honest. I'll definitely do it if other people are playing it, but I'm certainly not going to set aside a stream for it myself. It's just a matter of, like, if anybody I end up playing games with is like, hey, we should do Rivals. Oh, okay. But I am curious about him. He's also kind of, like, more of a badass than a lot of healers have been. Most healers tend to be, like, in games tend to be like, you know, I don't know how to say this, like support oriented, like, you know, happy-go-lucky, you know, positive, team-oriented, social, highly social, you know, amicable, charismatic type characters or whatever, whereas Ultron definitely comes across as much more of like an edgelord, you know, Punisher, like badass archetype or whatever. So it's cool to have that. Rocket's a lot more of a badass too, I guess, to be fair, but he's also like a small furry dude, right? Which is like way less badass than, you know, turbo mecha overlord dude. Is there more? Oh, Adam Warlock. I don't know anything about Warlock. I'm gonna be honest. I like forget about that guy most times. I know that Ostrava can play Warlock, but I don't know what he does, but like I don't know, like as far as like what kind of a person he is or whatever, like I don't have an opinion on him. I just fully have him written out of my memory. He does a big revive, which is cool, I guess. I also haven't seen him in like anything. I think he's in the Guardians movies, or at least one of them briefly. I don't think I care about anything. I was gonna say Marvel, but I guess I mean like almost superhero oriented, or even like just movies in general for like the foreseeable future, to be honest. Like Shadow the Hedgehog is funny, with Keanu Reeves and everything. I don't know if I like care to see that. If it's convenient, I'll definitely watch it, but I haven't like gone out of my way to see it, right? I could have definitely seen it by now if I wanted to. I don't care about the Minecraft movie. The only movie that I like give a shit about like seeing in the future is the Spider-Verse. Whatever the final Spider-Verse movie is going to be called with Miles Morales and all them. I would like to see that, but that's like 2027. That's a full like 2 years from now, basically. And I don't know. I wouldn't be heartbroken if I never got to see it, you know what I mean? But like, I would probably see that movie like the minute it became available on like YouTube, on a platform that I actually can use. But generally, I don't know, like movies, I'm just not there. One of the things that I've like set aside that I'm like, it's an ambition of mine, if you will, right? It's like we need to go through and like watch like every like good animated movie or whatever. Like we've seen a lot of very great animated movies, to be honest, but we haven't seen like all of the Studio Ghibli movies for movie night. We haven't seen a few Pixar movies that are definitely worth watching. We've seen a lot of those, right? Like independently on our own, but we haven't seen them for movie night. So I like just to flush out the list of like, you know, we've seen 400 movies or whatever, right? Like we should really have some of these like big hitters that we've all probably already seen, but it's not on the list officially or whatever. You know what I mean? Like probably should fill this out, round this out a little bit. Especially since like my niche, my designated self-imposed niche for like movie night has been like animated movies in particular. I mean, I say that, but like I've also hosted a few things that are a little different. And we did Kung Pao Enter the Fist, which is a like parody martial arts kind of movie. And I don't remember which other movie I did. I think I did a few actually. It might be a Jackie Chan movie and a like a Kung Fu Hustle, either Kung Fu Hustle or Shaolin Soccer. I don't remember which. I know that I watched one of them myself and then I did the other one for movie night. And I really, really like those three movies, Kung Fu Hustle, Shaolin Soccer, and Kung Pao Enter the Fist. They're very, very funny movies to me. And they also feel like they have like low-key anime sensibilities or whatever, like at least with regards to like power on display and like magical abilities and shit, it's like very anime coded. They're all live action movies, but I definitely recommend, if you're a big fan of anime, these might be the live action movies for you. If you're like, nah, I only like anime, really, it's like, I don't know, these might do it for you, to be honest. Kung Pao definitely is the least anime feeling. It feels more like I mean, it's literally dubbed over in English, right? And it feels that way. It feels like it's a localized property. I mean, it is. It is literally, there's just a movie that it is like being a parody of, but it's also like generally like parodying the like greater like space of like martial arts films or whatever. But there is a specific movie that like they're drawing the footage from. So it definitely feels like a dubism in a lot of ways, but it like leans into it. I think it's a fantastic movie for what it is that they're trying to do. Like they really land like the comedy martial art thing in a way that most movies don't even try to do, I would say. Like a lot of martial arts things like try to be like badass, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that necessarily, but they definitely don't hit the same way that like, you know, Jackie Chan does. Jackie Chan is like truly a legend, I think. I haven't seen all of his stuff. I don't know if anyone has, to be honest. He's got a lot of fucking movies. And a lot of them not in English as well. But of the ones that I have seen, definitely have enjoyed. At least the vast majority. I don't know if I can think of a Jackie Chan movie that I haven't liked, to be honest. It's been a long time since I've seen the Shanghai movies, though. Shanghai Nights and Shanghai Noon. I think I remember the first one better, Shanghai Noon, but also there was Rush Hours, obviously, which I think I remember quite well. But I don't remember the third Rush Hour well enough to say that, you know what I mean? To say anything about it positive. I feel like it must be worse than the other two, but that is like fully because it is newer and I don't remember it as well. Also, weirdly enough, what comes to mind is Bad Boys. That's with Will Smith and Martin Lawrence, right? Bad Boys Forever. I never watched that movie. I planned to do that, actually. I planned to watch it with one of the homies, but we just never did. Wait, is it Bad Boys for Life? Maybe it's Bad Boys for Life. It's like a pun with the word for and for. The word for and the number 4, I guess. Which makes me feel like there must be a Bad Boys 3 that I'm just like not thinking about. Actually, I say that I'm not sure I remember any of the Bad Boys movies. So Bad Boys 1. Yeah, I'm not sure I can remember anything specific about anything Bad Boys. I mean, it's supposed to be like popcorn, right? Like a popcorn action movie. It's not like amazing. I think I remember a scene at the start of one of the Bad Boys movies. I'm gonna guess it was Bad Boys 3, where they were like at a morgue or whatever, and they were looking for like drugs being stowed in, like literally physically in a body or whatever. That was either 2 or 3 for sure. That was definitely not the first Bad Boys movie. I'm gonna guess it was the third one. But other than that scene, I literally don't know that I could tell you anything that happens in a Bad Boys movie. Any of them. It's just been that long. I don't know if that's a good thing. Maybe those movies just aren't as good as I remember them being. I mean, I don't remember them being like amazing to begin with. I remember them being like, what's that guy's name? Michael Bay. Very Transformers Michael Bay, where it's just like flashing lights and colors and explosions and like action set pieces and stuff like that, like a Fast and the Furious, as opposed to, you know, something that's like a fulfilling insightful or even like funny experience. You know what I mean? It's really hard for me to like walk away from like an action movie and be like, oh my god, that changed my fucking life, as opposed to like, you know, something that's insightful or even funny, right? I can really take away the experience from the experience. Something like even a badass moment doesn't really like land in the same way, at least not to me, unless there's some kind of like emotionally resonant part of it or whatever, like in like, you know, your shonen anime or whatever, where they're doing like badass stuff. The thing that makes it like stick in my mind forever is like the plot or character beat, rather than the like badass thing happening by itself. Yeah, like I don't care about Super Saiyan 3 Goku, for example. Like it's like hype, I guess. People definitely loved it back in the day, but for me, that didn't do like really anything. I do remember it, but I guess I remember a lot of Dragon Ball stuff, to be fair. But yeah, I remember like a lot of like AMVs of Super Saiyan 3 or whatever, like the transformation sequence, which definitely has like a very compelling like scream, I guess, if nothing else, vocal performance. But as far as like much more memorable things in Dragon Ball to me, it's like Super Saiyan 1, the special beam cannon with Raditz. I actually didn't see Gohan beating Cell, I don't think, like in my like experience watching Dragon Ball. I saw a lot of Dragon Ball Z, not much Dragon Ball, to be honest. A little bit of Dragon Ball, but not much. But I don't think I've ever seen Gohan beating Cell, or even like the Cell games specifically. When I was watching Dragon Ball, I think I saw like just a random spatter. I mean, like that's how television was, right? Like you just didn't see like everything. I think I saw probably all of the Saiyan saga, maybe half of the Frieza saga. Definitely enough to know what was happening. And then the Android saga up to like probably semi-perfect Cell. I knew what perfect Cell looked like, and I knew like his like story generally and stuff like that, but I don't know that I actually saw him fighting Gohan. I think I assumed that Goku beat perfect Cell for a long time, because I saw a lot of Boo as well. Most of Boo, actually. If anything, I probably saw more of Boo than the rest of the show. But I also don't remember early Boo that much. Like up until like Goku is at the, I don't even know if that's like a lot of time, to be honest. Up until like Goku is you know, back on Earth for the tournament or whatever, I don't know if I saw any of those like episodes. But also like I don't know what of consequence happens, except like Gohan being a teenager and meeting Videl. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know if anything of consequence actually happens in the span between end of Cell and start of Boo saga, where the like the actual tournament proper is. It's also a little unfair to talk about the show specifically, like my experience with Dragon Ball Z the show, because I played a lot of the games too, which would obviously have filled in a lot of the details that I was missing as far as like broad strokes. So it's a little hard to say, to be honest. But like even then, like talking about like the Budokai games or whatever, I don't remember playing as Gohan and beating perfect Cell. I just don't remember that. I'm not saying it didn't happen, I just don't remember it. I fucking loved, I think it was Budokai 2 specifically. There's the one with like, it almost looks like the game Sorry. Well, no, Sorry is like a bad way of describing it, but it's kind of like Sorry. It's almost more like there's like character portraits on like little tiny I don't know, pin pieces. Like, what is it? Guess Who? Is that the board game? But yeah, I don't know. I really liked the like board concept for some reason. Like it really resonated with me. I played the first 3 Budokai games. Almost none of the Tenkaichi games. Maybe like the first 2. I think there's 4 Tenkaichi games. That's something that would be worth going back to be honest. Going back and playing through all the Dragon Ball games of like the PS2 era or whatever. I'm sure a lot of those games like are pretty good still, even. Maybe not though. Maybe they're terrible, but as far as fighting games go, I don't know if they should count in the same way. They definitely don't feel like a classical fighting game. They have like very, very different inputs. Mortal Kombat's also very fucking strange, but like there's nothing that plays like the original Budokai games in like the current market, as I understand it, with like, I mean, kind of, right? Because like they had a punch button, a kick button, and an energy button, and then like a guard button, right? I think. And Tekken has like, the way Tekken works, I believe, is you have like each of your limbs, each of your character's limbs is mapped to a button. So it's like left punch, left kick, right kick, or something like that. Or at least that's originally how it was designed. And then there's a few games that have like block buttons, like Mortal Kombat, I'm pretty sure has like a block button. But also like Soul Calibur is like, I believe there's a kick button, a horizontal slash, a vertical slash, and I don't know what the other button could be. And then like your anime fighters, I believe both BlazBlue and shit, what's the other one called? They're both by the same people. One has Soul Bad Guy and Batman. Oh god, I really should know the name of the franchise, but it's just escaping me at the moment. But nonetheless, I believe that they have like what, light, medium, heavy? Yeah, light, medium, heavy, and then like special, I guess, which is like the closest that you get to like Dragon Ball. I say anime fighters, like that's the only kind of anime fighter. I mostly mean like air dashing type fighting games, and those are just the 2 that I know the best in that genre, but there's definitely many more that I probably just don't have any experience with. God, I've seen so many people playing fighting games, and I just like none of them are coming to mind. Because I wouldn't describe Street Fighter as an anime fighter, even though I guess it is like anime coded in a lot of ways. It doesn't play like one though. It doesn't have like air dashing in it, like almost ever. There probably are versions like where you can play as like Ryu with an air dash or something like that. That probably is a thing in like Marvel vs. Capcom or something. I wouldn't call that an anime fighter either though. Marvel vs. Capcom. I guess what I'm realizing in this moment is like, I really don't know that much about fighting games or the fighting game community, for example, which is not terribly surprising, being that I've literally only played a few of the games for the story. Like, of the games that I've played, I've only ever played them for the story mode, and like finished the story mode and I was like, all right, I'm done with this game forever now. Like the PvP element of fighting games was never of interest to me. Except for Smash Bros, actually. I like Smash Bros. I've always kind of been that way though. I mentioned this before as well, where it's like the competitive games that I like are the ones that are party games that have a competitive edge to them. So Smash Bros, Halo, they're not supposed to be competitive games. They're supposed to be party games, but they have enough going on that you can play them competitively and it'd be like fun and interesting or whatever. That's always been like my zone. my sphere of like the right balance of interesting, but also, you know, deep or whatever. Because it's like really, really hard, in my opinion, to get someone to play like a Street Fighter with you, especially if you're like really, really good at a Street Fighter and they're not, or they're brand new. Whereas like, you know, Smash Bros, you can play Smash Bros with anybody. Obviously, you can play Street Fighter with anybody, but like, and there's a certain amount of like, if you're, you know, you're sweating it up, right? Even in Smash Bros, like other people are not going to have fun. But it just feels more like it lends itself to, you know, shenaniganery. Smash Bros does, especially with like items on and stuff like that. Whereas like, I don't know if Street Fighter even has the game modes that are like as fun, if you will. Or like even just like the maps in Smash Bros are like, can just remove the competitive part of the game, you know? They really lend themselves to being more chaotic, more silly. Same with like Mario Kart versus like any other racing game, right? Like a Forza or whatever. It's just so much more silly and more, you know, inviting in that way. Or welcoming, I guess, is really what I would say, other than inviting. I don't know if you can get away with calling it inviting, right? Like, the game's not out here rolling out the red carpet for you. In some ways, it kind of is, though, actually, now that I think about it, because like it really is truly accessible. That's what kind of being inviting is in terms of gameplay, is how accessible it is, right? It's something about a kart racer. It's just so much better than driving on a track, a blacktop or whatever. And also the animated characters as well. You know, the Mario crew are a lot more personable. Even if they don't like change anything stat-wise, just like being able to like, you know, swear by Yoshi or whatever, you know, you cast your lot with Toad. Definitely does feel different than, you know, even if we're all choosing the same car, you know what I mean? Like, you definitely don't have the same kind of loyalty to, you know, blue Chevy or whatever. There's no, is there a racing game that has Chevys in it? I'm sure there's one. I'm sure there's one. I just couldn't think of it myself. I would never. I say that I actually did like not the racing games for the like racing part of it. There's the Need for Speed Underground games are like RPGs with like cars as your party members. It's not like a party, right? You just choose one car at a time, but they each have like customization in them or whatever. That shit, that was like one of my favorite games back in the day. Need for Speed Underground 2 specifically. That game was fucking awesome. I love that game. But it definitely was like a product of its time. Most notably in its like soundtrack. It sounds of, you know, the 2005 era or whatever. It's very, very interesting to like think about it in that like cultural, like as a cultural snapshot of like, this is what, especially music, especially like hip hop music. I don't want to say hip hop specifically, but you get what I'm saying, where it's like that, like, what would you even say? Like that urban style. Yeah. That urban style of like music and like what it means to be cool. You know what I mean? Like, obviously they're wearing their sunglasses at night and shit. You know what I'm saying? That's an awesome game. I would play the shit out of that game again. I don't know if I could possibly play it on stream though, because like just the music in that game is like so fucking impossible. It's so sad that music and gaming, music and stream in particular, but like music and gaming as a whole is just like not, like it works fine for like a console release, I guess, that you just like play privately in your house, but like as far as like the stream part of it goes, like there's just no way. It's like, bro, your VOD's gonna be fucking bullet holes, you know what I mean? It's gonna be a fucking Swiss cheese. You can't do that. It's a fucking tragedy too, because like, listen, I just want the like gameplay experience that's supposed to be normal. And like removing the music from that game, I could definitely still play it. and I might even fuck with it, to be honest. But like, it's gonna lose so much of its color, so much of its like cultural presence. You know what I mean? It was a fucking time capsule before, and now it's just a video game, I guess. But that's okay. I would still fuck with it. But like, what a fucking tragedy, like to imagine that game with like the volume slider turned all the way down or something. Like, bro, you're a monster, you're an animal. I really didn't mess with gaming in the same way. Like the PlayStation 2 era of gaming really was like, I don't want to say my peak because Halo 3 was like the one. That's the 360 era. Which is the next era. Yeah, the PlayStation 3 and the 360 shared an era, I believe. Yeah, I went from PS2 to Xbox 360, which is kind of weird that ever happened, but nonetheless, instead of PlayStation 3, but like the PlayStation 3 was definitely not the one, in my opinion at least. PlayStation 4 though, that had some fucking games. I never played that generation, ever. Never experienced that generation of consoles. Well, I say ever. I think I went to a party once that had one of those. Yeah, that had one of those. I think I played Halo 4 or something. Yeah, Halo 4, which would have been that generation, just not the PlayStation 4 specifically. But anyways, that generation of like gaming, the PS2 era, definitely is the one that like made me into a gamer. I played an NES and an SNES and even like Sega Genesis and shit like that before, and I liked them, but I wasn't like about that life, you know what I mean? Like I enjoyed my NES. I don't remember if I owned an SNES. I'm trying to think. I feel like I must have, because that's when I would have played Mega Man X. But that's the thing, is like when in the PlayStation 2 era of games, I went from being able to play games to being able to beat games, right? And like I never beat the original Mario or Duck Hunt. I don't even know if you can beat Duck Hunt, to be honest. But I definitely didn't beat Mega Man, but I definitely progressed a lot in Mega Man. I think I made it to, what is his name? Viral? It's some kind of a V name or whatever. Sigma. That's not a V name. I definitely made it to like the Sigma stages or whatever, but I don't think I ever beat it because it was like too hard. But I got to the part where like Zero comes back. I want to say comes back and like sacrifices himself or something, whatever. But I never got like the Hadoken or anything like that. But yeah, like I like played through the game. I like beat all the like bosses or whatever, but I didn't finish. Well, you know what I'm saying. I beat the Robot Masters, but I didn't beat Sigma, whatever. And then in the PlayStation 2 era, just about every game that I had, I'm pretty sure I beat. Definitely Need for Speed Underground 2, definitely the Ratchet and Clanks 1, 2, and 3, and Deadlocked. Jak and Daxter. Jak 2 was a hard game for me originally. There was one level, it was like a nothing level. It's like you're doing a job, a gig for what's the guy in the hover chair? I forget what his name is. He's like a green guy. Well, he's not green, but his clothes are. He's like the scumbag arms dealer or whatever, right? And you have to like deliver something on like a motorcycle. And the problem that I had was the way that I had driven in that game up until that point is as you might drive in like a Grand Theft Auto, right? You're going from one end of the town to the other, and every time you fuck up your car, you just bounce out of that car, you get a new car, you keep it moving, right? Like no problem. And that particular level required you to use the same motorcycle from the beginning to the end because that's where the package was. Like you had the package on the motorcycle, so you could not blow up the motorcycle, you failed the mission. And all that amounted to really was driving for like 5 minutes straight from one end of town to the other without like blowing up your vehicle. That's literally all it asked of you. And I fucking couldn't do it. That shit was way too hard at the time. But like one of the neighbors helped your boy out, and I just like never beat that mission. Eventually I did come back and play through that game again. I don't know when, but I definitely remember playing it through again, and like I just like crushed that mission like no problem. It was just like fine. I was just like, I don't know why I struggle with this so much. It's just, like, just bro, just don't get hit by the shit, dude. Like, just don't swerve into shit, dog. I don't know. It's really not that hard. But yeah, I don't know. I was a fucking brain lord back then. I don't know. Something was up. But yeah, I beat Jak 3 as well. So the Jak franchise, the Ratchet and Clank franchise, the God of War franchise. I'm gonna say yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. A lot of games, many games on PS2. I definitely beat. And same for the 360, right? After I switched to a 360, I definitely beat most of the games that I got there too. But it just wasn't as formative because obviously the 360 was the follow-up. It's just, and I was mostly playing like specifically Halo 3 or whatever. Because like, yeah, you know, it's cool playing a new game, but you know what's better than a new game? Halo 3 specifically. This game is the best one. It's as good as it gets. I'm sorry. Like this is what peak gaming looks like. And I'll take no fucking questions, to be honest, because like it really fucking was good. I did play Call of Duty the Modern Warfare for the first time on that console, and it was a good time, to be honest. I did enjoy it. I got like, I want to say that I finished the like the multiplayer. Like I got all the way to where you would prestige and start over, and I was like, fuck that. And I think I got like all the like weapons and attachments unlocked. I think that's just normal. Like I don't think you can do that without getting to the point where you can prestige. But I didn't get all the skins because I got to the point where it was like, okay, you need to unlock, you know, your red tiger stripe by getting 300 headshots with this weapon. And I'm like, bro, that ain't happening. Like, it just fully ain't happening. So I just like bumped it, went next. There was one other game that I was thinking of that had like long-term shit like that. I don't even think I finished Halo 3's achievements, by the way. I got like most of them, but there's like some lone wolf achievements or whatever that you can only get by like conspiring with the homies. Like, hey, I need to, you know, splatter 2 people with a mongoose. Can like you guys like line up for me, please? Or no. You need to splatter 1 person with a mongoose, but you need to Spartan laser 2 different people at the same time in lone wolves or whatever, something like that. Yeah, and the way that you get that was literally just by talking to the people in the lobby, like, hey, can you guys please, I just need to do this. And eventually, if you ask nicely for long enough, somebody will help you out with that, and it'll be fine. And you know, they'll do it for you and you'll do it for them, and then you'll all have it done. It was like literally just a conspiracy thing. Like, you did not just naturally get that shit. Like, no fucking way. I mean, obviously it's possible to, but like, you're not gonna. It's fine. What else? God, I swear I was thinking of something when I was talking about Call of Duty. There was one other story that I had, but it's slipping away from me. Oh well. What else was like in vogue? That's when I first played Bastion, actually. I found Bastion, the Supergiant game, through Xbox Live Arcade, I'm pretty sure. So I played through that game now, I think 3 full times. Once on Xbox Live, once on the PC off stream, and then once on stream. And honestly, that game is still absolutely one of my very favorites. It's like so fucking good. I'm not sure where I am on like favorite games of all time or whatever. Maybe I should like formalize a list. I'm sure it's gonna tweak, you know what I mean? I'm gonna like mess with it every now and then. Like every time I look at it, it's like gonna be a little different here and there. But like a lot of it is like legacy. It doesn't have anything to do with like how good the game is per se, but like what it means to me more than like how good it is, if that makes sense. Like I don't necessarily have like my critical eye on games in the same way that I do with like movies, I would say. Because I definitely do like feel like a movie has to do something specific for me that a game just doesn't need to, because the game did the thing for me in the time that it was released or whatever. Like the nostalgia speaks a lot for gaming, whereas I don't have the nostalgia for like almost any movie. But maybe I would feel less strongly about games if I went back and played them. But I say that, but like I played Bastion, not like super recently, it was 2 years ago, right? But I played Bastion pretty recently. I played Halo 3 pretty recently. The multiplayer component of Halo 3 is really what gives it the highlights. I think the Halo 2 campaign might be better. I don't know. The Arbiter levels feel meh, but like the climax of Halo 2 feels a lot better than a lot of Halo 3 does. Halo 3 is a lot more grand scale. I think Halo 3 ODST is really the peak campaign experience. Really on the like, because it's so like melancholic. There's so much mood and so much atmosphere. It's so interesting. It's technically like an open world game, weirdly enough. It's so fascinating. There's like stories to be uncovered and like insight to be had. Virgil's a thing, you know, and like there's stuff. It's so cool. And Halo Infinite has like literally none of that. Like literally not even an ounce of that. Like atmosphere or story or like characters or, you know what I mean? Like literally any of that. I don't want to say it doesn't have fucking character. It's a little overkill there, right? There's the weapon and Master Chief and that one guy whose name I don't remember, but he is there. That's no disrespect to that guy. That guy actually is relevant. I just don't know what his name is. But it's like not nearly the same as ODST in my opinion. Like it's night and day. I played them like one after the other too, right? Like we played through Halo 3 ODST with the story and like they were like doing stuff and it was awesome. And then Halo Infinite, it was like fine. It was like better than fine, I'll admit. I like Halo Infinite a good amount actually. Definitely more than Halo 4. But I don't know if I can say that it's better than any of the like trilogy or ODST or Reach. You know what I mean? Like Halo Infinite was fine, but it was like not the best. Halo 4 was definitely noticeably worse than Halo Infinite, I would say. Also it was weird to have like almost like MMO scaling or whatever on the enemies. Like Halo Infinite was like, oh yeah, nah, you gotta fucking kill these legendaries. They have like not so but so shields or whatever. Like just go fucking handle this boss fight or whatever. It's like, okay. Just feels a little strange in a Halo game, but it was fine. Let's see, the last boss in Halo 1. So just before the Warthog section, right? In Halo 1 would have been. Did you fight 343? Guilty Spark mostly. There's the Golden Elite, who I suppose is different than the Arbiter in the second game. At the end of the second game, you fight Charteris, right? Which is like waiting for Sergeant Johnson to hit him with the beam rifle and then you do damage or whatever, which is like a weird boss fight. Definitely weird. And then Halo 3, you fight Guilty Spark again, right? That's mostly it as far as boss fights go. Yeah, and then there's another Warthog run, which is like the right way to end a Halo game, to be honest. That's like so fucking correct. That's what you want to do. Which happens at the end of Mass Effect too, which is weird. I guess it's not the end of Mass Effect. You do the like escape from Ilos or whatever, and then you land on the Citadel, right? I think so. Yeah, you land on the Citadel and then you go through the Citadel Tower, which actually like really takes a lot of the like urgency out of the experience, I would say, because it's like kind of a long sequence. But then you fight Saren, and then you fight Saren again. The second Saren fight is not as good as the first one. Well, the first fight is against Saren, which is cool. The second fight is like against a fucking terrible stalker sniper. They're like one of the worst enemies in that game because like they like hop onto walls randomly, so they're never in like a predictable angle, and all they do is like one shot you with sniper rounds or whatever, and it's like a whole boss fight that is just that. So like I really don't like the Sovereign Saren fight or whatever. And the original Saren fight can be skipped as well if you have max Riz. if you could just Riz Saren up super good or whatever, he won't even fight you. Which is very in keeping with Mass Effect, I think. It's very, very good for the game, I think. But the other two Mass Effect games I didn't really like as much. I liked the characters. The characters were awesome, to be honest. They were definitely worth playing. The gameplay was fine too. I like the original better. The third one like kind of did come up with something. I see why people would enjoy the third one's multiplayer, which is just like not a thing in the current version of the game. I don't think that they just included the multiplayer at all, which I think is fair. It's not great, but I think it's fair. But like, you got to experience that only really, in my opinion, in the like post-game DLC with like the holographic VR world or whatever. That shit was like kind of cool though. I didn't like put a lot of time into it, but it actually is worth like playing, like and doing. Like I could see somebody putting like dozens of hours into just that part of the game, because it's a lesser version of the multiplayer, which is worth much more than a dozen hours, I would imagine. Just from having played the like small single player component of it or whatever, I feel like no, it actually could be awesome. Could be great. And I've heard as much as well, that it was like a once in a lifetime like multiplayer experience where it's like, no, you meaning me really missed out on like not having played it on release and, you know, with other people or whatever. And that's what I heard. Like a lot of people enjoyed it in my like homies or whatever, but I didn't like the way the second game felt. And I also didn't like the way that the third game ended. That like the critical reception of the third game was like really, really, really negative at the time. Justifiably so in a lot of ways, because like they could have done more. They should have done more. They shouldn't have done what they did. That was fucked up, BioWare. Like, you know, you fucked up there. But at the same time, like as far as what people like were actually wanting, like where their expectations were at, like there was no way you were going to assuage everyone's desires, like and land. You weren't going to land that plane in a way that everyone was going to be happy. There was just no fucking chance. But you could have done way better than you did do. That shit was unbelievably bad, to be honest. And I don't think the DLC made it better either, to be honest. Like the bonus ending or whatever. I don't think that actually helped, but you know, whatever. And I have my own complaints about the third game as well. Like full on like baby rage, get on my fucking soapbox on that shit. You can check out the VOD if you want to see how upset I was about not the ending exactly, but yeah, no, I was mad. I was mad about it. And I was trying to explain why I was mad too. I don't know if I landed that explanation, but you can definitely tell I was not happy about what I experienced at the end of that game. But that being said, the same DLC with the like VR combat or whatever, that like kind of has like an awesome ending, like such a cool send off. It's literally a party that you throw with like everyone who's still alive in your, that would have been like part of your crew in any of the games. Like literally everybody shows up. The gang's all there and they're all just hanging out, talking to you, talking to each other, vibing. That send off is like fucking amazing. It's an amazing way to like in theory end a game or whatever. Just to like have all these characters talking to each other in like ways that they wouldn't have normally been able to, and like, you know, you're like debriefing, like reminiscing or whatever. It's like fucking awesome. It's an awesome thing to have happen. That being said, Mass Effect 3 in particular, it kind of fucks up the like charm, intimidate, like social aspect of the game in a big way. Beatrice says you're awesome. Is this a reference to that cyberpunk moment with Keanu Reeves? Because in Mass Effect 3 specifically, they'll have renegade things and also paragon things that don't have anything to do with being Renegade or Paragon per se. There are a few things like that, which is like a big no-no to me. Like, that's not what that's supposed to be used for. And most significantly, you can only get the like true Paragon ending to like one of the final things in the game. You can only experience a true Paragon experience if you did enough side content, basically. Which the first game is also sort of guilty of. Shout out to Pharos. If you know, you know. But like in the case of the first game, it doesn't really matter. And in the case of the near finale of the third game, it felt like it mattered a lot more. And that is like approaching a cardinal sin for me. Like, why, if you have this 3-beat morality system, you know, neutral, renegade, and paragon, why wouldn't you make it so that I, as a regular player, can experience all of the paragon stuff? Like, why does it have to be like, you know, secreted away missable content? That seems fucked up to me. Because like, it's not even like, oh, well, you know, you have to like do all of the side content in some capacity. No. You can just like fully miss it, because I did everything that I could in Mass Effect 3. Everything that I could, I did. Like, I literally don't know what I would have been missing in that game. Like, maybe I was missing something, but I could not tell you what the fuck it is. Like, maybe some Asari writings or some shit like that. But like, I like truly tried to like 100% that game. So the thing that I missed was like truly fucking missable in a way that like I did not intend to miss it, right? Like, I was trying to see all the shit. So like, what the fuck happened? That, another thing. There's a ninja guy. I believe he's in the third game. Yeah, there's a ninja guy in the third game. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. What the fuck was that? Stop. You're cringe. Like, it's fine to have an antagonist, I guess, but like, who the fuck is this guy? What the fuck is this? That's mostly it. I don't like feel like terribly strongly about it, but like, fuck that guy. Like, don't pretend like this guy like deserves to be here or whatever. Fuck that guy. Anybody else? I feel like I've been just like reminiscing about gaming, huh? Surely there's another game that I like have some kind of strong connection with. Oh god, am I gonna talk about Mabinagi again? Probably not. Mabinagi doesn't need, we don't need to talk about that one. That one's kind of whatever. All right, so we've successfully done this. It might be time for our dailies. That is not the right way. It's this way. Wow, 22,000. So we got through like half of them or something. All right, let's see. Did the date change? It did. Right at the 3-hour mark, huh? Not bad. So we're gonna reset, which is also going to make it so that we don't get nerd logged. We'll do like, I don't know, an hour Wintertide, something, and then determine if we want to do more construction after. Just play it by feel. We got the quota, right? So we're like basically good. Yeah, we don't even need 1.5 million, just like 1.3. You know, in the interest of not going absolutely crazy, by destroying my body. Get rid of this stuff and then go and do some Wintertod. This is not the Wintertod world, is it? It never is. Sure isn't. For some reason, I consistently log into, like, not the Wintertod world. I feel like I always log out from the Wintertod world, and then I never log back into the Wintertod world for some reason. I did a little bit of working out yesterday. Oz was streaming, so I stopped by, hung out for a while, and he was like, all right, well, I'm doing some push-ups, so you might as well do some too. And I was like, don't worry, man, I got you. He was like, oh, well, if you're actually doing push-ups, I'm going to do, you know, sets of 20. You should do sets of 10. I was like, okay, fine. So I did like probably 60, I would guess. Something like 60 push-ups yesterday. I'm definitely noticeably sore from it. No shit. Which is probably for the best. Like, I kind of planned on doing my, like, daily exercise thing anyway. So it was a nice excuse to get some exercise in. Not an amazing workout, but enough. Definitely made a difference. I feel sore afterwards and all. That's how you know it's working. I think it's going to be a little hard to get enough points, but I think it's possible. So right now I need 17 logs. But really I need this thing to break and to repair it. Because I don't think I'm going to be able to get 17 logs in 18%. Now I could probably burn all the logs right now, but I don't have them to burn. I'm going to tank that. That's 13 logs. It's not enough. It's fine. We need this thing to break anyway. So, you know, sometimes it just works out. Actually, did that work out? 4, 8, 10? Yeah, that's enough. We just need to get all of these logs in here before the game ends. I think there's a world where this happens, but it doesn't seem like it's this world. No, it's so close though. All right, we repaired it, so it ended up fine. No worries. Okay, we had enough time for the logs as well. So we didn't need it to break. We would have been okay either way. Close, but definitely is fine. You're on random, right? You were not. There we go. I know that this is Wintertod, but I thought I set it to random. All right, so let's do some shoutouts. So obviously, Saku Kampaku was here earlier as our co-host. Saku Kampaku is a Soul Mage VTuber. I think he's streaming literally right now. He's got Oblivion. Yeah, that's what he decided that he was going to be playing. The Oblivion remaster. Fantastic game from back in the day. I played a good amount of Oblivion myself. I hear that the remaster is by rights literally just a better version of the original game. Like, I've not heard any real complaints about the actual game itself. I don't know of anybody who's actually had any problems with it relative to the original, which is to say any problems that the original had might still be prevalent in some way, but like generally it's a straight up 1-to-1 improvement. Like, no reason to play the original anymore, but you certainly have the option if you want to play them side by side. Me personally, I'd probably play the remake instead. I definitely recommend you give Saku Kabaku a shot if you're interested in I guess a variety of content, to be honest with you. So he's a RuneScape player. He's been taking a little bit of a break from RuneScape as of late. He's been playing Disgaea 2, that's every Thursday, and he's got Pokemon that he's wrapping up. I think he's got one more DLC that he's ending. He was doing that last Sunday. I thought he was done with the DLC already, but turns out I think he's got one more DLC to get through before he can finish the Pokedex. But yeah, that's Saku's schedule. I believe he streams the 3 times a week, and that's all he's got going on as far as his stream goes. We just finished playing Satisfactory together. So he used to have a 4th stream with us. We finished. We did it. We did all there is to do, mostly at least. There's technically some other stuff, but like nothing crazy, right? Plus our frame rate was kind of dying in some cases as well. Shout out to the towers. Apparently, look out for those. They're not very good. Keep them switch operated and stuff. But yeah, no, I definitely recommend you check out Saku. He's also got a late game iron in RuneScape proper whenever he decides to play RuneScape again. You can always make him fight bosses to progress his iron as well. The bosses that he has available are on like rotation and stuff. It's like a whole thing. You'll see. It's in his redeems. But yeah, he's an extremely knowledgeable player when it comes to RuneScape, particularly as an iron. So if you have any questions about RuneScape, he's probably the guy I would go to. It's very helpful and quite knowledgeable. So I imagine that he'd be happy to help out in whatever way he can. But yeah, that's RuneScape. That's Saku. All right, let's do some more. Unknown Queen was here way earlier as well. Unknown Queen, as you might know by now, is a Dead by Daylight streamer, but also plays Marvel Rivals and a few others as well. I've only really seen them playing Dead by Daylight, Resident Evil 4, and Marvel Rivals. I forget who they play in Marvel Rivals, unfortunately. Oh yeah, a little bit of Minecraft action too here and there. But they're a big time Dead by Daylight streamers, so I definitely recommend you check them out for that, if nothing else. Dead by Daylight's an interesting game because it doesn't require necessarily all of your concentration as a streamer, so you can really vibe out and hang out with the chat. So if you have anything that you want to talk about, you want to ask about, you know, the Unknown Queen, they definitely have some tea. They've definitely they've spilled, I would say, even some tea with me. So if you're interested in a little bit of I would say drama, I guess. It's like low stakes drama as well, at least as far as like your life goes, you know what I'm saying? It's stuff they're filling you in on some deets, you know what I'm saying? That kind of thing. It's not actually going to affect your life in any way, right? If you want a little bit of secondhand catharsis, you know, some water cooler talk, you know, that's definitely a nice place to stop by and hang out. All right, let me not get blasted by this. Yo, what is going on with this cauldron? We good? Everything all right? That's a brazier. It's clearly not a cauldron. What are you talking about, dude? Talking crazy talk. All right. We got... I don't remember the order that everyone showed up after Unknown Queen. So we'll just do them in an order from this point. That's kind of the way it goes, right? Like I remember to a certain degree, and then it's like I don't know, fucking everybody else, I guess. All right, we've got Lokrin. Lokrin, the interdimensional trash vampire, fellow member of the Pickle Pack. We play Stardew Valley right now with him every Sunday. He plays all kinds of different games himself, though. Lots and lots of Minecraft as of late. He's got some new friends, some new homies or whatever that he's, you know, filling his time with, playing some Minecraft, doing some nice collab stuff. But he's been known to play a bunch of different games. He had the Oblivion remaster going. He had Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I think both of those games are still on the docket. I think he had some problems with both of them though, technically as well. Repo, of course. GeoGuessr. What kind of a streamer? This guy playing the streamerest games of them all. GeoGuessr. What's going on there? Lokrin says, what's going on here? Hey. What's going on there? How about that? Huh? I asked first, all right? But yeah, you definitely should check him out if you I'm looking for some vibes and also for some memes. Logren's like not just the resident tech expert, but also the meme lord, if you will. Yeah, see, look at that. He knows how to choke a rat. And you know, that's what the kids are looking for nowadays. Rat choker. What else? 136,000. Don't level up woodcutting on accident. That would be cringe. So we basically just do this until this says an hour, but more likely until this says, or these two numbers are the same. That's really what we're going for, I think. Okay, I got it. I was doing my shout out. I'm sorry. Shit. Full screen flash, doing everything. All right. So we also got the Undrafted that was here earlier. Pickle Cam himself. His name is just Cam, but you can call him Pickle Cam if you want. And in fact, he can become... Oh, God, that guy just fucking died. Oh, my God. He can become Pickle Cam by way of his Pickle Suit redeem, where he becomes the funniest thing you've ever seen, Pickle Cam. He plays all kinds of different games, particularly Fallout 2 has been like the big one as of late. I think he played Fallout 1 and 2, both with a restoration patch, basically adding a bunch of cut content back to the game, which you can't do with the actual Steam version of the games. Definitely an interesting difference from the actual base game. I haven't ever played the original Fallouts, just 3, New Vegas, and 4. He's played all that there is to play, including Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel, though he had a little bit of trouble running both Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel, I believe. And he did not like Tactics that much. But Fallout 1 and 2, he's fully beat both ways now. And if you're interested in Fallout, I'm sure there's going to be much more to be had. Now Fallout 3 is like the least played Fallout game, I think, that he's got. But it's been traded between 1, 2, and 3 now, because obviously he's been playing those games more as of late rather than in the past, where it used to be mostly a 4 in New Vegas situation. He also joins us, like I said, every Sunday for Stardew Valley as a member of the Pickle Pack. You might call him the titular pickle. I wouldn't do that, but you can certainly do it if you'd like to. What else does he got going on? Oh yeah, Ark Survival Ascended, Project Zomboid, and Grand Theft Auto 5, all of which are regulars on his stream. It's been a little while since he played Ark, but they used to be mainstays on the stream, and he often plays them with the one and only Quest ALTV, a good friend of his, and a fellow Great Reef stream team member. So if you want to see a pair of live action streamers doing their absolute best and absolutely making laughs, then maybe you should check them out on one of those streams, particularly I think it's earlier in the week, up until like Wednesdays, something like that. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, somewhere in there. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know a schedule anymore. I used to have it down. Like, I used to have a lot of people's schedules down, but not anymore. I'm too stupid for that shit now. I don't even think that they changed. I think I just forgot. 95 fire making. Don't stand in that. All right. Oops. No space in your name. We got Beatrice Gambit as well. That's the Bunny Girl Casino hostess VTuber, as you might well know from seeing her around here and there. She's also been streaming a variety of games. As of late, it's mostly been Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, but she plays a little bit of Marvel Rivals too when the time comes, when the mood stirs. She was a little bit addicted to that game, in fact, I would say. Mostly she's been looking for a new home as far as streaming goes. She played through the entire Resident Evil franchise over the course of, well, a long time, as long as I've known her at least. It's been well over a year. But the last few games she played in just the last few months, so it's like kind of an on again, off again thing. But she's done now, so she needs something new. Speaking of new things, she's taken up TCG Card Stop Simulator. That was one of the things that was new, but I think she played through that one, just consumed the entire game. Likewise, Monster Hunter Wilds, I believe she already made it past the main game, which is through the Zoshia fight the first time, right? Technically, the game doesn't like stop giving you content, I guess, until the Zoshia fight like the second time, and now you have like access to Arc Tempered or whatever. but like whatever. It's mostly done at that point, I would say. It's one of those things. It depends on how you view the game, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Whoa, that was weird. But yeah, I definitely recommend you check her out. She will clicker train you and stuff. If you like that. That's what you're about. If that's the kind of thing that you're into, don't worry. All right. One more? Take one more. Oh. Wait. A few more seconds. I nearly timed it out right. Not quite. God, it sounds like fucking Christmas. Beatrice's look chat was trained before I bought the clicker. No, you definitely trained them. Also, aren't you supposed to be feeding your cats? What are you doing here? Huh? I'm gonna give a shout out to Zero. He deserves a shout out. It's been a couple weeks since he's streamed, but he's a Metal Gear Rising Revengeance speedrunner, as well as a variety gamer. True variety gamer through and through. He plays just about every game that he plays, like, kind of intensely, a little too intensely, you know what I'm saying? Like, fully complete some type stuff. Monster Hunter Wilds is a great example. He's like HR some 100 something or whatever, 140 or something. I mean, that's still less intense than a lot of his friends have played it. Speaking of, I am gonna die soon, so I should probably get my warmth up. But nonetheless, he also is a big fan of rhythm games. He's pretty deep in on Osu in particular. That's like probably his rhythm game of choice. And he has been, oh god, he has been playing, I'm gonna fucking die. He has been playing Left 4 Dead 2 with me specifically off stream. Oh my god, dude, we need to get this. This is ridiculous. We're gonna fucking die, and that's gonna be so sad. It's gonna be the saddest story I've ever heard. All right, there we go. Unfortunately, neither of us are streaming when that happens, so I guess maybe you'll be able to catch Delta live when we play, but you know, he's around, he's playing stuff. Mostly he's like figuring out his stuff, his like personal circumstances at the moment. Maybe you'll like come back to streaming in a big way one day, but I wouldn't hold your breath, not yet. No guarantees at the moment. Oh, hold on. Okay. We did our shout outs. Now we're vibing. Stop clicking so fucking much. You're supposed to be taking a break from construction. Honestly, I don't feel like I'm too much worse for wear as far as the construction grind goes. So we might actually finish that grind today. Like just fully commit and get it done. Or at least get it set up to be done. Oh, I don't need these logs. Because I don't know if we actually have a way of like our novel way of finishing the skill. Repairing pillars in TOA. That is actually pretty funny. So we can set up for that. It's like 9 construction experience or some shit. Do I need to do anything? That's the Baba room. I'm trying to think. Is there like something that needs to happen? Is there Tombs of a Masket? Can I just like go there? Ah, no. Barlamore. Yeah, you can't enter there. Hey, Camp. I'm trying to think. I think that you can just do the Baba side, and the first room that you enter is the puzzle room, and I can just wait for the pillars to be the thing, because you have to kill like the monkeys in that room. That's where you like repair the pillars and pour it in the vent and DDS and stuff. Or DD, I guess. I guess DDS is the spec weapon, and DD is somehow means something different. And Raptor says, see, that's your first mistake. Don't think, just do what I do. But what do you do? And Raptor says, just wing it. Yeah, no, we're definitely not going to do that. I've lived my life winging it, and it's gotten me this far. So, as you can see, that was clearly a mistake. So, yeah, we'll probably prime our construction. Savage likes to be here when we get any milestone done, so we'll probably just get it within like, I don't know, a few hundred or something. And then figure out what to do with the rest of the stream, presuming that we even have time, because it's gonna be like a full 3 hours, right? If we like crush it the way we were crushing it before, it'll be 3 hours, full hours before we actually get our construction there. Well, actually less, because we only need 1.3 million, so 200,000 less, so 2.5 hours, I guess, something like that. So it should be possible. It should be possible. Indrafter says that green jello is jiggling like crazy. This is a fire. It does kind of look like jiggling jello though. That's just what like this game looks like though, to be honest. It doesn't really get like higher fidelity than this. It's kind of as good as it gets. I don't think that there's like good animations in RuneScape. Even the ones that you'd think would be like dead ringers are like somehow fucked up. There's the whirlpool at Volcanic Mine that just like unwinds instead of being like a perfect loop where it just like spins in a circle and then spins in a circle. It like spins in a circle until it gets to a certain point. Yo, can you fucking use this last log, please? Shit. Until it gets to a certain point and then it just like unfurls for no reason. Cam says, yeah, low-key fuck with it. Well, I'm glad, because there's certainly no changing old school RuneScape. This is as good as it gets. There are like some HD mods and stuff, which is kind of interesting. It doesn't make the game look good. It's kind of like Minecraft mods, where like you can get like shaders and stuff in Minecraft, which will make the game look better, but it's like still a block based, you know what I mean? Like I just don't fully understand. Like the game doesn't look amazing. It just looks, you know, better, I guess. Like the lighting's better and like the water looks cool, but like it's still like block game. I just don't understand the appeal exactly, but you know, whatever. Cam says, you know me, these types of graphics are right up my alley. Yeah, there's some truth to that as well. There's some truth to that as well. I don't know. I don't feel like I swear loyalty to the graphical style of anything. I don't think graphics necessarily have an appeal, or too much of an appeal for me, one way or another. It's mostly has to do with like the type of game that it is. That's where I would get my interest from, I guess. I don't know. I'll try a lot of things nowadays, to be honest. I don't think I can be bothered to like think about it as far as like what is going to draw me in a game. It's like, no, I'll just do whatever. It's not about the graphics though, it's about the experience. It's true. The interest is Fortnite when? Why do you keep saying Fortnite? What is your obsession with Fortnite? You don't even fucking play Fortnite. It's like, it's a weird thing for you to always reach to. I was going to play Fortnite, but the collab fell through with that. The interest is, what does that have to do with anything? What does your obsession with Fortnite have to do with anything? It has to do with why you keep bringing it up. No, why do you keep bringing it up if you don't even play it? Because why would you suggest a game that you don't even like? The interest is because I can? Okay. But yeah, no. I don't have an interest in playing Fortnite. I was going to play it once, but that collab fell through and I have no reason to play it now. It's also a battle royale, which is like kind of outside my expertise in a big way, as we found out. I've also never actually played it myself, which isn't like a strong reason not to play it, but playing Fortnite for the first time in the year 2025 is not like a riveting prospect. Especially if I'm playing with someone who's played it before, because we're gonna have the Apex experience of like, oh, this is what your lobby looks like. This is the player base, right? This is what your lobby looks like, and here's you. You're basically expected to win this game every fucking game. It's like, okay, cool, no pressure. Like, all right. Well, I don't know if that's gonna happen literally at all. Well, we did win one, I guess, to be fair, but I'm not necessarily thrilled about the prospect of constantly breaking the curve busting, excuse me, when it comes to player-based distributions. I'd rather just be a normal player, especially when I'm playing a game for the first time or approaching that in Apex. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see the appeal. Specifically of Fortnite in general. It's become something of a platform though for like different gaming vehicles. There's build mode, no build mode. There's like a Guitar Hero version, festival or whatever it was called. And then also a CSGO game mode, at least for a while. Very weird. Oh wait, I think I have draws. No, just 10. So I do have draws, but only the ones that I got just now. I think draws is the terminology you would use in a gacha game. I think I mean pulls. I mean, pulls are also. But draws are like exclusively a gacha thing. I think ideally we run out of these bolts and we do construction again. I don't want to have to buy more bolts. I can. I don't want to have to. Maybe we'll squeak out a little bit more fire making experience. It's more chill if we just do bolts in between. Like when we finish getting our, I don't know, point quota. Yeah, that's what it is. And when this hits 500, we don't need to do anymore. But if we keep doing that until the game ends, we'll end up with a little bit more fire making experience and conserve our bolts. So yeah, that's probably what we'll do from now on, just because it saves us a little bit of trouble as far as like extending the lifespan of our bolt stack, which is quickly running out. We've already got less than half of what we started with, like a third even. This is a safe spot, by the way. That's why I go over here, so I don't die like this idiot. See? Look, these guys getting fucking hailed on. Like dinguses. That guy just took 26. Literally standing on somebody else's corpse. Oh, there goes another. Damn, that's like 3 people who died in this one round of Winter Dot. Jesus. I mean, I shouldn't talk too much shit. I died here too. Post changes with a potion in my inventory. But I was greeting for a construction experience at least. There was no construction experience to be had here, and especially none over there. Kraken looks terrible, dude. Its mouth is just a forward-facing hole with spikes pointing inwards. Looks like a goddamn blender. That's something that I really can't recommend using. Blenders, they're kind of a trick. You don't want to wash stuff down your trap even after you blended it. Wait, that's not what a blender is. A blender's garbage disposal. It's kind of like a blender, to be honest. But yeah, no, I wouldn't recommend using a garbage disposal. I described this as being a blender, but I was thinking of a garbage disposal as well. Blenders are more like ceiling fans. That's more like a garbage disposal. Looks like it won't be a full hour break if we just go by how many bolts we have. And we finished buying shit, right? There's nothing more from the GE. Yeah, this is all we've got. I don't see why I would have like a part of it in our inventory and the rest is in our bank. Yeah, no, we have the finished bolts in our bank, but no more adamant bolts or diamond bolt tips. I see them. Okay, so yeah, I'll just finish this up and then go back to construction, I guess. I don't even know if this is like long enough to warrant being called a break, but I do want to finish up construction if I can. So it'd be cool if that could happen. Getting started earlier will tell me if I have to take a more serious break, I guess. Something. Worst case scenario, we always get it done tomorrow. I mean, we're probably actually going to finish it tomorrow, but there's a world where we can get like a good amount of progress soon. Volcanic mine, obviously, but also Tears of Gothics. That's the other thing that I should be thinking about. I can visit Juna now. Okay. So after we finish running out of bolts, we'll do Tears of Gothics and then we'll do construction. And a nice little 14,000 rune crafting experience. Obviously quite a way from Hunter. So every Tears of Gothics we get is free. We don't need to worry about it at all. We'll finish Hunter well before we finish rune crafting as well. I mean, obviously, but yeah, we gotta get our combat stats done. This like loser corner over here. Just wrap up these points, all of that. 7, 5, 8. So that's 22. 7. So 29. 1 there, 30 plus 4 more, 34. 34 total levels, just chilling. That's half of what we need to 2077. 2277, excuse me. Is that right? 7, 5, 8. Yeah, that's 20. No. Yeah, 7, 5, and 8 is 20. Plus 7, 1, it's 8, it's 28. 4, it's 32, plus 2, 34, yeah. It's nearly half of 77. Wow. All in combat. All while we're getting these 6 points there, which is 40 in total. Yeah, we'll get a lot done through Slayer. Huge progress, actually. Holy shit. Oh shit, we should be definitely putting these in. We're really not trying to get extra wood cutting experience. This is the wrong way to get wood cutting experience. It's a great way to get fire making experience though, if we can just get rid of these logs. But not this time, but we got rid of a lot of them, it's fine. So with rune crafting being probably the last skill we max, I imagine then that the first column we max is going to be this middle column. It really depends on how soon we get mining done versus hunter. Because I think we're going to do hunter after Slayer. And Slayer's basically next after construction. So it's like construction, then Slayer, then hunter. So if we end up getting hunter done before mining, then the rest of these should be done, I think. Because we're going to get this one done during Slayer. Shit. Hello? I don't walk over there, brother. We're going to get hit points done during Slayer. Obviously, we're going to get Slayer done. And then after Hunter is probably Fletching. Probably. And Fletching's not going to take very long at all. Oh my god, another fucking person died. Probably going to get Fletching done sooner rather than later. As soon as the mini game is out. I don't know if we're going to like hop on that as soon as it comes out. Maybe. That kind of makes sense, right? Like while it's hot. Just because it's like brand new content and all that. But other than just because we can, there's no reason to do it sooner rather than later. We can always do Slayer first. But there might be like something that's worth doing, like some kind of reward that's going to be worth more then. So we want to get it done then so that we can get the money out of it while there's money to be had, you know? Something like that makes sense. All the new shit is new. It's expensive most of the time, usually. And obviously we've been doing mining for a while. Pretty slowly, but it's getting there. We finished fishing when we finished mining. Fire making is probably going to happen after Hunter. Also, yeah, no, if that's the case, right? If we're doing fire making, this has to be first then, right? Because we're never going to finish. I mean, if we finish mining, then we might start doing, I don't know, rune crafting or something. I don't know what Savage would want to do together. Hunter, maybe, probably. So if that's the case, then there's a world where we finish fire making before we finish Hunter. I'm just trying to figure out which of these columns is going to be done first. Have I finished any rows yet? No. But we can finish a few rows. We would finish strength first, then ranged. It's interesting. We're so close, and yet so many skills are so far off as well. It feels like I'm very close to being maxed, but I'm actually not really. I mean, some skills are close. We got 2 that we can wrap up basically at any time, 3 even. We're working on our 4th. But we've only got like 8 skills that are actually done. 9 maybe. Probably should know how many, but 7? Sure, 7, I guess. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. Oh wow, did I have all of those logs in my inventory? Shit. I wasn't paying attention at all. So how low winter top was. So yeah, exactly 7 done. These 3 are pretty good. Pretty close to being done. Construction will be done very, very soon too. I think about the only way to level Slayer without using like actually killing a Slayer enemy is to use an experience land. So the only other thing I could do is kill a funny enemy, like a cow. A cow or a chicken, which would be fine. I recently kind of got back into Fire Emblem YouTube. Like the Fire Emblem section of YouTube. There's like some pretty devout Fire Emblem fans that like make all kinds of different YouTube content. And one of the things that like really like recalibrated my perspective of Fire Emblem was mecha stuff on like unit growth and unit analysis, where it's like, yeah, the fun part maybe of Fire Emblem is like seeing what units you get that end up having like busted stats just from like RNG or whatever. But as far as like unit analysis goes, you can really just like average out what the unit is going to be, like given their rates or whatever. You can see what, you know, they look like at level 20, and if they promote what they look like, you know, 2020 versus, you know, 1020 or whatever. And given the length of the games, especially the early games, right? Fire Emblem 7, Fire Emblem 8, well, 7 in particular, where there's like really no grinding except for in the arena. You really can only get so much experience onto a unit realistically before you're done with them, before they like max out. So realistically, like the strength of a unit is kind of like constrained by, you know, the favoritism that you show them, and also the length of the game or whatever. Like you can give them all the power-ups too or whatever, but like after a certain point, there's only so much you can do for a unit, and everything you give to one unit you can't give to any other unit. So like there definitely does tend to be like, you know, something of a dominant strategy where it's like these units are just like better than these ones, bro. Like pegs are fucking really good. Calves are pretty good. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. You got to be smart with your pegs because they're fragile. They have so much mobility, and Kanto is very, very good. It was very, very interesting, very enlightening. Definitely colored my own FE7 experience when we played through it for the 500 follower special. As an Iron Man too, so it was a pretty interesting experience. I don't really think I've ever done an Iron Man in Fire Emblem before, or in any other game, I don't think. It was a good time though. I don't know if I would play it again. Just because it's like a little dubious. It's one of those things where it's like, I kind of made an exception for the 500 follower special, and it was a very important game to me, Fire Emblem specifically. But like, I really do like playing games on the original hardware if I can squeeze it. And maybe it's possible to do it on the Switch, maybe, possibly. I know that there's like 3 houses or whatever, so I guess that's what I would do. If I was going to do something similar for like 1,000 followers, I guess I would just do Fire Emblem 3 houses. Because it does require me to like set up my Switch and stuff. But like, not the end of the world. Like I have the capture card, I have the Switch, like I can just like do it, right? It's not like it's that much effort. But it is more effort than I've had to put into like every other game that I play on stream, where it's like it just runs fine on the computer or whatever. Which is a fitting, oh my god, why did I get so many fucking logs? Jesus. It's a fitting thing to do for a special where it's like it did at least require more than the normal amount of effort. But I wouldn't necessarily that translates to like, you know, I don't know, special caliber content, if that makes sense. Obviously, me playing a game that I love, I think counts, but you know, it doesn't matter how much effort I really put in. It's like how enjoyable the experience actually is for everyone. So I'm definitely open to options, because it could be that there's just something that I wouldn't think to play that's worth playing. All right, well, not too much danger of needing this potion now. So we'll do one more run, and then I guess we'll go back to construction. Yeah, sure. So not quite an hour, but close. So yeah, I drank that before we started because I plan on drinking this other dose as we get to the last log, and then we'll get an extra inventory slot. Burn all of these. Just a little bit extra fire making experience while we're here. All right. One more inventory. So what is this, 24? Yeah. And then I did an extra 50 because I repaired the brazier twice. Or relit the brazier twice, I guess. This song feels a little Final Fantasy to me. I think it's specifically Final Fantasy 12. In a way that I cannot put into words. I think there's a progression, maybe? Progression that's similar to what Final Fantasy 12 does in one song. I don't know very much about music, though. I just like things, you know? I like things, and sometimes I'm reminded of other things. That's what kind of sophistry I can provide when it comes to music. This one, I like this one. That one, I don't like that one. Which is like really what everything is as far as media goes, right? Like that's what art is like. It's like sometimes you can like really get down to the nitty gritty of like what specifically is working for you and what specifically isn't. And you can also get into like a meta analysis, like, oh, well, this is impressive and good because it does this thing that other people are doing better, or it's doing something different than other people are doing, which is impressive in a way, or whatever. But none of that like actually matters, right? What matters really is like, how do you feel about the thing in particular, right? Ultimately. And if the thing that you are the thing that you're experiencing, right, it's just doing the same thing that everybody else has done already, but it does it, you know, even as well as everybody else has done, then like it's still worthy of praise, right? In a way. Oh, I should have done my pulls. Let's actually go back and do the pulls. Oh, pants. Nice. Those will come in handy later. All right. I guess we'll update this set. Why did you? Oh, because they cut all of them, maybe? I was like, why would you drop them individually like that? I'm not picking up those rubies. There's a world where we get more of these for when we do fire making, actually. That's actually a good point. For now, though, we don't have them. Do we do anything about that? Maybe we do. Just to get this set correct, you know? All right, fine. We'll get another GE limit. Both adamant bolts and diamond bolt tips. How much money do I have? 6 mil. How much are these adamant bolt tips? Or diamond bolt tips? Okay, cool. Just to have this set up the way that we really want it to be set up. Obviously, if we finish construction, we won't need the pants. That's the thing. We don't know that that's gonna go down that way. We don't need these inventory slots, so I guess we'll keep it for now. That's kind of why we have the gear set the way we do. Beatrice says, do you ever plant herbs or veggies? Like in my life, in my house? No. I don't have any plants growing. It occurred to me to plant something, specifically like tomatoes, rather than herbs or plants. Tomatoes are a fruit. But I don't have anything like that at the moment, though. I could, very easily. But that would require me to, you know, put effort into things. Which is not something that's beyond my capacity. It's just not where I'm at the moment. I have extra planks now. They fucked this up. Then like the one way that this can be fucked up. Beatrice says, yes, I was talking to a coworker about planting tomatoes today, and apparently you have to buy them grown a bit already. Like you start doing seeds in winter still. Elo says, got outdoor space to plant? Yeah, I do, definitely. I could plant like a field if I wanted to be honest. Let's see. I don't know how much space it is. It's a good amount. I'm not 100% sure where my property ends and my neighbor's begins, but given where there's like a section of our land between like their driveway and mine, and I think that they think that their driveway onwards is their land, which means that by virtue of that, from up until their driveway is mine. And if that's the case, then I've got like probably, I don't know. Yo, can I fucking build this door, please? Jesus. I don't know, 200 feet by like 40 feet or some shit. Yo, this butler is like he is like truly fucking up right now. Like I cannot deal with this guy right now. I don't know what's happening, but like he is not working right. I mean, obviously I'm fucking up the controls somehow, but like he is like clearly not doing what I want him to do. It's like not correct. But yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of space for sure. More than enough for a garden. But yeah, I've never done tomatoes from like literally nothing. I imagine you wouldn't really want to do that. Most people would go to like hardware stores and get like, yeah, a small tomato like sapling, if you will. A tomato sprout rather than starting from like a literal seed. I know for trees, apple trees specifically, you can't start from an apple. You need to start from a sapling. If you start from an apple, like an apple seed, you have literally no idea what kind of apple tree you're going to get. Like if you're even going to like the kind of apples that it grows, you have to get like a cut. Just, yeah, the store I went to today, tomato saplings were only like $3. Oh yeah, no, they're very, very cheap. It's very easy to do and like grow or whatever. You just got to like protect them. You need to water them. They need to get sun, and you need to protect them from any animals that would otherwise eat the tomatoes, right? Other than that though, they're like very, very easy to take care of. Yeah. I don't have like a strong interest in it, is mostly the thing. And like if I grow one tomato plant, I'm gonna be like drowning in tomatoes for a while, and then I'm gonna have no tomatoes for most of the time as well, right? So like it's gonna be a weird balance. So Elo says really easy to grow from a seed, just need a tiny grow light and small enclosed spaces. Transplant later than first true leaves. Yeah, it depends on the plant though, is what I'm saying. Like you can definitely grow, like for example, an apple from a seed, right? But the apple tree that you get won't necessarily have the apples that you like, right? The apple that you had isn't representative of the plant that you end up with. It just doesn't work that way genetically. And likewise with regards to tomatoes, I don't know if that is the case or not. I know that you can't know that just by like living in like logical, rational reality. You have to like do the research and know like, yes, that works that way for tomatoes, or no, that does not work that way for tomatoes, right? Like it's not something you can just like intuitively know. That's all that I was saying about growing something. Like, I don't know that most people know how to germinate seeds or whatever, but it's not something that's like hard. You can do it. It's whether or not the seed will actually have the crop that you care to have is the problem. Beatrice says, I ended up buying lavender so I can have lavender lemonade. You can make your own pizza sauce. I could, yeah, but like I don't know how to jar things. You know what I mean? Like that, I mean, unless you're just saying like from fresh tomatoes seasonally, yeah, sure, but I don't know that's gonna do me any good because I don't have like pizza dough either, right? Like I'm not, unless you're like, oh man, you know what you should do? You should buy a calf, right, that you can care for so that you can grow your own cheese, and you should get your own bread starter so you can have your own pizza dough, and you should grow your own tomatoes so you can make your own tomato sauce, so you can make your own pizza. Like, yeah, I could do all of those things. I'm not going to do that. I'm fully not going to. I'm going to be honest with you. There's no world that happens. Zero chance, dude. Zero. That being said, though, maybe I couldn't do the cow thing. I think I could. I think it would be fine. I don't think that's a problem for me to own a cow. Like one cow, it's probably fine. But for just the pizza sauce by itself, in theory, yeah, but like, I don't know. That seems like a lot of effort for not a lot of get benefit. The thing about pizza for me is that pizza's the cheapest, one of the cheapest, maybe not the cheapest, but it's one of the single cheapest things that I can buy and then just throw in an oven and have for a meal. So replacing the cheapest thing that I can make with anything else is like a huge mistake. The way that you optimize things is replacing the worst, most tedious, expensive things, not the cheap, easy things. You know what I mean? Like, I have no interest in making pizza better. Like, pizza's already fucking great. And I already like it. Like, it's fine. Like, that's definitely not happening. There's just no reason to. That's silly. Elo says, it's just a sliding scale of effort to rewards. Plants are a good medium. They look pretty and don't need much. how are plants a good medium to you? You mean like plants by themselves without the like cow and stuff? Because I'm like, you can't do anything more on like production than starting from the plant. That's as far to one side. That's as far from being a medium as you can be, I think. But yeah, if you count the cow, yeah, that would definitely be more. I don't think plants are a good medium though. I think that plants are more than bread, which is, well, I guess that it makes it a medium by definition, right? To me, so like there's the pizza, buying the frozen pizza is the easiest thing, or actually ordering the pizza is the easiest thing. Buying a frozen pizza is the next easiest thing. After that would be the pizza dough, I think is easier than the plant, I think, but maybe I'm wrong. And then the plant is the next easiest thing, and then the hardest thing would then be raising the actual cow, right? Elo says, well, yeah, you started making a cow point. Yeah, sure. I wasn't sure where you were entering into the conversation with that point, is all I was saying. So with that in mind, though, I do hear you with respective to cow, the plant being potentially medium, being that it's literally in between bread and cow. But I think that the true medium, if we're talking about like all stages of pizza development, right, would be bread dough. I think that's what I would actually start with if I wanted to do something. But you could also look at that as being easy as far as things that I'm not already doing, right? The easiest thing that I'm not already doing would be to do the bread, which would be easy, not medium. So I guess it depends what you mean by medium. Isn't that interesting? You can frame it however you want. Anything could be anything. But yeah, with regards to tomatoes in particular, I kind of recommend, depending on how strong you are, I guess, I kind of recommend just growing them in a 5-gallon bucket. One tomato plant in a 5-gallon bucket. Because that's enough space for it to grow and do what it needs to do. And it's also relatively mobile as such. Elo says anything can be anything. The word potato could have meant Galactic Empire. When you say could have meant, do you mean like in a theoretical like spin-off universe? Because it's true, but also in this world right now, it could also mean that. That's how like language works, you know? We can just like agree that that's what it means in context or whatever. And if the context becomes ubiquitous enough, it's just another agreed upon definition of the word. That's why goon doesn't mean henchman anymore. It used to. It very recently changed though. Doesn't mean that very really anymore, unfortunately. He lists his panda's potato, long live the emperor. That's an interesting choice. That's alright. I don't think I would be a very good emperor either. I think that the world is better off. The Galactic Empire is better off. Either I wouldn't be a very good emperor or I wouldn't be an emperor for very long, which is kind of the same as not being a very good emperor, right? Like, no matter how good you are, if you're only a good emperor for 3 or 4 weeks because you get like assassinated or whatever, it's not a very good, you know, reign. Exactly. No one's impressed. You're going to be a footnote in the history books, you know what I'm saying? They're not going to be like, oh wow, they did such a good job for the few weeks that they were in charge. I think you can be in the history books for bad shit. I think in a few weeks you can do enough bad things to be remembered. I don't think you can do enough good things to be remembered. All right, we're gonna see if we can get this last level. And by last level, I mean close. We'll wait until Savage is around. He likes to be here for that stuff. Lavender, huh? I've never really messed with any, I guess lavender's just a flower, but I was thinking of like mint and stuff like that. They're like, it's more of like a viney sort of a thing. But I hear that they're like very easy to maintain. Then you can just like grow them in like a windowsill or whatever. They don't even need to be outside. For like teas and stuff. I haven't really pursued anything like that though. In theory, it would be pretty easy though, I would guess. Like grow it out of a jar. One of my homies is like way into like terrariums and aquariums as well. That was like one of his like YouTube deep dives, and he like manifested it into his life, where he's got like saltwater tank, a freshwater tank, a cold water tank with axolotls in it, and then like 3 or so like microbiomes that are just like theoretically self-sustaining ecosystems with like pill bugs and stuff. It's pretty interesting. He was like showing them off. The problem with like a fully self-sustaining ecosystem like that, which isn't like a problem exactly, is that like if you make it so that like you can like seal the container and it'll just like exist theoretically in perpetuity with like the sun shining on it and stuff, is you won't be able to see it. Like you won't be able to see into it for very long, because like the ecosystem just going to evolve, the biome's just going to evolve to the point where like, first of all, it's going to fog up probably pretty decently, and secondly, like they're not going to arrange themselves to be aesthetically pleasing or even like noticeable to you, you know? Like the plants are just going to do what the plants are going to do to get like the sunlight and shit. So like it's not going to look like anything after a few weeks even, in theory. Which is kind of funny, but obviously you can always just like, you know, design it with a lid so that you can like rearrange the stuff and it can continue doing what it's doing just in an aesthetically pleasing way. Or you could just live with the thought that, you know, it's doing fine, I guess, if you want that. I imagine that's not really the purpose though. It's like, typically those hobbies are like about the, you know, maintenance. Like the hobby is the maintenance. I learned a lot about aquariums and fish from that guy as well. Fish are a lot more involved than I thought that they were. Like throwing a goldfish into a bowl of fucking just tap water is, first of all, like kind of fucked up more than it is like anything else. That's just like not, it's unacceptable. You know what I mean? Like those are like truly unlivable circumstances for a goldfish. Like you really should feel bad for doing that shit. That is not correct at all. That's like, I don't even know what you would liken it to. It's worse than a dog being in like a 4x4 chain link fence. It's way worse than that. It's like a dog having to like walk on its hind legs because its collar and leash are so short that it's not able to like use its front legs at all. And in order to not suffocate, it needs to walk on its hind legs. It's closer to that. And even that's still not quite the same. Like it's fucked up to put a goldfish just in a bowl and call it good enough. Like that's just like, that thing is gonna live for days. You know what I mean? Like at best, it's not good. Also, goldfish aren't dumb. It's another thing. People know them to be dumb. And I don't know where that rumor came from, but they're just like fully not stupid. I wonder if you can just like own octopus or squids. Because like, they're another creature that's like maybe too smart to be like owned by a person, like a dolphin or an orca, or most apes. You know what I mean? Like all of those things, like maybe too intelligent to be like owned by a person in like their apartment or whatever. I also feel weird about owning fish if you have like cats, because those cats are gonna harass the shit out of those fish. I mean, they're both just like doing what they're gonna do naturally, and those fish are gonna be, they're not gonna have a pleasant experience with the cats. They're probably mostly adjust to it, but the cats are gonna do whatever they can do. Beatrice says, yeah, I actually did want fish, but the cats are too shitty. Yeah. If you get a big enough aquarium, it might be okay. But I imagine that the cats are going to be just like cats are stupid too. They're dumb as a motherfucker sometimes. They'll just see the fish inside of the aquarium and like just pounce at the aquarium, bounce off of the glass, and then just try again a week later. Like, you fucking dumbass. like bro, it's why do you think it's going to be like, what part of this do you think is any different than some of them are just so fucking stupid. Just so goddamn stupid. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Whatever. Elos is goldfish smarter than fish? You mean goldfish smarter than cats, I imagine? No, cats are definitely smarter than goldfish are, I think. Wait, did I say catfish? Cats are smarter than goldfish. Elo says, but goldfish smart and cats are dumb. Goldfish are smarter than people think they are, and cats are dumber than people think they are. Like, goldfish can, like, navigate mazes and stuff. Like, from memory. And then cats... I don't know. Cats have, like, approaching the intelligence of a 2-year-old or something like that. And I'm pretty sure no one would say the same about fish. Fish are just like different though, to be fair as well. Maybe their just intelligence is just manifest differently. Because cats are ultimately like social creatures that are just a lot more similar to us. And thus we're able to understand their intelligence a lot more like intuitively. Fish also have less verbs than cats do, or a lot of things actually. Like, part of the reason why I think that we think that octopi, like octopuses, are so smart is because they have such expressive tendencies and capabilities and dexterity and stuff, whereas like fish don't really have the like articulatable limbs to like communicate in any way like what it is that they've got going on in their dumbass heads. Whereas cats absolutely do, and dogs as well. Less than octopus do, obviously. But still, they all have, like, the means, the facilities of, like, communicating in a way that is, like, comprehensible to us. Be like trying to understand what, like, an insect is saying, but the insect speaks in pheromones that we can't even smell. I've said this for a long time, but it reminds me, when you're dealing with like aliens in media or whatever, especially like aliens that like cross the galaxy to like, you know, or the universe or whatever, to like have first contact with humanity, and then it's up to humanity to like bridge the gap of communication or whatever. That shit frustrates the hell out of me. Like, if you've got a ship that can travel faster than light or whatever, turn your fucking translator on. Don't act like you don't fucking have one. I know you do. I know that you're more than capable of developing the technology to speak to us fucking dumbass skin monkeys. You know what I mean? Like, we could definitely do this, right? Stop pretending like you need us to do this for you. That's a fucking shit test is what it is. You know what I mean? They come all the way here and they're like, well, we got to see if they're worthy to have a conversation with us by making them do the communication part of it. Like, fuck off. Hilo says Arrival had a good twist on that. I haven't seen the movie Arrival. I think I know about that one though. I think that that's the one that has like a what is it? Crypto. It's like the person who like solves encryption or whatever. Crypto something. Cryptocurrency like fucked up my entire understanding of word parts or whatever. Doesn't have anything to do with cryptocurrency, but it's like the way that like knowledge is encoded and decrypted or whatever. I think somebody was like one of those, and it's like, why would you use one of them instead of like any number of other professions? It's like, it's a weird way. I don't think that people that understand how to encrypt or decrypt technology would be particularly better at like understanding a language. Like, language has to do with like culture more than anything, really. But whatever. I feel like I'm just parroting something that I heard now that I think about it, rather than expressing an original thought. Was that like a CinemaSins take? Oh god, am I agreeing with CinemaSins? Is that what it's come to? I mean, he's probably right about some things, to be fair. I used to watch a lot of CinemaSins because I was curious what a lot of movies were like, and I thought he was funny. And there was a lot of movies that I didn't ever intend to watch. I stopped watching it for a few different reasons. Firstly, he's a little mean-spirited, more mean-spirited than I think necessary. It's obviously for entertainment, but I think it's a little cruel at times. Sometimes I would watch reviews of movies that I had actually ultimately did see or intended to see, which is like kind of defeating the purpose. Like, I really should only be using it as a primer for movies that I've already seen or movies that I have no intention of seeing, you know what I mean? So that was a little silly. And Savage complained a lot about it. He was like, what you're watching that guy? Fuck that guy. And I was like, okay, whatever, I guess. So yeah, a few different reasons. Plus, there's a lot of YouTube content. No reason to watch or like stick to any one thing. You can like do whatever you want to do though, right? Like, obviously, but like, there's a lot of stuff to watch out there. One thing I wouldn't recommend though, there's this movie, it's called Ash. If you do want to watch Ash, or no, I can describe to you the type of person that would want to watch Ash. If your favorite video game of all time is specifically Callisto Protocol, then that movie Ash might be perfect for you. But for those of you who have played both Callisto Protocol and Dead Space and prefer Dead Space, you do not need to watch the movie Ash at all. But if you played both of them and you prefer Callisto Protocol, Ash might be actually like a pretty solid pick. It's definitely not a terribly original movie, in my opinion. It's very stylized, it's very pretty in some ways, but I think it's been done better in the past by many people a few times. Yo, I am struggling with this. I wonder if I'm gonna run out of planks, or if I have to stop because I have too many planks. I don't remember if I got like just enough planks. Usually I try to get like either just enough or just barely not enough of something, just so I don't go over on accident. I have absolutely no idea what I'm looking at though, as far as my actual inventory or whatever. I wonder if it's even correct now, because I haven't been checking my bank, but I have been withdrawing planks from my bank. I wonder if the like plugin is smart enough for Twitch to be like, oh yeah, this is what's in your bank after having removed all these logs from it. Kind of doubt it. These are planks, not logs. I kind of wish plank make made more planks than using the sawmill did. It makes sense to me that the spell plank make would be better at making planks than the sawmill would be. It's also weird that it costs money, but like for the sake of video game, I think I'll allow that. But I think you should get more plank. I think that's also fair. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna just like hammer out these doors. Starting to feel a little something. Nothing I can place. But that's how it starts, right? First it feels not right. And then it feels like, I don't know, sore or wrong. And then it hurts. It's like, okay, well, gotta stop by the time it definitely feels sore. That's definitely not right. We did get some bolts as well, so I guess we can just go back to doing Winter Dot as well. You don't have to do this now. But it would be nice. We'll just see. We'll take it one step at a time. How much do you think continuity matters in like the canon of a show? I think it's probably not that important. All things said, like all cards on the table, it's probably not that important. But that being said, nothing really gets you extra points from me as far as like me caring about your IP, your media, your property, than rewarding me for paying attention, which is kind of all about continuity. Which isn't to say that like you need to see every single moment or anything. That's not obviously what I mean by continuity. I mean like by things in the past informing things in the future and things that you see being relevant to things that happen later. Because there's this scene, it's like super duper early on in Red versus Blue, where I don't know what's happening in the actual scene itself, but there's like a guy, just some random dude in the background, like running around. And I presume what happened is when they were recording it, they just didn't notice that that guy was there and just like aired the episode with that random dude there in that one scene or whatever. And later, like way later, probably like a season or two later, they cared a little more about continuity and stuff and also the plot and stuff. So they were like, they were having Church go like through this like time travel thing or whatever. And one of the things that he did is run in the background of that scene to like explain away like what happened, which is like a fine way of doing it. But I also don't think that it like needed to happen in any way. It's just like a nice thing where it's like, oh yeah, that weird wasn't even like a continuity error. It was just like there's just a random dude there. I guess that is a continuity error because it's like who the fuck else is in this box canyon that's supposed to only have 6 people or whatever. But it didn't need to happen, I don't think, and it wasn't like a substantive difference to the plot. It's just like a wink at the camera in a way, but also it does explain away a problem that technically was there. And I think that that's cool, but that to me isn't like rewarding me for paying attention. That's like covering your ass, as opposed to like a more obviously like forward looking, you know what I mean? Like planting the seeds type of thing. A more payoff moment happens like all the time in most media, I would say. Like that's what foreshadowing is all about in a lot of ways. But yeah, I don't know. To me, it's not extremely important that there's stuff like that, because I can also just appreciate something that's just like living by the moment. Shout out to Dragon Ball. But like even Dragon Ball's like, oh man, the legendary Super Saiyan. You know what I mean? Like it's a whole thing in the Frieza arc up until, and like there's a lot of stuff like that actually in Dragon Ball, to be fair. But he also was like notorious. Akira Toriyama was notorious for like writing by the seat of his pants and also like forgetting about some things. Which is funny because like some things he forgot about that he actually, so he like twofold forgot in a way, right? Like, so he explains, like, Launch disappears for a while, right? And he explains what actually happens to her in the manga. He just forgot that he explained that already. So he gave like a different explanation. He was like, oh yeah, no, I just forgot about her. It's like, no, you said what she was doing. Like, she was accounted for. She was like chasing after Tien specifically or whatever. But like, it's weird that he like forgot later. And like, he's also quoted one time for forgetting that Super Saiyan 2 was a thing. Like, instead of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 being like two distinct forms or whatever, he just like completely removed Super Saiyan like out of his mind or whatever. And he's like, no, if they go Super Saiyan, they're going Super Saiyan 2 or whatever. There is no Super Saiyan the first time, basically. It's just like Super Saiyan 1 just became Super Saiyan 2, which is like, in some ways, kind of like true, generally, to be honest. Because like, you just don't really need like the original Super Saiyan transformation. It seems like Super Saiyan 2 is just a better version of Super Saiyan 1. But maybe that's wrong. Maybe there's somebody who would like know more about Dragon Ball that would actually like argue against that. It obviously requires like a certain amount of like energy, like startup and all that, but and upkeep. But the way that I like view it, the way that I'm thinking about it in this moment, right, is like, if you have access to it, it's just like in the same way that like Super Saiyan grade 4 is like mastered Super Saiyan, right? So it doesn't require any energy upkeep or whatever. Super Saiyan 2 is exactly the same thing, where it's like, if you can achieve Super Saiyan 2, there is no reason to use any of the Super Saiyan grades at all. It's just a level of mastery over the Super Saiyan transformation in general. Whereas Super Saiyan 3 is stronger, but requires too much energy upkeep to be worth it, or Ultra Vegeta 1 if you prefer. At least generally is the way that it seems like it's framed, right, to exist. Where it's so like, I could kind of understand where he's coming from that perspective, where it's like, oh yeah, everybody just in between the end of the Cell Saga and when Goku's showing off, you know, Super Saiyan 3, which I assume at some point in there, I don't know if that's like manga only, it might be, or anime only. The Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3 thing might be anime only. I don't think it is though, but that's something that's worth checking out actually. But I'm sure Goku shows off Super Saiyan 3. I just don't know if he's like, and this is Super Saiyan 1 and 2 and 3, right? So I don't know when exactly it would have been in that cycle, in that span, that he would have, Akira Toriyama would have been reminded that Super Saiyan 2 was a thing, because that's about when he could have forgotten about it, right? At least as I understand it. I'm not sure when that is. Maybe that's worth fact checking too. Maybe it's like way later that he just forgot about it. But anyways, it does occur to me that like you could frame the Super Saiyan transformations as like different, like, I don't know, it's closer to the like the grades system where there's just like different levels of mastery or whatever. And with that in mind, the ascended Super Saiyan, that is Super Saiyan 2, is just like the new baseline transformation. Like, Gohan's never going to do a normal Super Saiyan transformation again because he can do Super Saiyan 2, which is just better, right? At least while he has the familiarity, the mastery of it, over it or whatever. Again, in retrospect, I'm a little fuzzy on that, on the details. And I actually said as much before too, where I was like, up until the actual tournament proper, I don't know. I don't know of anything of note that even happens. I know he's like doing his Saiyaman thing, the Great Saiyaman or whatever, but genuinely not sure of any like plot beats that might be like prevalent or even like pertinent. I don't think there are any. I'm gonna keep it 100, but he like hangs out with Videl and stuff, and that's kind of it. Shout out to the Boo Bits with Team 4-Star. Some of their cutting room floor jokes ended up making it into what would have been season, I guess, 4. Season 1 ends at episode 10. Season 2 must be the end of the Frieza saga. So yeah, I'm gonna say season 3 is the end of the Cell saga. So season 4, yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, Beatrice. I just recently watched Totally Not Mark did a video on Dragon Ball Daima. Fantastic video. He's always got fantastic stuff, honestly. He made me want to read anime and manga that I haven't read manga and watch anime that I haven't seen as well. I haven't quite gotten to that point yet just because it's a lot of time and I don't watch anime right now, but some manga would be easier than others as well. Like particularly like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is one of the ones that's been like on my list for a long time because it's such a huge like cultural touchstone. Like a lot of people like in the anime space are like very much aware and fans of it or whatever. So I feel like I want to be able to have like a conversation about it at least. I don't know if I would go from the anime perspective or the manga perspective, but certainly one or the other. And I can do a manga much easier than I can do an anime nowadays. Well, I say that, but like I really don't have time for a manga either. But the thing about the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure manga specifically, though, I don't think that there's anywhere you can actually like read it, like legit, right now. Like I just don't think it's available on the internet. You can obviously get like sketchy versions of it or whatever. But I haven't fucked with like that kind of stuff in a long time, and I really don't like to because like there's just no need for it. Like I'm not in a position where I just need to do that in order to like experience content. I can just fucking pay for it. It's fine. Especially shit that I actually like, you know what I mean? But you know, it is what it is. There's only so much that you can do in some cases as well. And like buying physical books or whatever for a manga is like definitely way overkill, especially a manga that like I'm not even sure that I like. But even a manga that I love, right? Like even One Piece. Like, do I need to own all of One Piece? No. Especially with like it's like wackadoo fucking translation. I'd rather get the Japanese version of it, to be honest, at that point. Maybe I should get the Japanese version of the manga. Now that I mention it, maybe that'd be sick. How many books is that? Do I have room on my shelf? Am I gonna have to have a whole shelf dedicated to the fucking Japanese version of fucking One Piece? It's kind of sick, in a way. I actually kind of fuck with that, actually. Huh. Let's see how much it is. It's probably like bad expensive. It's probably like $400 or some shit. Because it's like probably 50 fucking volumes or some shit. It's probably more than that even. God damn. That's a lot. Holy shit. I wonder how many volumes there are of One Piece right now. I think it's like 20-ish chapters a piece. And we're on like 11.5, 12.5. It's a lot of fucking. So if it was 20 chapters each, 50 would get you to 1,000, right? 5 is 100, so 50 is 1,000. So plus a quarter of that, it's like 15, less than that, 12. So that would be 60 something volumes. Okay. I need to move that mouse. It's like, again, I did the same thing before where it's like way up at the top of my browser for Stream Manager or whatever, which makes it look like there's a light there, which makes me feel like there's a camera on looking directly at me, and it bothers the shit out of me. I mean, there's a camera, hello, but like, you get what I'm saying. Like up there, there's not supposed to be anything. All right. I really cannot look this up. I like open this tab like, okay, now I just need to like squeeze in a few seconds to type in One Piece volumes. It's just like fully not possible while doing this. It's funny. I had so much time to do the research or whatever that I was doing when I was doing Wintertot, and nothing really came to mind. I was just like vibing. But now that I have something that I want to look up, I'm doing construction again. Something about construction like really stirs the mind. It's like, oh, well, I'm so busy with my hands. I might as well be busy with my mind as well. Whereas like Wintertot, I'm like fucking chilling most of the time. Wintertot is good though. It's a good minigame. I didn't like it originally because I was like getting my ass handed to me, which is real. But it's a lot better now as well. You didn't feel good to be like eating food and shit as well back in the day. All right, we really need to find out how many volumes are. How many volumes? 105. That's so much more than I thought there were. As of March 2025, there's 105. Holy shit. What chapter are we on? That's not even like up to the current chapter, obviously. 1149. That is a lot of fucking chapters, bro. All right, so 1149 divided by 111. So it's 10 chapters each, closer to 10. Okay. 10 chapters. I feel like 10 chapters might not even make a difference from front to back sometimes. Dude, that's just gonna be so fucking expensive. That's like more than $1,000. That's well over $1,000, right? They're gonna be at least $10 a piece. One piece box sets. Manga box set 1. It's $208. Yeah, but how many volumes is that? Volumes 1 to 23. So 23 volumes. So that's 5. So $1,000. Jesus Christ. That is mad expensive, yo. Yeah, not anytime soon. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll own One Piece. You're goddamn right there's free shipping. $208. It better be free shipping, bitch. Out of your fucking mind, bro. You best believe I'm not paying for the shipping on this shit. All right, well, that dream is dead. What's up, Savior? How's it going, man? Anything new in the day in the life? Saber says, do you fuck with Game of Thrones at all? I don't think anybody fucks with Game of Thrones in the year 2025, Savior. I'm gonna be honest with you. That shit fell off in like 2017? Something like that. When did the end of Game of Thrones air? It was pre-COVID, right? Like, nobody gives a shit about that thing anymore. Saber says, that's blasphemy? Nah, man. The season finale of Game of Thrones fucked with people, bro. I never watched even a single episode of it, though. Or read any of the books. I do know that Arya is in the Smash-like game that I think is now canceled. There you go. That's what I know about Game of Thrones. Oh, wait, there's also like a spin-off, isn't there? Is there a currently airing thing? Oh, that's where she's from, right? There's some cartoon that has like Arya Stark in it. Saber says, I just started reading the books and watching the show at the same time. Oh. Well, good luck. You're not going to finish the book series, though. It's famously like 2 books short of being over. George R.R. Martin is not finishing that shit anytime soon, I don't think. Instead, he's too busy producing the Elden Ring movie. By that, I mean he's probably not doing a damn thing. His name is probably on the list of producers. That's probably all he's doing for that shit. I wonder if he's involved in Night Rain at all. I wonder if he was involved in Elden Ring at all. You know what I mean? I wonder what he actually did for that IP. Did he just put his name on it and that's it? Because I know he doesn't like fuck with video games or whatever. He got like super addicted to like WoW back in the day or whatever. He was like, nah, I don't do any of that shit anymore. I'm not allowed to. I'm curious. Saber says, I'm gonna hold off Night Rain until I know exactly what it is. Isn't it like, hey, what's up, Booze? Isn't it like a battle royale or something? I actually don't know myself. I haven't like done any research on it, but I understood it to be like either a battle royale or some kind of like an extraction Elden, well, Dark Souls like game. Something like that. But I don't know. I fully don't know myself. When it comes out, it'll be a lot more clear to me, I think, though. Saber says $80 for a game that I don't understand is kind of steep. That's fair. I mean, but like, I'm going to be honest with you at the same time. $80 for a game by Supergiant? Well, $80 is like a lot of money, I guess. Supergiant has not charged $80 for fucking anything at the moment. But like, a full price Supergiant game, I'm buying it. I don't have Hades 2 because Hades 2 isn't available right now. It's like a full game. It's available in early access. I wouldn't mind buying it. I don't have a problem with buying it in early access, to be honest. I'm just not going to play it until after they finish baking the fucking game. But yeah. So I'm definitely like that with some devs. Like, doesn't matter. Like, From Software's closest thing to a miss is Dark Souls 2. And Dark Souls 2 is not as good as the first one, but it is not a bad game at all. It's just fully not. Some people will say that it has like, it might be the most disappointing Souls game, but that does not make it bad. And that's the most disappointing Souls game from Software. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to call that game actually bad. So we'll see, right? It could be that this is the first miss, right? The first real miss, but I kind of doubt it. Most likely for me, it's going to be closer to a Dark Souls 2 situation where it's like fine, but like not an amazing. You know what I mean? That's imagine what I imagine it's gonna be. It's like closer to a spin-off game rather than a Dark Souls 1 or 3 or Elden Ring. I would say Sekiro is more like a spin-off game as well, rather than the others. But Sekiro was just like a really good, like really well regarded spin-off game. Whereas like all the other like tentpole games are like their own thing and like fully loved. Like if I asked you what your favorite Souls game was, or even From Software game, right? You could say anything that isn't Dark Souls 2 and no one would question it. If you said Dark Souls the first one, no one would question it. 3, no one would question it. Elden Ring, fine. Bloodborne, fine. Sekiro, fine. Sekiro is probably the most questionable of all of them, but like anybody would be like, yeah, sure. In Armored Core 6, they'd be like, okay, so you like mech stuff. That makes sense. Savior says, I thought Sekiro was a miss. You were bad at it. I don't know. I think that like critically, and when I say critically, I don't mean like as far as critics go, but I mean like as far as like the cultural zeitgeist around it, I think that like people generally like it quite a lot, but definitely noticeably less, but also noticeably more than Dark Souls 2. The only people who like really truly love Dark Souls 2 are like the people who defend the PvP in it. And apparently the PvP, to be fair, was quite good. But I wouldn't know. I never really played it. I never really liked the PvP in Souls games, to be honest. Never really. And I tried it a little bit in the first one, but I don't know, you know, it just wasn't really for me in retrospect. It's fine, but I would rather not. And to be fair, when I say that FromSoft never misses, I am also mentioning, or I'm saying that knowing full well that you needed to get DS fix for Dark Souls the first time, because that game, Dark Souls, was like fully broken, if not for the fans fixing it, to be clear, which it should not be forgotten. Like, From Software does not get credit for DS fix. They just do not, right? That was the fans who did that shit. That was a fan-made patch to make the game fucking work, which is crazy that that had to happen, but it happened at the right time for it to be forgiven, I think. Beatrice says 1v1 me in Elden Ring. I'm so sure I would beat your ass. Who says what's cracking? We're just doing some construction. We're trying to wrap this joker up. Savior says my back. That's what's cracking. That's crazy. Beatrice says cap. Yeah, okay. All right, sure. Savior says Sekiro was just so fucking hard. It was the first game it felt like an actual optional. That's crazy. It's definitely different, but I think that Bloodborne is similarly like very, very hard if you're not acclimated to it. Souls and Elden Ring are a lot more similar to each other than either Sekiro or Bloodborne are. I think they're just different. Who's this noise close, damn close to 99? Yeah, we're gonna definitely stop before we get there. Oh, it felt like an actual obstacle. I see. I thought you meant optional as in like you might as well not even play it, but I got you. Sabers, does Siri stop fucking correcting me? Yeah, get roasted, man. Later, man. How do you get Siri to say Siri? How does that happen? You just have to say Siri twice? Siri, type this, and then you say Siri in it, and it's not confused? How does it know when your sentence ends? You just have to wait for like 3 beats? Who says time to slam it a yamma jamma? That's crazy. Well, you enjoy your banana slamma, number 1. Number 2, I don't even know if you're gonna get anything like worth it. What are you even doing? Are you just doing it to get the drops? Yeah, you're like that with like the Rancor too, right? Instead of just like buying stuff, you like farm it out yourself or whatever. All right, well, good luck with your new gear, your new slash. I guess like Inquisitor equivalent. I don't know how to describe it as. Who says I want to get an oath plate drop? Just an oath plate drop? Don't you want the whole set? What do you mean? Just another 800,000 real quick. Saber says, I'd sell my soul to be good at Dead by Daylight like I used to be. Dead by Daylight? Really? Why? Dead by Daylight's like low-key just a party game to me. Like, I don't even see it as like real competitive. Like, you're mostly like grinding out for like stats for survivors and shit, right? Or as a killer. It's like not a big deal if you just like lose whenever. Who says gotta start with the first? Yeah, that's true. Saber says I was actually him back in the day. I mean, all right. Look, you're chasing the dragon, sure. I've never really been a fan of Dead by Daylight personally. I know a few people who like fuck with it, but like I never really understood the appeal. Like, I could maybe play it like for a day, but after that, I don't think I would ever play it again. Like, I don't really see what it's got. You know what I'm saying? Especially as like a survivor or whatever, right? Like, it's like, to me, it's similar to Among Us, but instead of the social deduction and the mini games, it's just got the like rhythm, the timing based mini game. It's just got that, and you have to avoid a bunch of different kinds of imposters, basically. Saber says, I only play from time to time now because it's gotten stale, but I used to play competitively. Sure. How do you like the new guy, Kaneki Ken? He's fast. Interesting. That's a cool thing for a killer to be. Hey, can you fuck off, Butler? Thank you. Saber says, I'd say on Flatland, he's almost with Nurse in terms of speed, and she basically teleports when she blinks. I don't know who Nurse is, but I imagine that's a killer as well. Like I said, I'm not super familiar with the game. I know who Artist is, I know who Trickster is, and I know like the famous, or some of the famous horror people that are around. Saber says Nurse is a killer. Well, yeah, I mean, I figured that. Survivors don't have abilities like Blinks. At least, actually, I don't know what kind of abilities survivors actually get. As far as I understand it, mostly they just get like minor optimizations where they're like slightly more efficient in this way or that way or whatever. And like, they don't actually have any like gameplay changes or anything like that. They just like are better at using these things or whatever. Saber says absolutely right. They get boosts from perks. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. Never really seemed like my type of thing, but like, same for like anything that's even remotely horror themed, to be honest, where it's like, it's already a hard sell for me to be interested in it. It's like, yeah, I don't really fuck with that kind of content. Saber says they also get items. Sure. Like med kits and shit like that. Saber says, I like the getting chased aspect. Oh, I mean, I don't have any problem with getting chased, if you know what I'm saying, but like, I don't think I need to simulate that in Dead by Daylight, if anything. Saber says, I like running away from things. Yeah, I can't quite relate to that. That's not exactly the same as what I was saying. Saber says, like my problems. I kind of hear you. I don't know. I'm definitely feeling in this moment that I'm like, if it's a problem, like truly a problem, I try to solve it. If it's not truly a problem, I do definitely ignore it. But I mostly ignore it rather than run away from it as well. It's like, man, I can't be fucking asked. If it's like not something that I actually, especially if I can't do anything about it, it's like, fuck it, whatever. Just wait until it becomes something that I like have to contend with in some way, or just let it fall to fucking pieces. Fuck it. Saber says the house on fire and you're drinking a cup of coffee type shit. Yeah, I don't know if I got it quite like that. I don't know about quite like that. I definitely have like had like a nightmare that there was like something going terribly wrong with my house or whatever, like it's on fire or something. And I woke up and went right back to sleep. You know what I mean? I didn't like check shit. It's just like, fuck it. If I die, I die. Just went straight back to bed. Like, nah. Nothing where I've like clear-headed, like, Vu says the problem will solve itself as stream. To some degree, yeah. But nothing where I'm like clear-headed, like, well, I have a little bit, right? I definitely have, you know, college kid vibes. If like I'm gonna cross the street and if they hit me, they hit me. Oh, hey Saku, what's up, dude?
Hello.
How'd your stream go?
Oblivion was fun.
Did you just start it for the first time?
Yep.
I see. Saber says, fuck this house. It's not fuck this house. It's like, I don't need to worry about it if I die. I like this.
I've learned how to social wheel.
Yeah. The charisma wheel in that game. It's a weird mini game, isn't it?
Very weird.
I kind of like it. It's a little weird, but I think as far as like coercion goes in games, like it's a fine mini game. It's a fine way of making it happen.
Also made the ugliest motherfucker I could.
Yeah, a lot of people. That's Oblivion. A lot of people. Also, the mouths in that game, man, they're fucking weird, especially for orcs, but like in general as well. Fucking so strange. They just like talk so fucking funny, man. Do you think you're gonna keep playing Oblivion, or is it a one-off?
Yeah, I'll play it more. Although, I don't know if the... did they fix the leveling thing in
Yes.
the remastered?
Yes.
Or is it still unbalanced to level up?
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't sleep just in case.
You don't level up from sleeping anymore, do you? I think you just level up all the time now.
Huh.
Maybe you do still level up when you sleep, but there's no reason not to now. As long as you put your points into stats that you use, you'll be fine. Before, the way, so what he's talking about, for those of you who are not aware, with regards to Oblivion's level up, the reason why it was broken, the reason why it was weird is because the amount of points that you used to get when you leveled up was variable based on what you were doing and how you were doing them. And the idea was you got basically more points to distribute or more points actually. Now you distribute 12 points every time you level up, no matter what. So you can level up anytime you want, or anytime you earn a level up, whatever, and you'll get the same amount of points that you can distribute however you want to distribute them. You can put fewer into luck, but otherwise you can do whatever you want to do. It used to be that you could get up to, maybe it was 12. I don't know. I think it's +5, and +2 or 3 or something like that. And the stats that were increased by that amount would increase by that amount based on how you used those particular stats, your like base attributes or whatever, as long as they were like specifically your lesser skills. So you level up by leveling up your major skills, and you get your stat attribution based on your major skills and particularly your minor skills or whatever. So if you put enough time into your minor skills, you could get bigger stat gains that would also affect your major skills. So basically, in order to play Oblivion optimally, in order to get like your character to level up in a way that is like good, you have to like pay a lot of attention to what levels you're getting and when, and you need to get the last level at the right time for your major skill in order to level up after you level up your minor skills frequently enough. It's a very fucking weird way to like play a game, and that's for like optimal. In theory, you don't need to play optimally, but if you in conjunction with playing suboptimally also just like level up mid or bad stats, you can you can like sort of soft lock yourself such that the world scales to your level, right? But your offensive capacity is based on the gear that you have and the stats that you have, right? So you can level up your main, like say you're using blades, right? What swords, right? You can level up your sword stat, no problem. You can also use the best sword that you have available to you. Again, no problem. However, your strength stat, which also influences how much damage you do with swords, I believe, pretty sure, is basically fixed until you level up. And the only way to get that to go up higher is by leveling up. And in the original game, you can only increase your strength stat if you happen to do enough during the duration of that level until you reach the level, like until you achieved your level up that you didn't necessarily distribute or whatever. And now you can just increase whatever your base stat is just as much as you want whenever you want to. So as long as you're putting, as long as you are doing, the archer thing with your archer stuff, or your strength thing with your strength stuff or whatever, like you'll be fine. You won't ever get outscaled where like you can't fucking do any damage. And it's also easy to turn the difficulty now as well. So like you should be fine. I don't think that I haven't heard of anybody having any problems. And I did look into it a decent amount. I do have some opinions on the luck stat in that game though, and somewhat informed opinions as well, through a few different content creators. Some people really like the luck stat. I think it's sub of par is what I'll say. I don't think it's worth, but if you like it, go for it. Feel free.
No, I went for the spell casting stats.
Luck is kind of a weird stat in the game as well. It's like not an easy thing to explain how it works as well.
It said that it increased pretty much everything, but I'm assuming it's very little.
Yes. I believe. Does it max at what? I know it maxes at 100, but I think you want to get it to 100. And at level 100, you get 20, call it soft stats in every other skill. And it is soft, so it does improve those skills, but doesn't give you like the journeyman bonus or expert bonus or whatever. So it's very weird. It's very weird. It definitely will not help you with your like main combat skill, for example. Because first of all, you want your main combat skill to get to 100, not to fucking 80. And it doesn't improve it over 100 as well. But if you want to have a character that's technically, you know, has as many skills or levels, if you will, soft or hard as possible, you do want to level up luck in theory, if you're trying to like max end game, whatever. But like, that's not how anybody's realistically playing the game. You're probably gonna, you know, play the game until you're done playing the game at like level 40 something at most, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Well, actually, I don't know what the max level is in Oblivion is. In Skyrim, I think level 80-ish is about the most that you would ever end up at. But I'm not sure, to be honest, in retrospect. But I'm glad you had a good time. Are you doing the main story or what?
Yeah, I've started working on it a little bit, but I was distracted by random dungeons.
Mm-hmm. There's quite a few dungeons. Alien ruins, mostly. Yeah, I like Oblivion a good amount. I'm not sure how I feel about the remake. I'm not sure if I'm going to play it either. I really didn't expect it to be a thing. Like, no one really did, right? There was like one leak, like super early, like maybe there's going to be an Oblivion remake, and everyone just like ignored it or whatever. And then just bam, pow, it's out now. I don't know if I'm going to play it. I probably would play the remake before I play the original version of the game, to be honest. For a bunch of different
that's what I did.
Hmm. Did you play the original Oblivion?
Nope.
I definitely did. I put a lot of time into it. But I also don't. That's what I'm saying is like, I think I would rather play the remake rather than the original. Again. But we've already kind of like, I don't want to say passed, but for lack of a better term, we've already passed like the cultural moment that Oblivion Remaster like was occupying, and I'm not going to be playing it for another couple months or whatever, right? Not to say that it's going to be irrelevant, but you get what I'm saying, where it's like its moment of hype has passed in the same way that Monster Hunter World's moment of hype has passed, at least for now. Not that that matters in the grand scheme of things. It's mostly just like I care about it less, as it also has faded into not like obscurity, but like as it has exited the limelight. Right now, Claire Obscure Expeditions 33 is like the main one, and even it's starting to like not falter, but you get what I'm saying. I'm expecting something to be replacing it pretty soon.
I also took the habits of jumping over NPCs before talking to them.
Yeah.
To get funny camera angles.
I see. Yeah. It's pretty good. I do miss like your base stats being a thing in those games, because Skyrim just doesn't have strength and stuff. You just have like your actual like, you know, blades and I don't know what the fuck they call any skills. Destruction, conjuration. They have those skills, but they don't have your base stats anymore. They just removed them completely. So I think Oblivion is the last vestige of that, at least for now. And honestly, I do miss them dearly. So it would be cool to play Oblivion, I guess. But really, like, as cool as Oblivion is, Morrowind's really the one for me. Like, I really do like Morrowind a lot. And I don't know that people know Morrowind in the same way that they know about Oblivion or Skyrim. I mean, I imagine most people didn't know about Oblivion at all relative, like in the Skyrim audience. I imagine a lot of people did not know about Oblivion. Maybe most did, but a lot certainly didn't. And much fewer certainly know about Morrowind. Then again, Morrowind
is definitely less known.
Yes. And it's also like harder to like play in the year 2025, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it's like, that doesn't mean that it's not worth it, you understand? Just because it's an old game, that doesn't mean it's not fantastic. I'm playing RuneScape. This game is from the era of Morrowind. Not really. Morrowind is like a few years later, I think, actually. I mean, I guess it depends on how you look at it. Is this game RuneScape 2, or is this game, you know, the beta of RS Classic? You know what I mean? Because if you want to look at it that way, 1999, it definitely predates Morrowind.
This game is, well, at its current state, old school RuneScape is RuneScape 2.5, I would say.
Yeah, but when do you count that from? 2007?
Like, it's RuneScape 2, but it's not RuneScape 2 as it were back then.
Yeah, so count it from 2013 then, when it, like, RuneScape, when OSRS officially launched? You know what I mean? Like,
Perhaps.
when does this game... From when does this game hail? You like all of those answers to me are technically correct. You could say 1999, you could say 2001, you could say 2007, or you could say 2013 or 14 or whatever it was. All of those are fine answers, I think, for when OSRS. Whence cometh OSRS? The funny thing about, like, the Elder Scrolls games, Skyrim, I feel like, has way too much fucking snow, but I feel like it doesn't have as much snow as I remember it does. Oblivion, in my mind, same thing. I feel like it has way too much green, but I'm sure that there's more than just trees and grass, which is what I remember it having. And Morrowind definitely has way too much fucking brown. Way too much brown, bro. And I'll hear no arguments to the contrary. Sometimes it's red, but it's always brown.
Yeah, it's red when you fight enemies.
It's actually Red Mountain. There's like a terrible dust storm going on there. And it'll give you like a disease too, I think. Or maybe just the enemies in that area do. Shout out to Dagoth. You've seen him from the memes. It's the one thing people know about Morrowind is Dagoth. I'm pretty sure that's what his name is. He's the guy.
I did have one jank moment, actually, when I think about it.
Yeah?
For some reason, I entered an inn, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, everyone decided to start hanging out behind the counter.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much it.
I see. Maybe that's where the food was?
Possibly.
I know that the AI, they have like a... Well, it would be called Radiant now. I don't know if they called it Radiant AI back then, but in Skyrim, they would call it Radiant. But they're like, you know, dictated to like go to food and eat food and follow schedule or whatever. And have morality and courage stat. There's a few things. It's pretty interesting how much they like really put into those games. Just watched recently, I think it was Never Knows Best, did like a deep dive on like why are there no Skyrim killers in like the gaming space. Just in time for that one Skyrim killer to come out. Actually, there's a brand new Skyrim like or whatever that's like indie. I don't know what it's like. I don't know if anybody likes it or people like it or whatever, but it came out just recently and I happened to know about it. And it seems like the reason, as far as his perspective goes, Never Knows Best, is because there's a lot that goes into the systems, a lot of AI, a lot of development, and there's also a lot of depth and a lot of space. The sandbox is massive with a lot of AI, and it's really hard for someone to like recreate the scale the scale in conjunction with the depth in conjunction with the combat. Even though those games, the Elder Scrolls games, are not known for having like extremely deep combat, it's still just so much for not just an indie, but for anyone else to even attempt. Like most game devs that start with that in mind end up swerving to something a little more comfortable and a little less grand in scale. So only Bethesda's crazy enough to tackle something that massive, it seems like. Well, Bethesda and I guess Obsidian, but Obsidian had the engine. They did New Vegas. I would love to see Obsidian do more in that space, because they definitely didn't with the Pillars of Eternity game, whose name Avowed, whose name almost escaped me, but I got there. Avowed is definitely not that much like Skyrim. Combat's pretty interesting though. It's cool that Bethesda rolled out another Elder Scrolls game, even though it is just a remake. I fully didn't expect it as well.
Thank God it's not a Skyrim remake.
True.
They've already done that enough.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to their next like actual big release though. This one, the Oblivion one, isn't necessarily for me, but I'm glad that people were hype about it and care about it. Got a little bit of lifeblood back into the Bethesda veins, because Starfield was not it. And if they went straight from Starfield to the next Elder Scrolls game and it didn't hit, you know what I mean? Like that might have been the end of Bethesda, to be honest. Like right then. But Oblivion, the remake, that means that they're going to be okay, I think. I don't think I'm worried about Bethesda doing anything and like fucking up and like disappearing or whatever. There's a chance that they still could. They just like eat shit with their Elder Scrolls game and Microsoft's just like, well, fuck off. We own you now. Goodbye. But I doubt it. I think it'll be fine now. Savage isn't here, unfortunately, but we were talking about a new Fallout game, and he would, as I understand it, he would rather there not be another Fallout game than to have a Fallout 5 that is in the same like spirit as Fallout 4. And I like fully don't understand that perspective. Like, I would much rather a game franchise continue and potentially become good or better than it was than for it to just like die. Like a game franchise dying does literally nothing for me. I would rather have video game than not. You know what I'm saying? And obviously he's not here to counter in any way. Just something that I think about now and then. Are you looking forward to any video game sequels, Saku?
Not really, not at this time.
New Persona would be pretty cool.
I guess so. I've only played the 5th game.
Yeah. The third one got a remake afterwards.
Yep.
I don't know if anybody knows or cares about the first 2 Persona games, I'm gonna be honest. As far as I'm aware, like they might as well have started with the 3rd one. Kind of like Grand Theft Auto, you know what I mean? Like there were 2 Grand Theft Auto games before Grand Theft Auto 3, but nobody acknowledges their existence.
I think the 1st and 2nd are kind of lost in time.
Oh, well, yeah. For a bunch of different reasons. I think they're like top down, like bird's eye view games and everything. Like it's crazy.
Cool.
Looks like a mobile game nowadays. Oh, kind of like Hotline Miami, actually, weirdly enough. But yeah. Grand Theft Auto, by the way. Grand Theft Auto 6. Do you think you're going to play that?
No.
Yeah, me neither, to be honest.
Not my kind of game.
I don't know if it's not my kind of game. I think I would have a good time with it if I did play it, but I don't see it being on my radar in any way. I'm going to let the Grand Theft Auto people play the Grand Theft Auto game, I think. I could see playing it in like a collab maybe for like the multiplayer, maybe, but like, I don't know. Probably not even that. I've never even played Grand Theft Auto 5 or 4. I don't think. Maybe I've played Grand Theft Auto 4 like once or something, but I definitely never owned either of them. But I had a great time with Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, and San Andreas. All of those games I fucking had a fantastic time with, to be honest. I think the Star Citizen, is that what it's called? Squadron 42 or whatever, the single player for that game is coming out, or it's slated to come out in like 2026 or something like that. I think it's like very soon. I've never really been into like space flight games though, so I don't think that's for me either. That said, I did enjoy No Man's Sky a decent amount. I only played it for, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours or whatever. I only played it after it got like its huge, or a million updates. Not even a huge update, like a million separate updates. Let's see. When did I play that game? I would guess 2016. Let's see. It's very hard to scroll on this list while doing this. Oh, Prince of Persia. I forgot about that game. That's the new Prince of Persia. Wait, No Man's Sky has an N at the start of it. December 2020. So just after COVID. Total of 9 hours. I don't know if that's the only time that I played that game, but I think it is about the only time I played it. No, I played it twice. I played it once before and once right when they added like the derelict ship exploration. There's like some like big like star cruiser or whatever that like, or a bunch of them, I guess, that just like get like abandoned at some point and you can like go through and like loot them, kind of like a dungeon.
Your experience of the game.
I'm sorry?
How was your experience of the game?
No Man's Sky?
Yeah.
Oh, it was definitely positive. I had a great time. I was playing it with 2 of the homies though, right? So it's like not, I wouldn't play No Man's Sky by myself at all. But if you want to like, so in the same way that you might play, is it Eco? Sky Children of Light, that game, where it's like a bunch of like instance worlds that are just like sightseeing things. Eco's the same way, whereas like if you want to experience exploration, especially in a group, there are very few games that can do No Man's Sky the way that No Man's Sky does. I think that as far as an exploration game goes, there are things to see and things to do, and if you want to do it with friends, there's almost no comparison. However, if you want to like lock in and settle in, it's not a survival craft 'em up in the same way, in my opinion, or at least it wasn't. And like it doesn't really have like combat in the same way. It doesn't like do any of those things like extremely well. It's first and foremost to me a game about exploration, particularly through the stars, like from planet to planet. The space part of it, like the space combat or whatever, that's like definitely tertiary to me in a big way. But yeah, I don't know. It's probably fine, especially if you can get it like on sale or something, like for like $10. I still wouldn't play it solo though. You'd still need like the homies. I think it has like a weird squad size too. I think you can only play it with like 2 people, like total of 3 in a group, rather than like as many as you would normally get, like 4 at least. But I think there's a weird number of people as well. But yeah, looking at my Steam list, it did remind me about Prince of Persia. That game, dude. The new Prince of Persia. Not to be confused with like the new Prince of Persia. That's like a 2D side scroller or whatever. Which people seem to like. People that played it seem to like, but most people forgot that it existed as soon as it came out. But the one that I'm talking about, the 360 era new Prince of Persia, where the main character isn't even the prince of Persia. In fact, there's like a princess of Persia, I guess, and
What?
he's kind of like dating her, sort of, I guess, but like they're not like, it's like a will they won't they kind of situation. You know what I mean? That game, I like, kind of like it, and I kind of hate it, to be honest. It's kind of incredible. Because the like, okay, so the core gameplay loop, right, is there's these 4 bosses, right? They have their own like domains, right? They're like, you start in the center of the map and you have to go beat these 4 bosses any order you want, but there's like different zones that you have to go through to get to these bosses, right? It's like a linear path. Well, it's a branching path, right? So the original zone branches to 4 different paths or something like that, right? And those 4 paths ultimately end in the bosses themselves, but you can take various different paths that you want to take to get to the actual boss proper, right? And in order to go from one path to another, generally what you need to do is you need to collect these like little wispy lights, right? And the amount of wispy lights you need to get increases as you like play through the game, right? They get further into, you know, closer to a boss, you need to unlock more of the wispy light things. So you don't need all the wispy lights in the game to beat the bosses, but you need a good amount of them. You need like maybe 3/4 of them or something like that. And they're just littered throughout the game, collectathon style. Like you can't hardly go anywhere without encountering a bunch of them, right? And playing the game such that your main focus is cruising around collecting the wispy lights while doing some like coolish parkour stuff is very, very chill and like a pretty good experience. Probably like an 8 out of 10, I would say. The story of the game is like a fucking 4 out of 10. They like barely pay any attention to the story. It mostly doesn't matter until the end. And like what they got is like fine, but like who cares? The princess that you're with and you as the prince are pretty good, actually. I enjoyed them a good amount. I would say they're probably an 8 out of 10. Like I really buy their relationship, and I like their banter and stuff. The ending for the game though, dude, I do not like it at all. I'm gonna spoil new Prince of Persia 2013 or whatever the fuck. Are you gonna play that game, Saku, ever in your life?
I don't think I'll play that game.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think if you were gonna play it, you would have played it by now. It's 14 hours long apparently, so it's a little on the shorter side. I last played it May 2018. Okay, so the way that the game starts, right? You see, I'm trying to remember precisely. So there's the evil king and his daughter, and the daughter was, I'm pretty sure her plan was to sacrifice herself to stop the like evil from being like uncovered or whatever. And the father's like, no, I'm gonna do evil shit. And then you stop him, you rescue the queen, no, the princess, excuse me. And then you go on this adventure to kill all these dudes. And at the very end, you realize, oh, hey, the reason why the king was doing this thing was because he wanted his daughter to live. And the only way to make his daughter live was to like let the evil like exude out. So he like unleashed the like evil on purpose so that his daughter would be alive. And his daughter's like, that's fucking whack. We're gonna stop this. And so you help her, right? And she like dies, right? And then there's like this tree that's like growing that's like, hey, you did it. The like tree of light is growing now. And I guess you as the player are presented with two options at that point. You can turn the game off now that the tree of light is growing. Like, congratulations, you did it, I guess. Or you can attack the tree, thus releasing the evil, undoing everything that you did throughout the game. And she's going to be pissed at you because she's alive and aware that you decided to bring her back. And like, that does not a satisfying ending make to me. I'm gonna be honest. I understand it's supposed to be like downcast, like it's supposed to be sad or whatever. It's like, oh man, in order for there to be happiness, you needed this character to die. And I'm like, bro, I collected 100% of your bullshit wisp flights. Why do I have a sad ending? Fuck you, game. I didn't need to collect all this shit if I was just gonna get fucking oh ho hum the ending. You know what I mean? Like, fuck did I play all this game for, bro? Like, fuck off. I don't know if I got all the achievements, I'm gonna be honest, but I definitely got all the fucking wisp lights, which I think that's like the only collectible in the fucking game. I don't know what else there could even be, unless there's just like random feats in the game. But there's no extra endings as far as I know. Like, that's it. Are there no achievements? Where are the achievements in this game? Am I stupid? But yeah, I don't know. It's a thumbs down for me. Not because the whole game is a thumbs down, but because the ending made it feel like I wasted a lot of my effort. But if you like just chilling out and exploring, it is fine for a chill out explore game, but it's a little short for that too. But it's got like parkour stuff. It's cool in that way. And the combat's also very stylish, very, very pretty, very cinematic in a way that doesn't feel like extremely contrived, but it is very much scripted. You definitely will have like, you can play through the game and do like exactly the same combo over and over again, I think, in theory, which is like a very uninteresting way to do combat. Or you can like mix it up and learn other combos or whatever. And there is some incentive to do that as well, because the boss battles like do require you to do different combos, I'm pretty sure. But like against like the random trash mobs or whatever, you can kind of do whatever you want to do and just like kill them and get them. It's fine. But there's also not that many fights, to be honest. There's probably like, counting every boss, which you fight like, I don't know, say 3 times each, 4 times each. I would guess that there's a total of, I don't know, 40, maybe 50 fights, mostly against trash mobs. So like you can just kind of like, you could remove the combat from the game and the game would still be there, mostly intact. It would only take like 20 or 30 minutes away from the length of the game. It's like nothing. It does remind me ultimately of Burnout Paradise though. Burnout Paradise is a member of the Burnout franchise. It might actually be the newest Burnout game. That'd be a fucking tragedy if it was. Which is like primarily a racing game, but it's like a racing game that like focuses on like using your car to destroy other cars. Mostly, like you like crash into like people that you're racing against in order to like knock them out. It's all about like takedowns and stuff like that. It's very like
Twisted Metal, but instead it's a racing game.
Yeah, Twisted Metal has like guns and stuff. Instead, Burnout is all about like crashing your car into other cars in a way that presumably would destroy both of your cars, but instead only ruins their car. You know what I mean? That's like how it goes. It's the idea, right? you get like bonus points for driving in oncoming traffic and dodging cars, and you get like extra boost that way and stuff, right? That's like what it's all about. And Burnout Paradise, the idea, the gimmick was, instead of just being a regular Burnout game with like race tracks and stuff where you can just like, you know, instant style race against a bunch of different people or whatever, and like progress through the game by unlocking new cars, whatever. In this game, in Burnout Paradise in particular, there's a fixed map. So there's one gigantic sandbox map, and all the races have like a start point and an end point, but generally don't like force you to go down a specific path generally. And it's just all about, you know, going from A to B, however you want to do it by navigating the city. And so there's like shared shortcuts across multiple different racetracks and stuff like that. More race courses, plotted courses, if you will. And the idea was, oh yeah, no, you can just like, you know, kind of like freestyle. You can choose whatever car you want to do and kind of like freestyle your way through most of the races or whatever, right? And some of them aren't even like races. Some of them are about like getting points from like getting a bunch of takedowns or doing like jumps and stuff, that kind of thing. And the whole map has, you know, let's say like 300 different events, right? And you unlock, I think, different parts of the map, but also different like cars and stuff by doing events. And as you unlock, or as you do events, you unlock that content by getting like new licenses, is how they describe it, right? And they're like, oh yeah, so there's like the beginner license, the medium license, the, you know, high intensity license, whatever, however they break it down, whatever. And one of the things, my gameplay experience was like, oh yeah, I'll do I'll do everything, sure. And I finished doing the very last event, and it was like, congratulations, you got your, you know, your burnout license, but you can get your super burnout license if you do all the events again. And I'm like, fuck completely off. Nope. Turn that game off right then. I was like, nope, I did it. I did everything once. Fuck off. I don't need your super elite license. I'm good. I'm big chilling, actually. So I have no idea how that game ends. For all I know, there's a whole new continent after you do all the races again. You know what I'm saying? They give you all types of new content. They unlock every kind of car you can imagine. I wouldn't give a shit about it. Literally any of it. I am good. That game was like very, very much of its time. It was back when like the Xbox webcam was like brand new-ish. So one of the things that they did was like, if you played multiplayer, right, and you like took out somebody's car, it would automatically take a picture of the person whose car like you took out, like the player. Hey Oz, what's up, dude? Thanks for the bits. It would take a picture of them as you were like knocking them out. So the idea is to catch them when they're like raging or whatever, and it would show you that picture of them. Like, this is what you just did to that guy, which is like such a good idea. Unfortunately, like what you've done is you've allowed people to unintentionally capture dick pics. Like,
yeah. That's the other problem, you know.
You know what I mean? Like, which is like fair. Like, I'm in my house playing my fucking video game. Like, I don't need to be wearing pants. You know what I'm saying? Like, but also like, don't use my webcam. You know what I mean? Like, don't do that.
Yeah, that should be an option that's turned off by default.
It probably is. I don't know that. I don't remember how it was at the time, but like, it was one of those features that's like, no, we're not doing that. Come on. But yeah, Oz, I appreciate you stopping by as you're working and lurking, man. As you can see, we're grinding it out. We're almost done with construction. This will be, I think, our 8th skill. In theory, we're not actually going to finish it today. We're just grinding it out for now. What? How the fuck did I do that? I mentioned Osmond Arc earlier, and and I will repeat, he is my personal fitness and wellness guru, and indeed made sure that I did a little bit of exercise yesterday. I caught him live during his community night. He has a community night literally every single Monday. I believe he's saying that the last Monday of every month was Among Us specifically. So if you want to play some Among Us with him, then you know when to tune in. But he ended his stream not with Among Us, but with a nice little exercise. Usually he starts his streams with exercises. You know, he's a live action streamer, by the way. He uses his real face and everything. And as he was doing his push-ups, he said, I think jokingly, like, oh yeah, and you go ahead and do your push-ups too. And I was like, oh, you know what? I will do that. I will match your push-ups. He's like, actually, rather than matching my push-ups, why don't you take it easy? I'm going to do 20, you do 10. So he ended up doing, I don't know, probably about 100 push-ups. Hard to say. I'm not 100% sure. I did 10 when he did 20. You know what I mean? I wasn't counting them. And I ended up doing, you know, maybe 60 or something, because I did 20 the first time, and then he dialed me back down to 10. But yeah, I definitely recommend you check out Oz. He plays a variety of different games. Big fan of Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Lots of Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Content to be had pretty regularly over there. But he also has a special interest in Dead by Daylight and 7 Days to Die. Those are like the two longest running games that I'm familiar with that he has played like long term on his stream. But yeah, no, he plays a variety of different games. It has new hotness coming through now and then that he likes to try out. You know how it is. Mostly his stream is about like not just his personal development, but like personal development in general. Like over the last 2 years, he's transformed his body by doing exercises primarily on stream, and definitely encourages you, as he did with me last time, to like you know, develop yourself. Obviously, exercising is a great way to do that. It's a great way of ensuring that your health is good, but also like you can develop yourself in other ways. You can, you know, invest in a language, invest in, you know, your skills as an artist, or, you know, a math magician if you like math and magic, I guess. You know, whatever you want to do. It's all good. It's all out there. Me personally though, I want to probably put more time into exercise. Yeah, I think that's going to be what I try to do. Particularly in the mornings. It's like the idea, but it's a little bit of a work in progress for your boy. And we'll see. We'll see how it goes. My plan was I was going to take the last 2 months to like switch to eating breakfast in the morning instead of like eating late at night. And that just really didn't happen. I'm going to be honest. Like it just didn't work out. But now we're going to have a little bit more incentive to eat in the morning. Thank you for the hydrate booze. We're going to have a little bit more of an incentive because if we do the exercise in the morning, we're going to be probably quite famished immediately after the exercise is over. So I think it makes a lot of sense then, if no other time. And also I had a little bit of a light meal today. I went like had a banana, oatmeal with some applesauce, and there was this I don't know, it's like weird, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a snack box, I guess. It has like saltines, two types of cheeses, and 2 sausages, right? So the idea is that you can like, you know, cut up the sausage and the cheese to like adorn your cracker, your saltine or whatever, for like a little snack. I don't know. It's like a thing. I don't know. I didn't make it. Instead of doing that, because I didn't have a knife, and fully just because I didn't have a knife, I just took one of the sausages and just like ate it. I just like bit into it like a fucking apple, like a fucking animal, like a monster. I just ate a full sausage. It was quite good though. I liked it. The skin was a little hard though. It was a little weird. It would have been nicer if I had cut it into like little, you know what I mean? Like little slices or whatever. It would have been easier to deal with the skin. Because what ended up happening, as it being a sausage, right? The lining of the sausage is actually like separate from the like meat of it or whatever. And I ended up like mostly unintentionally squeezing the meat out of the lining. And then every other bite or so, I would like bite through the lining because I had to like use like my actual like molars or whatever, you know what I mean? I had to use like, you know what I mean? Like my foreteeth, if you will. I couldn't get my incisors into the skin because it was round, right? Like you had to like really get in there. You had to like kind of crunch and tear, you know what I mean? Rip and tear. I'm telling you, if I had a knife, it would have been a totally different story. I mean, I do have a knife here, but like not like a food knife, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I can serve food with a pocket knife, but like, come on, man, I'm not an animal. Like, I don't know when I've washed these pocket knives. Like, that knife isn't safe for eating food. Don't be ridiculous, right? Have you ever used a pocket knife, Saku, for like a food thing, like eating?
Not on food directly.
Yeah, no, I certainly haven't. Have you ever used
open packages? I have.
Yeah. Have you ever used a pocket knife to like open a can though?
No, I have a can opener.
Yeah, but like some like you've seen like survivalists do that shit, right? Where they use like a regular knife to open a can.
Yeah, there must be a technique.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I've definitely seen it before. I've never done that shit. I feel like I'm gonna fucking die if I do that. Like part of it, I think is like commit. Like you have to like just stab it real good. But like I feel like I'm gonna fucking die if I try to do that shit. Like unless I need to, I'm certainly not gonna. But yeah, I think that my multi-tool has a can opener myself. Have you ever used like the tiny little can openers as opposed to like a big regular can opener? I don't know.
The tiny can opener.
So there's a can opener that looks kind of like a bottle opener. If you've seen those for like beer bottles and stuff.
I've seen that one, yeah.
I've never used one of those before. Have you?
I don't understand the question.
So the little tiny can openers that look kind of like a bottle opener, right? Where like you pop the cap off. Yeah.
Like I'm trying to picture what it is, but I don't think I've seen it.
It looks like that. I know that it does work to open cans. I've never actually used it to open a can before. The only can openers I've used are kind of like a pair of scissors, and that there's two separate legs, two different handles or whatever, and you like squeeze it onto a thing, and then there's a little wheel, a dial that you like turn, and it'll like spin the can in your hand basically, and remove. Well, it'll like plunge a little like pizza wheel or whatever into the actual can itself proper, and like let the lid come off basically. Not exactly, because it doesn't remove the lid, it removes the inside layer of the top of it, but whatever. That's the only can opener I've ever used. I've never used a can opener that's like different than that. But I know that they exist, and I fully don't know how I would even except for like stabbing it real good. I don't know what I would do except just try really hard to stab, and then I don't know, I guess like work it around. I guess it would to me the can opener, like a proper can opener that's like just one little leg or whatever, to me it would be just as useful as a sharp knife, or maybe a dull knife. Maybe I would want a dull knife. If I'm cutting through metal, I probably want a dull knife, to be honest. A razor is not going to do anything for me. Are you a Swiss Army knife guy, Saku?
I don't have one.
I only have like a multi-tool. It's very similar, but I actually do have a Swiss Army knife as well, but or maybe not like the brand. I don't know if that's like a real name brand or whatever, but I do have one or two of them around, but I never carry them on me. I just carry a multi-tool and a regular knife on me. Well, I carry a bunch of stuff. Chapstick, hand sanitizer, a pen. But of the things that I carry, A multi-tool and a knife are among them, yes. You know what they say about carrying a knife on you, Saku?
What did they say?
You should keep it sharp. Do you know why?
Why?
Because that way, if somebody gets that knife from you, it won't hurt as much when they shove it up your ass.
Sounds like something Savage would say.
No, that's Roku, actually, another friend of ours. I hear you. I believe that was he was saying that was like his grandfather telling him that or whatever. But yeah. Knife maintenance tip. Yeah. Close though. Close. Have you fully tricked out your house, Saku, in RuneScape? Or did you only get the things that are useful to you?
I've only gotten what's useful.
Hmm.
There is one missing thing, but that requires going to the Rev Caves, and I'm not interested.
I see. No Rev Caves redeem?
Nope.
I think I've only ever been in the Revenant Caves like once. Isn't everything in the Revenant Caves technically a ghost?
I think.
Oh my god, finally a use case of the ectoplasmator.
Yeah, if you can keep it on death.
Yeah, you just don't bring a weapon with you, right? You just gotta kick everything in the Rose Caves to death. Easy. I just got my Pyromancer pants. There's a real chance that I'm not going to get the boots before I finish maxing. Which in a way, it's kind of sad, but in a way is also kind of funny. But obviously, I'm not optimizing for points, right? The reason why I'm not getting pulls is because I'm just going for the experience.
Yeah.
And I also did fucking level, I don't know, 50 to 80 with log burning instead of winter taunt, so it's my own fault, really. Not that it matters. We'd still be doing winter taunt even if I had the set. It's not like I'm doing winter taunt to get the set. Actually, it took me a really long time to get the Guardians of the Rift set, now that I think about it, and I wasn't doing anything except Guardians of the Rift for rune crafting. And that's not even RNG, right? You just needed the fucking pearls. So it is RNG, but like only barely.
Is averaged RNG? Because you have to roll it many times and you get it
right
a certain amount. You get a certain amount of progress every good roll.
Hmm.
The odds are in your favor.
I don't remember if I ended up like overrate or anything. I'm sure I would have checked at the time. Maybe there isn't a good way to know what the rate is though, for like pearls. Do you have the Skatizo pet? You don't, right?
I have the Skatizo pet.
You do? Oh. Huh. So
It's one of the rare boss pets I got.
does that mean that you're finished with Greenlong Skatizo then? Is that the only thing it has?
Yes and no. There's also an uncut onyx,
Ah.
but Zelra also has the uncut onyx, so technically it's not Skatizo's drop.
Sure.
And also, I don't have his boss jar.
Oh yeah, sure. For your house, basically. I forgot about the jars. Does Skatizos have an Easter egg? They all do, right?
I don't know.
You know that the jars have Easter eggs, right?
Yeah?
Okay. You just don't know about that one. Fair enough. I'm sure he's got something. I don't know what it would be, though. No, we're cruising now. Our rate isn't like very good, but it'll be fine. Oh yeah, I was supposed to do Tears of Gothics today too, right? Shit. Okay. Remember. Do Tears of Gothics. That's very important. Saku, it's very important that I do Tears of Gothics. I'll be very disappointed if I don't do Tears of Gothics. Saki, do you think that like the mods of maybe not the mods, but like the devs of RuneScape can like level someone down if they wanted to?
I think they absolutely can.
Okay. Because I was like, if I did like Tears of Gothics, right, and imagine I just got like 13 million experience in every skill just randomly, like I didn't do anything, it just happened, right? Would they have to do a whole server rollback for me to like revert that? Or would they be like, oh, let me just roll back your stats for you. Here you go. This is probably where you were before. Or would they be like, well, the easiest way to fix this is to ban you?
I think if you're just the victim of a bug, they can revert you.
I see. Do you like speedrun content, Saku?
Yeah, I think they can be quite entertaining.
There's one.
Actually,
yeah.
Started up watching a satisfactory speedrun to see what they do.
Oh God. Yeah.
So they make liberal use of the respawn button.
Oh. I see.
They delete their hub and then they put it at the edge of their building distance, and then they respawn into it.
I see.
So they just dimension door around like that.
That's fascinating. Any other tips that you picked up from the satisfactory speedrun?
Basically what the dude is doing is he starts a mini factory at the start with basically he just gets a few things going like iron components and copper components, and then he starts to do his hard drive run around the map using that teleport strat. He also makes sure to pick up summer sloops around the way and things that he needs for researches.
Okay. Makes sense.
And one of the tricks he does is whenever he picks up a hard drive, he closes the screen and then reopens it, because there's a sliding door opening animation thing. It just completely skips that.
Sure. Yeah, okay. That's pretty funny. What's the world record for Satisfactory look like time-wise?
I don't know the world record. I don't think the one I'm watching is the world record.
Okay, what's the record that you're looking at then?
I'm looking at just under 9 hours.
Oh my god, that is a very long speed run. Holy lord.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done. There's a lot of waiting time because of the, particularly the thingies you have to research. The milestones.
Sure. I wonder how optimized it is. There was a speed run that is very near and dear to my heart. There's in Smash, I think it was Super Smash Brothers Brawl, right? It gave you a 5-minute ROM trial version of Ocarina of Time and a bunch of other games, right? If you want to know what Link is from, here's Ocarina of Time, but you only get to play for 5 minutes, but you can do whatever you want to do starting from the beginning of the game. And there's a whole speedrun category dedicated just to the Wii, Brawl's version of the 5-minute version of Ocarina of Time, because people have figured out how to glitch to the actual end of the game. You can actually beat the game in that version of the game. The whole game is there apparently for some reason.
Yeah.
Which, it makes some sense, I guess, because it's why would you copy just a part of the game into Brawl? But at the same time, it's how much space did you have for Brawl to exist? You know what I mean? On this GameCube disc or Wii disc, I guess. For you to have the entire fucking Ocarina of Time. What is it, fucking 80 megabytes or whatever? They were fuck it, just put the whole thing there. There's some very, very cool speedruns. I mostly, rather than speedrun content, I watch Strava stuff, right? But as far as the vast majority of content that is speedrun related that I watch is almost always just Summoning Salt videos. That's really what I watch most of the time. I love Summoning Salt stuff. Now there's a few other people though. There's the one guy who was doing the Battle for Bikini Bottom, speedrun history. And they're specifically a record holder or whatever, but they were doing the lifetime of Battle for Bikini Bottom, which is a very storied speedrunning game. I think they were only at part 3 of 4 though, so I think that there's more to be had, more of a story to be told there. I should actually follow up with that guy. Maybe there's more. Maybe I missed the latest upload, what have you. Satisfactory is not a game that I could speedrun. That game is cool.
It is not really a speedrun good game.
Yeah, I couldn't do that one.
But some people still do it. I would want to try Diablo 2 speedrun, at least a normal mode speedrun.
I got you.
I don't think I could do hell mode because that's a lot longer.
Yeah.
That's going through the game 3 times, 3 difficulties, of which one can really kick your ass.
I think all 3 could kick my ass, actually, Saku. I'm going to be honest with you. As someone who's never played Diablo, any of them?
I think you could do fine in normal, at least. Even Nightmare.
I don't know.
But hell's a whole different beast.
Diablo, huh? Wasn't that the one, Diablo 2? Wasn't that the one that had like a notoriously has like an extremely cheated world record or whatever that they had to like recently find out was cheated? Like,
that was Diablo 1.
Ah, I see. They like went and like tried to find the seed and they were like, this seed doesn't exist, which means that you cheated.
Yeah. And they found out that, oh, you have quests from one seed, but on that seed, the seed that you're supposed to have used doesn't have that quest. Something is wrong.
Yeah. Cheating.
To me, it just looked like a tool-assisted speedrun.
Sure, sure. Cheating in a speedrun is like crazy to me.
Yeah.
It's not as crazy as paying someone to play your video game for you, though, so that you can brag about how much of a gamer you are. That is more crazy.
Elon Musk.
That is more crazy than cheating in a speedrun. But those are the two craziest things that you can do with regards to gaming, I think, that I can think of in this moment. Could someone pay you, Saku, to play a video game for them?
I don't think so.
You don't think so at all?
I don't think I would.
Not even for $100,000 a year?
Okay, maybe I would. But...
You're like, just kidding. Surprise. I have a new full-time career.
So how about that level 98 hardcore account you wanted?
Yeah.
Elon?
Like, man, I would sure hate to start completely over as an Iron Man, but for $100 grand a year, I think I could start over today. I'm opening up RuneScape right now. I'm already in Wintertodd.
I just picked most AFK activities first.
Mm.
Oh, and I do multiple Iron Men so that if I lose one, I can pick up the next one.
Oh, you're doing it hardcore again? I see.
Yeah.
I see. Nobody said anything about hardcore, but I appreciate the gumption, brother. I appreciate that. That's good. You'll get far, kid.
I mean, if there's any account you pay for, it's probably a hardcore Iron
Yeah,
Man.
makes sense. Makes sense.
Alright, so we're AFKing at Nightmare Zone for 99 defense.
Yeah. Wait, can you do Nightmare Zone right off rip? Don't you need to like do enough quests to like unlock it or something?
Nah, you need to do quests.
Still, the quests are probably pretty safe, so it's fine. All right, so if somebody was paying you to do a hardcore iron, right? They want to be maxed, they want to have a quest cape, right? That stuff. Achievement diary is all done. When do you do the wilderness?
That's an iffy one.
You know what I mean? Like, that's what they're paying you to do, so you need to do it on your hardcore. When do you do it, though?
When I have guards watching over me.
Guards? No, they're paying you to get it done. They're not financing your ability to do this. Good luck. It's up to you.
You're giving me a guard, or I'm not doing it. Not doing the wilderness.
Fair enough,
alone.
Man. Fair enough, man. Fair enough.
You have to fight a wilderness. You have to fight all 3 wilderness bosses. Well, all more than 3, but The 3 important ones.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Maddie. Oh shit, we're almost done. Do you think you're gonna greenlog the new fletching activity just because?
I have no reason to do the new fletching activity.
Yeah, but you did the herb lore activity, mixology, right?
I did not greenlog it.
Oh, you didn't? I thought you got all the stuff out of it. My bad.
Nope.
Saki, when you do new quest content, do you wait for like quest helper or do you like figure it out yourself? How do you do like brand new shit?
I tend to wait for quest helper.
Let's see.
Or if I can't wait, I will look for a guide.
Mm-hmm. And do like a YouTube guide?
Yeah, old style.
Mm-hmm.
Slayer music is pretty good for day 1 quests.
Mm-hmm. How did you do Surak? Did you do the elemental stuff or did you bloodburst him?
I tried to do the elemental stuff. I did Alec the bomb.
I see.
I wanted to Alec the bomb, so I went elemental.
Hmm. I do think alching the bomb is like one of the coolest things, one of the funniest things as well in this game. And I don't regret using blood magic on him, but like I do think that that's like an awesome interaction or whatever. And I feel like you and I are the only people who care about that. I've tried to tell people like, and there's this fight where you alch the bomb and they're like, okay. And I'm like, okay, well, it's cool. Please clap. It's just something that I don't know. Nobody cares about the way that you and I do, Saku. It's just us, man. I'm sorry.
I never found out how to counter the wave spells that he shoots during the fight. Like I tried to hit them, it didn't work.
I know at the end of the fight, like if he hits you with those wave spells, like right at the end, you basically have to tick eat. Like if he hits you with like 4 of those things, I don't think you have enough time to counter them all. But otherwise, I think you're supposed to be able to just like hit him and it's fine. But I don't know. I've never done it. I just bursted that dude. I just bursted that dude and waited until I won, and it worked. And I don't even think I had like the highest level burst magic at the time. I don't think. Like blood barrage or whatever it is. Like 200 doors off. More than that? I don't think so. Yeah, about 200. Saki, were you here earlier? I almost ran out of money in miscellanea.
Oh.
Was down to like 750k or something.
Well.
I have absolutely no idea how much money they use every day or whatever too. So I just filled that joker right up.
$75K per day.
Okay. So I had like 10 more days maybe.
Perhaps. What's the miscellanea hotness?
I'm sorry?
What's the miscellanea hotness? What is the better thing to get now?
Oh, I have no fucking idea. Every time I've ever withdrawn from it, I had Savage with me. Except for the one time where I did it on accident. So Savage just went to some calculator or something to find out what the optimal thing was. I've only ever withdrawn from miscellanea like probably 6 times or something like that. It hasn't been that many times. And I really have no intention of withdrawing from it anytime soon. We probably should, to be honest, because at this point, like, this is what the money is going to be useful for, right? I mean, either I do it soon or we do it after I finish maxing, and that's just the money that stays on the account or whatever for when I come back eventually. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what it has to do. Only useful ways to have it. Kind of forgot about like getting money out of miscellanea, honestly. It's just like a thing that I do. It's just one of my dailies. Like, oh, well, I log onto the game, I do miscellanea. I don't think about it, I just do it. That's what you do. You do miscellanea.
It's some miscellaneous thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, we're closing in there now. Sub 100,000. Taku, do you know what the difference between the butlers are? Like why we use the demon butler, not the other two or three?
Because it's the best one and it's the fastest one.
He's the fastest?
Yeah, he does the fastest item deliveries.
Huh.
And he also carries the most.
Really? Interesting. I knew he was the best. I didn't know why, you know, what made him the best, but interesting.
Speed and carrying capacity.
Mm-hmm. Man, what should we do with the rest of today? Start Slayer? Can at least look at our block list, I guess. Obviously, we have to do Tears of Gothics. Don't let me not do Tears of Gothics. But other than that, we can at least, like, look at Slayer, I guess. See if we can get that shit sorted. Like, if there's anything that I, like, maybe my block list is, like, wackadoo for, like, doing it fast or something. I don't know. What do you think the most profitable Slayer task is, Saku? I guess without bosses, right? Because otherwise it would just be what is the most profitable boss that you can do while doing Slayer.
I'd almost say it's Araxites. Yeah, probably Araxites. The loot is pretty steady, and you have a good chance of getting
Superior.
something that's worth a lot.
That makes sense. I was thinking Smoke Devils, but Raxites are kind of just better Smoke Devils, huh?
What do you get from Smoke Devils?
I don't know specifically, but like battle staves mostly, that kind of stuff.
Isn't that from the boss?
Doesn't he? I think you get like air battle
Like, there's
staffs and stuff, right?
Yeah, you actually do get some stuff from the normal ones, but it's really not that much.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I don't think that most Slayer mobs had much, to be honest. Like just regular Slayer dudes. I guess like basilisks do though. They have like the jaw and shit. So that's like rare.
They're 1 in 1k though.
Yeah.
And a very slow kill.
Gargoyles were actually pretty good for me. Fires too, actually. Fires were slow. Gargoyles were not that slow. For like an actual turnover on money. I was probably getting like 700k an hour gargoyles, something like that. Maybe not quite that much. But yeah, I think with average luck, gargoyles and Vires are too slow. So yeah. I had a lot of success with the Raxites, but I only did that task a couple times. But like, the Venom Sacks are still worth a decent amount, to be honest. Still worth picking up, I think. And every one of them drops that, and also they drop a ton of runes, just a ton of runes. So it's very easy on your inventory.
Ton of runes, drops alchemables too. Most notably, a double drop of rune platelets.
Obviously on task, because nobody's doing them off task. You can, but why would you? It might be profit actually, but why would you?
When you're trying to get the Aranea boots, but you don't know what the drop rate is.
Yeah, true.
You know, just like me.
Yeah, true. I mean, you knew it was going to be better, right, on task, probably, but apparently it just doesn't exist off task. Here we go.
I'm never trusting Reddit again.
Reddit doesn't know what they're talking about, man. I'm telling you. They wanted sailing. They think Slayer's
also downvoted by Dark Souls meme of RuneScape.
Yeah?
Like the frog meme. Remember that frog from that one quest?
Yeah.
Lord of Dread?
Yeah? They downvoted that?
Yeah, I ended up posting it on Reddit and they downvoted it, so I'm like, okay, well, I'm just gonna remove the post. Fuck you.
Clearly they don't know what comedy is.
They don't deserve my comedy.
You don't deserve my comedy. True. Tell them. All right, I think we're gonna do TOA to finish construction, but we're not gonna do it today. Because again, Savage wants to be there when we do it. So we'll get close, unless I fuck up, in which case we'll do it right now. But presuming that I don't fuck this up, we'll get close, and that'll be the construction experience that we do. And we're not gonna do Winter Todd, because I am not as stupid. Because I will get pranked by that Brazier, and I will level up construction in Winter Todd. Like, fuck! Brazier? I think Brazier is something different. Brazier.
As long as you don't say browser, it's fine.
Yeah.
Especially not when S.
Alright, Saku, we have to gamer focus. Lock in. I think that's all I want from him. No, we could do one more. Give me one more. He gave me two, the fucking bastard. All right, one more. That's it. That's all we want, right? Yep. And there it is. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now, I think that we get... All right, first of all, let's drop off this stuff. I think that we get a weird amount of experience from TOA. Boost says, okay, who summoned me? No one summoned you. Boost says, okay, I shall retreat. Wait, no, come back. How much experience do you get from doing construction in TOA? How much do you get from repairing the pillars? Is it based on your level or what? Oh god, he's in TOB.
X-ray is gonna be called talk. TOC.
Oh, I see. But we already have COX. I mean, I guess.
Temple of Cabbage.
True. I literally don't know how to look up this thing. TOA. I don't care about the invocations. I want to know about the paths. I want to know about the puzzle room. Oh, maybe if I just look for construction experience. Maybe that's the way you would do this. Construction. Construction experience table. Tombs. Amass. Pillars? Fucking columns? What are they called? I'm pretty sure you get experience this way in DOA, but it just doesn't tell me what it's fucking called.
That's in the Baba room.
5 experience, says Booze.
At Meccan.
Oh god. 5? Okay, maybe we should get a little bit more experience then.
You have some ways to fine tune it.
Yeah.
Or another way is to just not complete the room, and so you like keep getting the construction thing. Just keep one of the. You just keep like the venom walker alive.
Oh, okay. Sure. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll just go there, kill the other dudes, and then vibe. That'll be
Just
fine.
don't step into poison.
Yeah. All right. Tears of Gothics. Oh, yeah, of course. Juna's like, you'll need to empty your hands first. Oh, yeah, right. Of course, I can't
You need to empty your hands first.
Oh, because she's a snake, she has to slur her S's? Wow. I thought better of you, Saku. God. It is like a classic snake thing, which is such a weird thing for them. Oh, because they hiss. I got it. I feel like I want to make a snake character that is very offended by the fact that people presume that they're going to slur their S's. Like in D&D or something. But their name is like S with this like the like drawn out S. They're like, listen, not all snakes do that, all right? That's just a stylized thing that media has impressed upon you that snakes do, all right? I don't do that at all. I just speak normally. It's not a problem. Oh, okay. What was your name, by the way? Synapse. Why did you say it like that? Why did I say it like what? Oh, well, this is Synapse. No, it's Synapse. It's very important that you pronounce it correctly.
Make sure you also say the last name Snipson.
Synapse Snipson. I kind of like Snipson. Oh, man, my de-esser is putting in some work today. Sorry. Do chunk block accounts count instanced areas as chunks?
Chunk locks account counts an entire dungeon as part of their chunk.
Okay. So if they...
So if you were to unlock an entry point into Taverly Dungeon, you have to do the entire thing.
Gotcha.
Which is you have to get the well, within possible reason, of course. You have to get the 1 in 32k from Hellhounds because there's Hellhounds there. And you have to get the Draconic Visage because there's Black Dragons there.
Sure. Got it. Boo says tell her not to have a knipson. It's knipshun? It's not knipshun? Like they're different sounds, Boots. It doesn't even work that way. What are you saying? I had to like stop. It like works in text, but it doesn't work in like vocally. Damn, 15,000. That's crazy. That's a lot of fucking experience. Holy shit. All right, let's look at our Slayer tasks. Who's just so picky? I mean, I'm just saying it doesn't work when I say it with my mouth, bro. Like I was literally trying to do the thing and it didn't fucking work, bro. Don't be mad at me. I guess we can deposit these into our house now. Done with these. Never need those ever again. No, this is done forever too. Polar camo legs. What is this? Is this money? 10k? Sure, we'll sell them.
What the fuck? It's 10k?
Yeah. I'll take 10k. Why the fuck do I even have these binding gloves? I guess I can't store them in my house is why.
Just do fucking polar kibbit fur. Why is it so expensive?
Money making method just dropped.
Oh, because it's one that requires the noose one. Okay, I understand now.
Saku, where's my wardrobe? Oh, there it is. Wait, is that a wardrobe? That's a bookcase. Why do I even have a bookcase? Oh, to put like my lore into it. I built that room just for the bookcase. Damn. I found my book, my wardrobe. Don't worry, Saku. I found it.
I had to make a bookcase to draw the book of Tar and Razor lore.
That's a weird reason.
And it's not even sorted by alphabetic order. So it's just a giant list of unsorted books.
Oh, I can put my Bruma torch in here. That's interesting. A giant list of unsorted books. Awesome. So you put them in there by color. You know what I mean? You arranged it by color aesthetically. Wait, what happened to my lunar robes? Shit. Why are they called warm gloves? They're pyromancer gloves. Also, zealots prayer robes? I don't even know what the shit that is. All right. Rewards? Tasks. I have a dark beast task? Why? Jesus. Slayer. Let's see. I think that's a skip. I don't think we block dark beasts. Slayer training. Okay. Block Cave Kraken. Yep. Block Greater Demon. Sure. Drakes. Sure. Aberrant Specters. Or skip. Because they're only weighted at 7. That makes sense. Okay. Blue Dragons. Cave Horrors. Definitely elves, gargoyles, dragons, skeletal wyvern, spiritual creatures, water fiends. Definitely those guys. Fuck those guys. Worms, sure. Blocking Abyssal Demon seems weird to me. I think you would do Abyssal Demons. That's a burst task. That's worth. Hellhounds, you definitely block. Alright, dragons, black demons. I blocked black demons instead of skipping them. I'm not sure why they say skip. That's crazy to me. You can burst Tizhar mobs in Moral Wreck. That's interesting. I've never done that before, but that seems like a good thing to do. If you can just burst them, sure. Anku seem like they're fine. We're definitely not doing black dragons. You're out of your fucking mind, dog. All right, let's sort these by like most common. So we're not doing bosses, obviously. Abyssal Demons is fine. They say do Dark Beasts. I guess it's only 14. So you can get them done pretty fast. Tizhar, Araxites. We're definitely not doing black dragons. Fuck that noise. Well, we can kill the baby dragons. Yes. Calfights is fine. Nex is definitely good. Smoke Devils is good. We don't have any of those. Lock that. Skip those. Gargoyles and worms. That makes sense. Fuck warp demons. Or warp creatures. Fuck black demons. What else is fine? Suckers are okay, but not amazing. Basilisks we're blocking. No, we're not blocking Basilisks. Oh wait, we don't even have those unlocked, so that's fine. Okay. Is there anything left that is worth doing? Anku's is fine. Dust Devils definitely is fine. Okay, so I've kind of got it sorted out. Like, these are the ones that I want to do. We skip everything else. Tormented Demons actually is not that bad as far as rate goes. It's like borderline okay. If I was like optimal at doing them, 50k an hour is like not terrible. We could skip Suckers and Anku as well. Oh, so okay, so that's really what I could be thinking about, right? Like if I'm okay, so I have these rates, right? I have these weighted tasks, and I know what the weight of the task is, and I know how many I'm gonna be killing, right? Generally. So I can kind of figure out the experience that I'm gonna get from each of these. So I can kind of like make a little spreadsheet. Boost is never lucky. Shake my head. Oh, you didn't get anything from TOB? That's unfortunate, brother. But like I can kind of figure this out, and I can kind of see how much I have. 2,300 Slayer points, right? And a skip costs, I don't know. How much is a skip? Is it like 10? can permanently block it for 100. Canceling it's 30. Okay. You got decent loot, but no purples. That's unfortunate. That's really what you're after anyway. All right. So I think that this might be worth figuring out with a spreadsheet. These are the goodish tasks, with the borderline goodish tasks being suckers and Enku, right? Which weighted at 8 and 5. Suckers are more skippable than not. I didn't extend suckers, did I? Oh no, I should not extend this. This is not worth extending. Enku also is not worth extending. These are like the two worst tasks that I have. They're not worth extending at all. That's fine. That's definitely fine. That's definitely fine. Obviously, this isn't going to be relevant because we blocked gargoyles. Next, absolutely. Abyssal demons, definitely. This is fine as well. This one is big. That's really important. Fuck wyverns. Double fuck scabberites. Fuck those guys. No, skeletal wyverns and fossil island wyverns. That's funny. Cave horrors. That's funny, but no. Definitely not that. I could see this being of value. No thanks for me, obviously. Okay. So yeah, that makes sense. So just reducing those so that we can wrap those tasks up faster when we get them. I mean, this isn't bad, but obviously we're not going to get that. Who cares? Wait, why did I get this? Huh. Wait. I unlocked this. I can just unlock fires. Fire task is just fully optional. Black demons. Yeah. Turn this off then. Yeah, I don't want to get a fire task at all. Turn that back on if we want to do fires, which we don't. Jad. I think I want this because I think Tizhar is good. How do you say Tizhar? Is it Zar? Is it just Zar? Oh, you can extend everything? That's interesting. All right, well, let's see what our next task is. Wait, what are we looking at? This game. Hello? I don't know where I am. in like my spree. How do you check where you are? Saki, do you remember in like your task spree or whatever? Thought it was exclamation mark task, is it not? I'm pretty sure. Oh, fuck it. We'll just talk to him. Rack sites? Yo, legendary fucking task. All right, fantastic. All right, we're not going to do that right now. We'll do Dark Beast instead. Because Dark Beast is a way worse task, and obviously we're like on the clock, but we're not like on the clock, you know what I'm saying? We'll just send this one real quick, no problem. Dark Beasts are not demons, correct? So you just stab them with Fang. Inspect them with this, I guess. I have no prayer potions. It's fine. We won't need prayer potions. Not where we're going. How do I get there? Dark Beasts? Did I get rid of my Slayer rings? Fuck. Kryptonus then? I guess. Sure, Kryptonus. I think this is supposed to be like way up higher, but and that's why I was having so much trouble finding it. Alright. Kryptonus. Why is this still set to Lechia? When is the last time I've gone to Lechia? Like on purpose. Like intentionally ended up at Lechia. That's the gauntlet. Fucking love this place. I'm just like running through people's goddamn houses. Oh shit. Alright. I think Dark Beasts are in there. Yeah. Pretty deep. Yo, 1 agility? That's not a Dark Beast. Those are people. Well, they're elves. Which are kind of like people.
I would hope so. But no, they're NPCs.
I mean, when you're right, you're right. I feel like it's been so long since I've fought something in this game. Holy shit. Ow. Yeah, this task is not very good, but it's very short, so I guess that's why we don't skip it. To try and preserve our Slayer points. Yo, 5 crystal shards though? It's actually like fucking awesome. I like literally don't have enough prayer to finish killing these dudes. I did not realize this was gonna take this long. These motherfuckers are tanky, bro. No, I'm out of prayer now. Saku, I fucked up. I'm out of prayer.
Shit, not again.
Yeah. And I don't have any prayer potions either. I had like a 1 dose that I didn't bring. It's all right. A little bit of a teaser, you know what I'm saying? As we get back into Slayer, as we remember our roots, our Slayer roots. Oh, fuck. This guy's hurt, dude. This is like so sad, actually. I feel like I should be doing something to like make this happen faster. But the answer is this is as fast as it goes. Dark Beasts just kind of aren't very good. I mean, I could be praying piety, I guess. But other than that, this is as fast as I can possibly kill these fucking dudes. And bring my super combat instead of just my regular combat potion. Shit. Missing with the Fang twice. Three times, please. Also, like Loki dying.
We love when the most accurate weapon in the game misses.
Oh my god, please. Hit this dude for 7 like 4 times. Because it's better than missing. Damn, combat in this game is fucking perilous, dude. Get my ass handed to me. I mean, I kind of remember Dark Beast being strong, but I didn't remember them beating my ass. I mean, to be fair, I just protected melee before, but bringing prayer potion sucks to this. I'm losing all of my profit in sea turtles that I'm eating. Yo, can you fucking chill? All right. Successfully murdered. What number task is this? 341. Okay. So we get a new task to go with our Araxite task, which is obviously going to be another Araxite task. Dagonoth, that's also actually fantastic. Okay, so the Dagonoths, I think, are you use melee, really. Because you can't... It's not a multi-combat. No, it is multi-combat, because you're getting rained on by everything. Can you burst Dagonoths, do you think?
No, because some of them are bigger than the others.
Oh, I see. All right, so use melee on those guys.
If you had a Venator bow, that would be one way to multi-target.
I do not have a Venator bow. I could get one, though, probably, right? How expensive are they?
But I think you'd be hit pretty often without melee armor.
I think that they don't really do damage to you, though, to be honest. I think it'd be okay. I think you protect, like, ranged against them. No, you protect melee. Yeah, you protect melee anyway. They're like raining ranged on you, but I think you ignore that. I think you protect melee versus them or something. I'm not sure. I think the range that you, or the protection that you use is weird though. And ranged is the intuitive one, so I feel like it must be melee that you actually protect. All right, let's raid out. Strava says, how is OSRS? Oh, just fine. As you can see, we almost finished leveling construction. We're just waiting for the opportunity to send that one. We're raiding out right now. Right now. I think Slayer is going to be next. I think. Because I'm pretty worried about being able to do enough Slayer. It's going to be the longest one. And fucking... What are they called? What did I just fight? Dark Beasts. Dark Beasts are fucking terrible. Fuck those guys. That's potentially a skip from now on, even though there's only 14 of them. I'm going to try and crunch the numbers and see if I can make sense of how long I'm going to be doing Slayer and like what makes the most sense. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you want to do the heaviest weighted things that are worth the most value, right? You want to skip as few things as possible. And you like, it's 30 points to skip. I got like 2,100 points. So that's like 70 skips. So we got 70 skips to spend, but we don't want to spend them on the wrong things, right? You want to skip the things that take the longest, basically, that give you the least value, ultimately. And though Dark Beasts give you very little experience per hour, they also don't take very long since there's only 14 of them or whatever, right? So it's something that I'm like, it's a spreadsheet. It's a task for a spreadsheet. Tell you what, though.
It's low amount, but it allows you to get points because it's really quick to do.
Yes, that's a good point.
Same
as well.
with Black Dragon. Not
only are we trying to avoid bad tasks, but if we do even mid tasks, they will give us points that we can skip even worse tasks with. That's a good point too. But I do appreciate you for stopping by, Strava. I'm actually gonna raid into you. Why not? Thanks for hanging out. He's playing Sly Cooper Thieves in Time. If you didn't know, Sly Cooper is the name of the game when it comes to Strava. He's a speedrunner, a variety streamer technically as well. He's played a little bit of something other than Sly Cooper as well. But we'll raid into him. He's doing Thieves in Time, which is the fourth Sly Cooper game. Another day of Sly 4. Ooh, fantastic. But yeah, I never actually played this one. This one was a little bit after my time. I peaked with Sly 3, but I actually have a storied history of this franchise in particular. Very much appreciate it, especially Sly 2. That's the one for me. Let's see. Today's Tuesday. You just streamed earlier today, so no stream for you tomorrow, Saku. But you will be back on Thursday, correct?
Yeah.
This guy a 2 for Saku on Thursday. I'll be back tomorrow with some more RuneScape. We're gonna probably be doing Slayer, and you know how much people love Slayer, so look forward to that. That'll be it for your boy for now. We'll be back with some more RuneScape. I'll see you guys in Strava stream. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. All right. And the thing, do the thing.